Good morning. How's it going? Martin, hello. Frost. How are you guys? Guess we need to go to the high limit floor. Yeah.
Do you need something?
You grabbed the P5 anime today? I did see that. Although, despite saying to me yesterday that you think the Discord should have a Persona category to post things in, which I did, you then still decided not to post it in there.
You sir.
That's fine. It's not a big deal.
Time for you wish to perfusion.
I'm joking.
I see. A strong person. You okay with this?
I feel like I need
Gather
Lilith
them.
for something, don't I? Ooh. Oh yeah, I don't care about that. Oh, Kunanushi. Kunanushi. This is something in the Persona chat. I did see that.
Finished for now?
Did see that. Just to
Done
let people
already?
know that it's there.
It is time, inmate.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I actually managed to get a decent night's sleep last night. So yeah, it feels pretty good. I hope you are as well. Alright, high limit.
Let's go.
I have something.
Then I think we need to go up here. Where's the treasure? Easy came just as I had planned. Is the treasure put on display to lure us here? See, that's why we could faintly see its shape. First off, allow me to compliment you. I never expected you to be able to make it this far. We would much rather have the treasure than your words of praise. Why did you hide it? Come, we shall put an end to this once and for all. So she wants us to pursue her. I mean, she's mocking us. Let's go after her.
I can see it. Do you have a moment?
You know, most likely take us to Sai's location. Alright, let's go. I'll protect you no matter what it takes. Box for the first part contains spoilers. Ah.
What kind of game will it be this time? No matter what you bring out, we will emerge victorious.
You are making a grave mistake if you think you have me cornered. I only guided you here because this place allows me to fight to my heart's content.
Sis.
When my father died in the line of duty, I hated his killer from the bottom of my heart. Dying to uphold justice sounds virtuous, but the ones left behind have to clean up the mess. Can you imagine the hardships I had to endure?
Perhaps I had overestimated her. I thought her reasoning would have been more noble somehow.
She's lost control. This is wrong.
Justice cannot yield to evil. I must win, no matter what.
This is nothing more than self-righteousness.
Hey, good morning, Luck.
All we need
How you
to do
doing?
to determine who is right is battle. Now, why don't we begin?
What?
Truth. It is rigged. But considering I don't get the points that you lose,
Called for on this stage.
does it
What is
matter?
she intending?
No more coins or playing games. We ain't following your damn rules.
Oh, you will. There is no room for negotiation. You will know soon enough.
What was that?
What was that?
Now come at me.
Today is a very special day. Oh yeah.
Save her, right?
All right, everyone. Be on alert.
May the best player win.
All right, let's do it.
Alright, if I remember rightly, you can't actually do damage to her at the start. Oh no, you can. Oh, but she doesn't actually lose health. Wait, that's the weapon that Anne gets now? That's her best
Ready when you
weapon?
are.
She's unkillable. Yeah, I thought so. It is indeed November 4th. That is true. And with it being November 4th, I'm not going to sing because, you know, I don't want to get DMCA'd. I'm pretty sure that that song is owned by someone who will strike you down with the full authority of the law. But yeah, it is Luck's birthday today. So happy birthday to you, Luck. I hope you have a wonderful day. I mean, not that I don't want you to have a wonderful day every day, but you know, like you said, it's a special day.
May the best player win.
What the?
Now let us play a game of roulette. The stakes will be
I want to play a
our
game.
lives. Of course, acts of violence are forbidden here. One must follow the rules.
We already told you. There's no way we're gonna follow your rules anymore.
That's fine by me.
Well, we have
Such
to.
troublesome people will just face the penalty.
Go! Power up!
Give me an attack up.
There's a penalty for not spinning the roulette. What should we do?
Ah, in that case, it's
Yeah.
tough.
Whoops.
Cheaters get punished.
I forgot.
Joker, are you
Stop
alright?
it.
What? This is the penalty?
I don't know how to. I don't know how to
Those who
spill
cannot
the
follow
real.
rules are not to be tolerated. That is simply how society operates.
Joker, your health is low. Persona! Go!
Yeah. I know. I forgot.
You will predict
I forgot
your
about the.
shot
I forgot about the penalty.
you will place your bet.
I'm almost positive she's going to try and cheat. But even if we
I thought I needed to do the other thing, but that other thing is later.
I agree.
Predict which pocket the ball will fall into before your turn begins. Various bonuses will be applied to the enemies and the allies depending on the outcome. Carefully consider the flow of battle when determining where to place your bet.
Well,
Yeah, it
how will you bet?
literally doesn't matter. I might as well go for the low risk one. Yeah, you always go for the low risk one. It doesn't actually matter which one of these I pick.
Have you made
I should just bet on 00. That worked out for me when I was playing Yakuza.
We lost. Have you figured anything out, Joker?
I most certainly have.
Really? How is she doing it?
There's a glass lid.
I see. You're right. It did seem like the ball floated for a split second there.
How humiliating.
Let's catch her in the act so she can't talk her way out of it. Have someone snipe the pocket when that glass lid appears. You're in charge of choosing who's gonna be the sniper. We've gotta stop this.
You need to expose her trickery. Should I send someone to do it? Yes, of course.
You want me to do it?
Okay,
I'll give it my all.
I mean, it doesn't really matter who goes.
Leave it to me.
Maybe I shouldn't have sent the person with an SMG, though.
May the best player win.
The stuff
That
displayed
money.
on the monitor changed.
Oh, yeah.
That must mean the betting changes every time.
We just keep guarding, I guess, because the penalty is still in effect.
The sniper is in their designated spot. All
You
that's
can't
left is to wait
snipe
for the
with a
next roulette spin.
gun like that.
Very well, time to make your bet. Well, how will you bet?
Actually, that's a good point. How does this fight play out if you're only using Joker? Because you wouldn't be able to send somebody else to go sniping, would you? I mean, I'll go risky this time. Doesn't really matter which one I bet on. Let's bet on that one.
Hopefully your prediction will be correct this time.
Yeah. Oh, Futaba roasts her and forces her to change. Ah, I see.
What?
Joker! What was that about fair and square? You were totally cheating.
So, look, do you have any plans today? You going to be doing anything special on your special day?
You coward! What are you so quiet for? Say something!
Shut up! Shut up!
Sis?
Oh yeah, I do remember this.
Cheating? Unfair? Silence! This is my world! I am the law! I am everything! No one in this world deserves to win except for me! If you still dare to defy my justice, then prepare to be totally crushed!
This is my
Announcement!
sister's true nature. No.
Hello, Nem. Good morning. How you doing?
We're finally back to a normal fight. Good luck, Joker.
Oh.
What? The roulette panel's changed?
How about this?
Yeah, I don't remember this. Oh, I guess this is going to determine what element she either attacks me with
Persona!
or whatever. Okay, die for me isn't going to do anything. Yeah, we can concentrate and then attack later. God, she has so much HP.
Let's go.
We'll undo a little bit of the damage that she did earlier.
I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Persona!
Oh, I should have done this one. Oh, actually, no. I wouldn't have done
Ready
it.
anytime.
Oh, she doesn't actually have that much HP. Oh, yeah. Meg Bay, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh,
My
she's
justice
ice.
has revealed to me. I must judge evil with an icy heart.
Panther dodges with grace. She's gearing up for an ice attack. Be careful.
Swing and a miss. Oh, it'll pick up the weakness of one of your party members. Okay.
Let's go. Rabbit snap!
Oh, that was big.
Persona! Take this!
Behave yourselves.
Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Resist nuclear and less.
My wrath!
The resistance always changes. Ah.
Panther dodges with grace. Super move.
Dodged again. Oh, damn.
Persona! You're mine.
Persona! The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. Eat this!
1,136? Jesus.
No holds barred!
Oh, resist physical as well.
Opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
That's a shame.
Only victory matters.
Alright, feel free to spin the wheel again. Waste of time. Waste of time.
Make right. No matter what happens here, I need to keep winning.
Why?
Never mind.
Lie on my blade.
Persona! This isn't
The
it.
opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Persona! Go down!
Panther got back up. Start the counterattack. Persona! Take this! I'll use my persona.
Very helpful.
Get some of that going.
Cowards.
Persona!
See how much this heals. 175. Oh my god. All of those crits on Makoto.
There!
Get yours. Make 'em pay. Persona! Okay.
Sorry, you can just heal up.
My thanks.
Oh, that's a big help.
Taste my wrath.
Yeah.
to win. As long as I can win.
Well, win then.
Others.
Sis.
Easy. Haha. Misses. Okay, this fight was actually really easy.
Persona! The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Oh yeah, she changed resistances again.
Take this!
How very thematic that Makoto is the one to beat her sister.
Awaken to a new power.
So I lost.
She gets almighty, she basically one-shots you. Oh,
Sis!
that's a shame.
That's only a shadow. Why are you so...
Quiet!
Sorry.
Still a sister,
We'll go
Akechi.
grab the treasure.
Makoto?
I don't think it's wrong to bring light to evils which can't be judged by law. That's all the Phantom Thieves have been trying to do too. But these aggressive investigations...
I don't know, I still feel like I was
twisting the
slightly
truth
over-leveled
your
for
own
this fight.
personal gain? Please. You have to think back to the feelings you had when you first wanted to be a prosecutor. Think about your justice, sis.
My justice.
Try to remember how you used to be.
How I...
Nijima-san. She's just like my father. What caused them to change like this?
Yeah, she was
Their own
missing quite a
desires were the
lot,
cause.
especially with that
Succumbing to
Gatling.
such distorted thoughts is strange.
Yeah,
Is
she
there
she
another reason
dodged
they don't know of?
2 ice attacks and then
We
got hit
found
by
it.
the 3rd one.
The investigation will now be able to proceed. The suspicions against you will be lifted as well. This deal we made was a great experience for me. To think that I, a detective, would act alongside the Phantom Thieves.
See, I don't understand that line of dialogue. The investigation will now be able to proceed. The suspicions against you will be lifted as well. Like, so basically, Akechi wanted to change, like, I don't know. That seems like a bit of a weird stretch because surely the change of heart turns somebody into the person that, you know, it makes them a good person, right? It's basically mind control, right? But you can't like erase someone's memories, right? Like if somebody believes that the Phantom Thieves are a particular group of people, then surely that's still gonna be there. Like if we're trying to change Sai's heart to make her go back to the kind of prosecutor that she was, you know, somebody who seeks justice or whatever, then surely she'll just go back to doing her job properly. And if she thinks we're the Phantom Thieves, she's still going to arrest us.
Yes. And you all shall end this Phantom Thieves business. That was part of the promise after all. Don't forget.
Yeah, but we've done this
All
like
right, we
6
don't need to stay
times
here any
now.
longer.
You would think that that we would know
Are you
better,
alright?
that that's not how that works.
I am. Let's go. Huh? Enemy readings. When did they... They're gathering outside.
For real? What the hell's going on? Look at those numbers.
This doesn't look good. We defeated the palace ruler and even stole the treasure, yet the shadows are still restless. It doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? are more coming? This'll be dangerous if we don't do something. Huh? We need to go now. Those guys in black suits are almost here. We'll be done for if we get surrounded. A team this large would be discovered immediately. We had best split up for our escape. Although, we'll need someone to act as a decoy.
Here we go.
No, that's
Back
too
to the
dangerous.
intro of the game. I'll do it.
Joker? Are you planning on distracting them by yourself?
Let him do it, Queen. He's quiet. Once his mind's made up, he's not gonna take no for an answer. I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
Please don't do anything reckless, okay?
I promise I
I'll never
won't
forgive you if we
die.
don't make it back. We still haven't fulfilled our deal, remember? Even more are coming!
This truly is a painfully reluctant parting.
It seems we had best hurry.
We'll see you later.
All right.
There's someone here.
I imagine everybody's silhouettes aren't going to be grayed out this time, though.
Hey, up there! He's here. Moving immediately.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Because now we know who those characters are. We just didn't know who they were right at the start.
Good. Now get running.
This is our only chance.
Stay calm. You can get away now. We'll retrieve the briefcase on our end.
Hold on.
That. Don't worry about us. Just concentrate on getting away. But I have to say,
Wait, do I need to... No, I don't need to heal.
I can feel it.
just run! Get out of there! Okay, the enemy's focused. Everyone remember where we're meeting up? Don't worry.
Stop right there!
Get away.
Take him down, Joker!
Do I fight the same enemy here? I can't remember. Is it still that, like, weird cow thing? The Fushioki? Is the still the same enemy? Okay. Well, I only had Arsene in this section before, so I guess it would still be... Oh, wait, what?
I am Arsene, another you that exists within. Ah, we meet once again. You have progressed well through your recollections. Last spring, you awakened to this furious power. Now, use that power and defeat the enemies before you.
Comparing power levels.
Okay.
Get him, Joker!
I mean, I'm not going to be using Arsene, but...
Go down!
Oh, it actually resists Stark. Oh, I didn't realize that.
Everyone else,
Let's go.
position.
Interesting.
Group B.
Ravage them!
Your fate will soon be determined. Recall everything. Remember the bonds you have forged with your friends. If you are fated to continue past this point, then we shall surely meet again.
Sure.
Okay, pull out before their backup gets here. Good. You defeated them with ease. more of them?
Right.
Be careful!
Oh, come on.
Joker, behind you! Go through that door!
Sure.
You should be able to get out that way. Hurry!
Dude, can you even hear us?
Don't worry. I'm picking up everyone's voices. Just go, Joker! Wait a sec. What the? I'm getting a weird reading heading your way. Come on.
Yes,
run!
you are. Also, don't call her weird.
The intruder simply can't be found.
Where'd they go, damn it? I can't confirm the intruder's location.
Huh? What?
Thanks for giving me the tutorial. Like 11 months into the game.
All right.
Oh yeah, this was the tutorial for the grappling hook as well, wasn't it? Then this is where we see
Joker, stop!
Sumi, right?
It's an enemy right near you. Even you can't take on this many. Huh? Joker, that weird reading from earlier is closing in on you too.
This is where the game teases you with a little bit of Kasumi, and then it's like, nah.
I'll end this right now.
Joker, it's her! She's the weird reading I've been getting!
Oh, is it because of the music? She starts dancing. Well, she's not really dancing, but...
My weak self relied on you so much. That ends today. Let's do this, Senpai!
The enemy readings have decreased? That's...
It's been a while since we last fought side by side.
Nah, you're right. You're right. This was definitely a good call.
But this time, it's my turn to come to your aid, Senpai. Now let's win this!
Soda. There.
Sakurion! Set the landing! I think that's the
Alright,
last of
time
them.
to leave.
I genuinely have no clue what just happened, but I take it you're okay? Wait, bad news. Enemy backup's headed your way. You need to book it right now.
Please go. I'm going to make it harder for them to track
I like
you down.
how
You still have
nobody's
something you need to do as a
questioning
Phantom Thief, right?
that Kasumi has a black mask, and they're
Then I
still
can
after
stop
the
you.
true
Since
culprit
I'm
who
not a
has the
member of
black
Phantom
mask.
Thieves, I'm in no position to interfere. However, please don't forget the promise we made, okay?
Can't see
Joker,
it.
you
Oh,
need to
yeah, I
get out of
guess.
there. Go, go, go!
Yeah, I guess they don't really have access to that
All right,
information.
let's do it.
Cookie, hello. How you doing?
He's not alone. Find them and kill them all.
Something wrong? The exit should be up ahead.
You're there.
That's just how it is. After that commotion, the bottom floor's completely closed off. Hey, can you make it?
Over there. There's nowhere to run.
See ya.
What a show off. You're so reckless, you know that? Enemies here?
What's wrong?
It was an ambush.
Can't be.
What happened?
An ambush? Joker, can you
Oh, an
handle it?
ambush.
Joker!
Oh no!
Capture him. Let's go. Go, go, go. Get over there.
Today's been quite a stressful week, but simultaneously it's been a good week. Oh yeah.
Didn't expect to find some kid. You have your teammate to thank for this. You were sold out.
What's been going on?
Cuff it.
What was stressful? What was good? I feel like the anime does this scene better. Oh yeah. Well, the anime probably had more budget for animated scenes, so...
Guess the drug was too strong. Wake him up.
Where did this guy just get a bucket of water from? Would have made more sense for it to just be a bottle.
You still don't get it, do you? Give it up.
I also like how Joker, with his handcuffs, was moving around as if he was tied to the chair. Which he definitely wasn't.
What about the camera? Are you thinking it can be used as video evidence?
I'm gonna say nothing.
Hear my question? Answer! Obstruction of justice, blackmail, defamation, possession of weapons.
Blackmail?
Manslaughter too, yeah? Talk about the works.
Possession of weapons?
Thing that all
I had a
those
model
crimes
gun.
led by a punk like this. And you seem to be enjoying every second of it. Huh?
I could understand the obstruction of justice. In fact, of these, I would say obstruction of justice is the only thing they could charge me with. Because they don't actually have proof of anything else. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Work seemed to be just extra stressful. You managed to catch up with a friend that you haven't had a chance to talk to in a while. A couple of times this week. Ah, okay.
I see. I need your hand to sign this, but I don't care if you end up losing a leg.
Well, that's good. Yeah, the silent responses are the way to go.
Don't expect to walk out of here in one piece. We are going to make you understand. One must take full responsibility for their actions.
He just drew 2 lines on the page and went, "Yep, that's my signature." I just put an X on the page. Wait, what? Connecting to the network.
Excuse me, but this area's off.
I'm Nijima from the Public Prosecutor's Office.
The prosecutor's office? What business do you have here?
Just let me through. It's urgent. There's something I need to confirm with the suspect.
Nijima-san, I believe this case is no longer in your jurisdiction. Besides...
You prosecutor sign Nijima? There's a call from your director. Hurry and get it over with. To be frank, you're being an inconvenience.
I like this line of "hurry and get it over with."
I thought I ordered you to stand by.
And then
I'm responsible for
she
this
spends
case, yet I'm not even being allowed
100 hours talking to him.
I'm calling because I knew you'd bring it up.
I will not be convinced unless I confirm it for myself. This is my case.
Good luck to you then. I won't be expecting much though.
Prosecutor, I forgot to mention something important. Your time will be cut short. We can't permit you to talk with him for long.
Yeah, not for long. 100 hours later. We spend like 6 days.
After all, we don't even know if it's safe to simply meet and speak with him.
I understand.
Hey, Barnsey, how's it going? Another streamer I had the displeasure of watching was screaming ACAB this whole time.
Well done on making it this far, inmate.
Of course.
Now that you have traversed your long, perilous recollection, you truly have entered the present.
Hooray!
The effects of
We
that trauma
finally
are gonna
caught
wear
up.
off soon. This is your golden opportunity. You must grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin.
Yeah, not only did I hook up with your sister, I also hooked up with 7 other
You
people.
want to win this
I'm
unreasonable game.
sorry to tell you that.
If you wish to take back your stolen future, recall the bonds you formed with your allies and grasp the truth that will save you from the brink of ruin.
I see. So that's what led to your ending up here. What a disappointing end to the hero of justice. I still can't believe it. But I now have a general idea of the methods you used for your crimes. There's much more I'd like to ask, but my allotted time is nearly up. I do have a suggestion, though. Care to strike a deal? If you cooperate with me, I'll consider lightening your sentence.
Good deal, eh?
I have a responsibility to solve this case. I will win, even if it means brokering a deal with you. Your operation was leaked and you failed to change my heart. There's no point in being obstinate now. You've corrupted the order of this country and caused an uprising against its very existence. You'll most likely be given life
Well,
imprisonment or the
maybe
death penalty.
the country shouldn't have
Unless
been
you
so
accept my proposal. Going forward, I will read a list of people who are closest to you and this case. Tell me honestly whether or not the following are involved with the Phantom Thieves. First, the friend who you've been with since the day you transferred to Shujin, Ryuji Sakamoto. One of the victims of the Kamoshida case, An Takamaki. Ichiryusai Madarame's pupil, Yusuke Kitagawa. The daughter of Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba Sakura. The heiress to the Okumura Foods legacy and daughter of its CEO, Haru Okumura. And the frequently probing Student Council President of Shujin Academy, Makoto Nijima. Those are your accomplices in the Phantom Thieves case, are they not?
Never heard of them.
So you won't sell out your friends. Then let me change the question. I find it hard to believe that high schoolers could have pulled off these crimes by themselves. Were there not others outside of your direct group who encouraged your crimes or lent their aid? Not to repeat myself, but remember that your life will be forfeit if your sentence is not lightened. You had the cooperation of people outside your group, did you not? Can you tell me about them?
There were no such people.
I see.
Adam.
So you won't speak a word
You can
about
make the
either
best
your
male armor
teammates
after
or
this?
your collaborators.
Ah,
Do you even understand the position that you're in?
forgot to mention
Let's
managing to
discuss one
catch your
other person.
streams at the end of the
Goro
day
Akechi.
was another positive
There are
highlight.
reports that he was acting
Oh.
alongside the Phantom Thieves as well. Might he be a part of your team too?
You can't say stuff to me like say stuff like that to me, Cookie. It's gonna inflate my ego. My head can barely fit through my door anyway. Anyway, what was the question? Let's go about Goro Akechi. There are reports that he was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves. May he be a part of the team? Nope.
So Goro Akechi wasn't one of you. Very well. So be it. You clearly have no intention of bargaining with me.
I don't know a thing.
Even now, you're still acting as though you're a hero of justice. Your teammates
Hey, it was the
have
police that
sacrificed
drugged
you
me
in order
up.
to escape.
My
You
memory's a
wish to
little
defend
hazy.
their honor? Why won't you talk about them?
It goes against justice.
Don't be ridiculous. You're not the one to decide such things.
Call this justice?
Justice? Then tell me, what is this justice you speak of?
Sticking to the right path, I guess.
Sticking to the right path?
Yeah.
That's no different from us. You continue to stand firm. Are you implying that we have
Yeah, I
no
want to
hopes
speak to
on-
Zenkichi.
You're right.
That's
We
right.
have nothing. And it doesn't help that your story sounds like a fairy tale. But many people have fallen victim to this. We need to learn the truth. The truth, huh? I don't even know what's right anymore. And it's all due to your strange story.
You still doubt me?
After all this, you're still...
The drug is starting to wear off.
Are you listening? The side effects of the truth serum should be wearing off. I won't be deceived by such a poor act.
I won't be deceived. I feel like I'm forgetting something important.
You realized it too then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right?
Here we go.
There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
Hey. Can you hear me? It seems your mind is clearing up. But unfortunately, my time has run out. Although I find your story to be quite interesting, I won't be able to speak with you any longer.
Same. You're giving up?
Huh? What are you getting at? That's right. No matter the results of this case, I won't be receiving credit. I even had to call in a large favor just to conduct this interrogation.
Interrogation room. That's right, if I remember.
So, how did that thing we asked you to look into go? Nijima mentioned a special interrogation room, didn't she? Good. It looks like we can make this work if we lure them there.
Hey. Hey, are you listening? Our time's up. We're done talking here. Goodbye.
Do you know this place?
Do you mean this interrogation room? Why wouldn't I know about it? What an odd thing to ask. Anyhow, there's one last thing I want to ask you. There's something that's been bothering me for some time now. Recently, I was removed from my post as head of this investigation and was told to remain on standby. A short while later, I received word you were caught in the act, within some bizarre phenomenon. But that was all I was told. You were told someone sold you out, correct? If that's true,
Correct.
who could it have been? Don't you have any idea?
I've known since the very beginning. Right, there's something I need to do.
My suspicions were true in the end. Still, to think his true intention was to sell us out. All that's left is to figure out a way to hand it over. It's all up to you, leader.
Alright.
Okay then. Giving him the phone without arousing suspicion will be easier said than done.
Now, I returned all my
We'll be
DVDs.
counting on you to pull this one off.
And all my library books as
What's
well.
wrong? Might you have an idea as to who sold you out?
Starting to remember.
What do you recall? If you know something, you must tell me. I won't allow things to end like this.
That right there.
Do you mean this phone? It's yours, isn't it? I've been told the lock on it is quite complicated, but it's only a matter of time until it's cracked.
The lock
What's
is
so important about
complicated?
this smartphone? Are you going to unlock it and show me the data?
Let's let her sleep. She hasn't slept for days while she's been getting that app ready. Now we gotta figure out a way to show him the phone.
Show it.
That's right. I'm sure Makoto and the others told you about it. We need to show it to
He
the
is
true
using a
culprit.
book as a pillow, yeah.
You know, the
Pretty
traitor.
thick book as well.
Hey! What are you trying to get at here? And what about this smartphone?
Show it to the true culprit.
The true culprit?
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple. And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life.
Please. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to?
I already told you.
What do you... My god.
My
You're
God.
referring to him, aren't you?
You need to trust me.
What are you plotting? I can't even begin to fathom it. But it appears my time is up. This is as far as our conversation can go. This will be my last involvement with this case. Very well. I've listened to your whole story, so I may as well play along to the end. And that honest look in your eyes. I used to view the world the same way too once. I'll place my bet on you. I just need to show him the phone, right?
Right. Feel as if I finally understands me.
I am thou. Thou art I.
Blood oath.
Thou hast turned.
Wasn't she only at like
into a blood oath.
rank 5 or 6
Bond
or
shall
something?
become the wings of rebellion and break
And now it
the
just goes
yoke of thy
straight up to 10.
Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of judgment, granting thee infinite power.
Cooperate as comrades who fight for justice and seek the truth. What does that even mean?
All right. All right.
We can now fuse Satan.
I'll be going now.
Yeah.
What good will this
Thanks for
do, though?
justice, Satan. Now look who it is.
Akechi-kun? Why are you here?
Why do you seem so surprised?
I needed my director to step in to get access, and I was directly responsible for this case. How did you get approval?
For the same reason you did. I am heading up the investigation team after all. It's only natural I'd have the right to interrogate our culprit as well, don't you think?
They assigned you command?
A kid?
That was a joke, of course. I'm merely here to assist with the public security interrogation. I am surprised it's this far underground, though. There aren't any others incarcerated here, yes? Nobody would ever know if things got a little violent.
If I remember correctly, didn't you say there was another culprit besides the Phantom Thieves?
That was but a lie I spread to set them up. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I had deceived you too, Sai-san. After all, if you wish to trick your enemies, you must first trick your allies.
So it was you. You're the one who sold out the Phantom Thieves. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to? My God. You're referring to him, aren't you?
Is there a problem?
Akechi-kun, does this phone look familiar to you?
Hmm? Excuse me? What is this phone?
It belonged to the leader of the Phantom Thieves. I believe you'll need it for your investigation.
Not personally. I was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves myself, remember?
True. This is undoubtedly a great accomplishment. Good luck in there.
Foolish woman.
Wow. I forgot about that. Luckily, they put a flashback in. Yeah, they put a flashback into something that happened like
May I ask that
5
you
minutes
accompany
ago.
me? Going in unarmed to interrogate a murderer makes me uncomfortable.
Huh? What are you?
Pew pew.
I owe you for all of this. Thanks. That's right. You and your little friends were vital to our plan, and now it will be completed. Your popularity truly was quite stunning. That
It's
just
like
made
3%
using you
now.
all the more worthwhile. Have you finally pieced it all together?
Akechi, don't do this. We still got to play our last game of billiards.
This is how your justice ends.
There it is. What a weird thing to just stick in the middle there. They could have at least animated it. Then at least it would have made sense, you know? But no, they went for like some in-game thing. Why would you not just animate that?
Shido-san, my job is complete.
I've told you not to call me by name. Regardless, all that's left is to deal with the remnants.
The continued deaths of these teenagers would be a bit much, don't you think? I considered making it appear they had a falling out, but that would only amplify public frenzy. It would be best to have each of them meet with an unfortunate accident once the storm blows over.
Wait, is that the cover for the other?
Possibility they'll want to avenge their leader?
Wait, that's the cover for part 1 of the. Why would they do that?
Nothing but cattle anyway. They have no backbone without his guidance. I will keep my eye on them just in case.
Why would they make that the cover? And for part 1 as well.
They will live their lives cowering in fear of death. An apt punishment for obstructing our work.
Make sure to kill that strange cat once you find it as well.
Understood. Though I doubt there's anything to worry about.
Yeah, if part 1 is only up until Futaba's Palace, it seems really weird that they would put that in. Like,
they should be dealing
even
with suicide right about now.
Even if
Things
it was
will become
like
quite busy
the
once
cover
word
for the
gets out.
entire thing, it doesn't make
I'll need
any
to prepare
sense.
my comments on the matter.
Like, do they just make the assumption that everybody who's gonna watch the anime has played the game?
What of the director of the Special Investigations Unit?
Perhaps he'll be struck by a mysterious illness sometime soon.
Sometime soon, like right now.
Can't be. Even me. God damn it. Shit.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was all that about, showing him this phone? The Phantom Thief Alibaba? Who is this?
I am Alibaba, a member of the Phantom Thieves. I inquire as to your justice, Sai Nijima.
How do they know I have this?
Goro Akechi is.
We know
He
everything.
didn't come to interrogate the captured Phantom Thief. He came to kill him.
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that? Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
Except they didn't eliminate him afterwards. They eliminated him before.
Don't trust the guard either. He's an accomplice as well. Now then, I'll tell you detailed steps to take. You must save him.
You want me to save him? What is it?
Nothing. Anyway, what brings you here? I thought you were done with your business.
Did anyone else stop by? Nobody?
There'd be no reason for anyone else to come down here.
Yes, the guard will be one of ours. We'll have to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
Tofu, hello. The guy at work grows Reaper peppers. He gave you 12 for $10.
Of course it's true.
Hey, nice.
Is something the matter?
Congrats.
It's Akechi-kun. He had to take a sudden call, so he won't be able to make it down today.
Huh?
I've been asked to handle things instead.
You? But...
You know, if you stay here, they'll likely get rid of you to eliminate any evidence. I suggest you go into hiding at once if you value your life.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't say a word of what transpired here. Trust nobody. Forget this ever happened.
Could you at least unlock the door first?
And now we return to our continued report. This morning, the police have announced that they've detained a suspect who may in fact be the leader of the Phantom Thieves group. The suspect is reported to be a young
Anchon,
man who is...
can I get you to look over here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So he got caught. That group sure was something.
Yeah.
So the next shoot got me thinking. How about we have you do an idle thing, you know? That cool?
What a surprise to think that the one behind all this is just a minor. But considering how quickly they announced his arrest, the police must surely be confident in the outcome of this case.
Well, I'll be. Goodness, look at while, Ryuji.
Huh?
You
Yeah.
stopped visiting so abruptly, everyone was worried about you. It's your second year, right? Are you still doing track and field? I'd love to see you run again.
Also, the young man continues to remain silent, refusing to implicate any potential accomplices. However, considering the number of charges brought against him,
I wonder if something happened.
Yeah.
You seemed stumped for once. Not feeling it today?
Yes. All he drew was a
Well, I'm
bird.
not chiding you. Just do as normal at your own pace. With your skills, there's no need to worry.
At work, they might shut down our line. You'll probably have to go to shipping, so driving forklifts and shit. Oh, that's not too bad. Surely, like, driving forklifts sounds fun. At least you get to sit down, like, the whole day.
His accomplices may slip up eventually.
Still, it seems the Phantom Thieves' most recent targets have gone comatose. Actual harm has been done here.
Given the lack of physical violence, their method is still a mystery. Regardless, the police are looking into attempted murder charges.
You never turned it in? That's quite the surprise. I thought I lost it this whole time.
I'm sorry.
Well, your grades are excellent. And you're student council president. I'm sure you'll be admitted anywhere you apply. That one Phantom Thief should have followed your example. You hear? It seems he was caught. Some high school.
What a weird transition to make to talking about the Phantom Thieves to Makoto there.
We also received information that the young man was placed on probation for assault.
Because of his previous record, he had to leave his hometown. Perhaps his motive lies there.
I believe your father can rest in peace now. That Phantom Thief could never have changed anything. Only a handful of
Why is
people
he
are
still
qualified
around?
to alter the world. So you've been coming home late. That's what I've heard. I make a good playmate, you know.
We have breaking news. The young man being held in custody has committed suicide. The police have confirmed his death, although details have not been released. To repeat, the suspect has committed suicide while in
Custody. This station will continue to report any further updates as they arrive.
It may be difficult to uncover his methods now. Perhaps that's why he decided to take this course of action.
It can't be.
You're shitting me. We got him.
Got him. Alright, Eagle, what you got for me?
It would seem as though you have been killed. But why were you killed? Why
What a
did you
line.
have to die?
It seems you've been killed.
Do you remember? It seems you forgot an important fact while your consciousness was hazy. Indeed, your death was a necessity for your escape from certain doom. What a tremendous plan. How might you be capable of executing such a feat? Well then, let us rouse the memories which are missing.
That's how I sensed something was off. That's right, it was during the school festival. And now we go back through it all. Despite the fact that we just went through this during the
They're
interrogation.
going. You realized it too then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
Can't trust him.
My thoughts exactly. It was your social studies trip. We met him in the hallway of that TV station. There's no way that this is the first time he's heard my voice. This whole deal feels sketchy. Yeah. It's impossible not to think that of him. Okay. Let's get everyone on the same page right away.
Right.
There's something else we want you to look into. One more person has been on our mind. If it's possible, I want to eavesdrop on their phone conversation. That'll be tough.
You can do it, Futaba.
I agree.
I'd have to plant a bug directly on the phone.
So it's impossible even for you. I didn't say it was impossible. Okay, I've got a plan. That's perfect.
Why is she being so sneaky about it?
Don't worry, I'll tell you the details later.
I mean, I could just have overheard it and then... I was gonna do something. I wonder if it'll be okay.
This is gonna be fun.
I
can't wait.
why did she have to whisper it to Morgana?
I see. So we're going to use this place.
It'll be a gamble. I think it's gonna work. You can't tell a thing.
Ryuji wasn't even there.
It seems you finally remember. This game is not over yet. There are still things that must be done.
The memories are starting to become clearer. That's right. This is what really happened to me at that moment. Ah, got him. What a weird, weird cutscene. He's a murderer. He deserved to die. What a response that is. It's like my consciousness is about to fade away.
Hey, are you alright? Don't fall asleep until we reach our destination.
You're a part of this now, Sai. Could this be an effect of the drug wearing off? The memories I thought were gone are starting to come back.
Are you listening?
I am.
Anyway, we need to talk about how to get out of this situation. Futaba's monitoring of Akechi's phone has confirmed it. He did indeed have an ulterior motive.
It's on a completely different level than just that.
Not only was he trying to frame us, but he was the true culprit behind the mental shutdowns. His offer to assist us was simply a ploy to frame the Phantom Thieves and kill him. If we go into Sis's palace as he suggests, we'll likely be met by a large ambush of police forces.
To think he would be this far gone. I know now what it means to feel a chill down my spine. Furthermore, he wishes to bring a police squad from reality into the palace.
If the 8 of us can enter at once, it's not inconceivable to think a larger group is possible. He may even be able to bring in vehicles or other special pieces of equipment.
So, this really was just a setup to shift the blame onto us.
He made us go after Okumura, then once we triggered the change of heart, he killed him. And he told us he had seen the true culprit, but it was him the entire time!
The whole time he was working with Makoto's sister, he was really just some homicidal maniac. Come on, we gotta take that bastard Akechi down. Isn't that recording we got enough proof to do it?
No. Akechi is merely a tool. His orders come from elsewhere. The grand mastermind behind this all. An unimaginable fiend capable of arranging the murder of a suspect inside of a police station.
Unless we find out who that is, we will continue being targeted even if we defeat Akechi.
But what means do we have of learning his identity?
We'll have to make Akechi say it. Though once we do, that mastermind will likely eliminate us.
I think that will be the case eventually, regardless of whether or not we learn his identity. The only reason it hasn't happened yet is because we're an easy target to blame for his crimes. If he realizes that's no longer possible and abandons that plan, he may opt to kill us immediately.
Damn it! So we don't got a choice but to go with that bastard's suggestion.
But if we go into the palace like we're told, he'll get arrested and then Akechi will kill him.
Palace. The palace. Actually, there's something I'd like to say regarding... Aha! We can use the palace to our advantage!
What's this all of a sudden?
What?
There's a way. A way to get past Akechi and get the mastermind to lay off of us, all while learning his identity. Really?
You gotta be kidding me!
If he wants to kill the guy, why not let him? That is, inside of a palace. Yes.
That's a great idea.
Cognitive version, all the while believing he killed the real one. Yeah, that's it. It seems that's our only option. Listen close, everyone. I have a plan for how we can carry this operation out.
Ever since the death of their teenage leader, the Phantom Thieves have fallen silent. However, the police intend on continuing this investigation until the case is fully solved.
I'm sorry I'm late. I had to finish a few things at work. Where are they?
Waiting upstairs. Go tell them to come on down. I'm gonna fetch him.
You're her sister, correct?
Makoto told me everything. Futaba-chan, I'm sorry that I caused you so much trouble this past summer.
It's ancient history.
Don't worry about it.
Man, that goddamn detective.
Look who's here.
Hooray! I'm alive.
Hey, you big bastard.
How have you been?
What a greeting. You big bastard. I died.
You must be fine if you're joking around like that.
It truly is a relief to see your face.
I bet that moron Akechi don't even know we tricked him yet.
Still, how'd you pull this off? Isn't this guy considered dead?
You weren't told anything? I heard my sister brought him here, though.
Yeah, she came over in a taxi, dumped him off, and told me to keep him safe. It was right after they announced he had died, too. Almost gave me a heart attack.
I didn't have time to explain.
Hey, shouldn't we tell Boss what really happened?
We wanted to make our enemy believe the leader of the Phantom Thieves
boss,
was
and
dead.
everyone else.
What?
What we did was make that enemy kill his fake in the metaverse.
Hold on a sec. Enemy? Fake? What are you talking about?
The true culprit behind all these incidents set us up. Our goal here was to determine their identity.
True culprit? I see. So you guys were going up against someone else?
It was Goro Akechi. You knew beforehand that he was the traitor, didn't you?
Yep.
Akechi himself gave us the chance to strike back. He made one fatal mistake.
Couldn't you have just said from the beginning that Akechi was the real culprit?
That wasn't something we could simply bring up. We couldn't have you suspect Akechi. Besides, neither you nor the other investigators would have believed something like that, would you?
True. Akechi was credited with the arrest of the Phantom Thieves. Not even I would think he was the culprit. In other words, you left him alone on purpose. That was a bold move.
God, I can't keep up with any of this stuff. So what was this mistake Akechi made? What did he do?
He really likes
Slipped up in
pancakes.
regards to Morgana's voice.
You mean a cat?
Yes, Morgana can talk.
Sorry. Was that supposed to be a
Sojiro's
joke?
so lost.
Oh, our apologies. That's completely true. You surprised?
Does that mean he said something just now as well?
But you don't understand him, do you? That's how it was for all of us at first, too.
When you're in the metaverse, Mona talks like a normal person. Once you hear that and your brain realizes he can actually talk, you start to understand him in reality. It's a change in cognition, most likely.
Thanks to Akechi's lame acting, we figured out something was up.
See, at this point, I would probably just take Sojiro and Sai into the metaverse so that they can hear Morgana too.
But we already saw him drop a mega hint about it way earlier.
Oh, I know a place! I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here!
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Mona was the only one who was talking about a pancake. That meant Akechi'd already been in the metaverse by then.
And since he was lying to us about that, we assumed he had a hidden motive behind contacting us.
Funny thing is, the first time I played this game, I picked up on that immediately and knew there was something dodgy about Akechi from like the very beginning.
He did approach us when we found ourselves in the worst trouble yet. That's why we asked Futaba-chan to wiretap his phone.
I pretended to be interested in checking the phone out, but I was actually planting my app. My heart was pounding while I was doing it, though.
Even that ace detective could never have imagined a program being installed so quickly. Futaba's quirky nature proved to be a great help.
That was just an act!
Yep.
After a few
an
days
act.
of listening, this confirmed his betrayal.
You were playing at 4 AM, so you didn't pay
Guide the
attention.
police into her
Yeah.
palace and have them catch the Phantom Thieves in the act. That would be the only way to arrest them, given their methods. I'll deal with them after that. Let me see. We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that?
You thought it was
Public
Haru?
security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple.
I thought it was Ryuji.
Is this for real?
Yes, the guard will be
Ryuji
one of
seems like
ours.
the kind of person who would
We'll
do
have
that.
to eliminate him after to destroy the evidence, though.
So they planned to get rid of that guard from the beginning.
Well then, I will make the arrangements the day after the arrest.
She didn't have enough character development.
Criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end
Yeah.
his own life. When he does, you will become a great hero who saved Japan from evil. As will I, of course.
I knew he was acting strangely, but to think he was this far gone.
He's no ace detective. Akechi is the perpetrator behind the mental shutdown crimes. On top of that, there's someone else commanding Akechi. Someone with great authority. So great that they can order an assassination in a police station. That's why we had to make a move before they did.
I see.
I see.
We baited Akechi into Sis's palace, making him dispose of our leader's fake, but think he killed him.
Can you elaborate on that in more detail? What exactly happened in my cognitive world?
We're sorry for using you without your permission. Your palace had all the conditions we needed.
What conditions?
First, we required a place inside the cognitive world that was the same as in reality.
That place is based on the real world after all. Anywhere that's not warped looks just like normal.
That's why nobody but the person who uses the nav even realizes they're in the metaverse.
Back with Kamoshida, we came in from the station without even noticing.
Not till we got to the school.
You totally can't tell the difference if there ain't any distortions around.
We had already investigated Nijima-san's palace when Makoto brought the suggestion to us.
I was seriously impressed by that suggestion. To be honest, I didn't quite understand it, but I
Oh, that's right, because it was only the courthouse that was changed, right?
Yeah. It's good we have her heading up our operations.
Makoto is normally so calm as well, but once her mind is set, she gets oddly impulsive.
I did have a bit of a rivalry forming with Akechi, but I just couldn't contain myself anymore once you became a target, sis. The reason I
White
joined
dots?
the Phantom Thieves was to heal your heart.
Wait, which
after
white
all.
dots?
My own achievements were all that mattered to me. I was desperate. I wasn't myself at all. I'm sorry I couldn't see that.
That goes for the both of us. We heard from Mako-chan that you were going to do the interrogation, Nijima-san.
And regarding its location, I take it you used the data from my laptop?
I'm sorry.
Go on.
There were two things we were able to confirm while we were checking the metaverse. First, our clothes didn't change when we were down in the interrogation room. Second, the scenery and details outside of the palace proper were the same as in the real world.
Once we heard that from Makoto, we secretly went to check it out without Akechi knowing.
There was also one more thing we absolutely needed to make this work. A perfect cognitive replica of him in the metaverse's interrogation room.
Since he had yet to be caught, though, there obviously wouldn't be anyone in that room.
Once we saw the casino guests and police officers, we were convinced this would work. They looked no different from actual living people.
After that, we just had to work our way into the palace like usual, while keeping Akechi in the dark.
Everything went as planned.
So they basically had to make
Sis's
everybody
trial.
think that he had been caught, so they would
It was
expect
then
them
that
to
we
be
were
there.
met with a terrifying, unexpected police ambush. As a result, even though we managed to grab the treasure, we couldn't get it out of the metaverse. Except that was all an act. We had prepared an empty briefcase beforehand and merely acted like we were taking the treasure. This was because we knew the police would
So they
come.
didn't actually shut down the palace
We made sure
at
before
all.
the operation that the police would be waiting to ambush us. And just as expected, he totally took the bait.
Him getting captured by the police went exactly how
'Cause they
we
needed the
planned.
palace to still be up
And
so
I
that
had been
they could
interrogating him with no knowledge of this.
make
But
the
how
fake
did you lure Akechi into this
in the interrogation
cognitive
room.
world's interrogation room?
All I needed were the coordinates.
Seems like she used this laptop to remotely access the metaverse. Asking her about it now would drag this conversation on too long. I should talk to her later.
Akechi disposed
Okay.
of the fake in the palace and left thinking he had been victorious. It must have been truly hilarious for our leader who sat idly in the real world's interrogation room. Surely he was acting quite cocky by himself in the quiet chamber.
That
So
picture.
that's why you gave me your phone. I only took it because of what you told me.
It's a shame I didn't have the opportunity to see that for myself.
I couldn't see it either.
All I could do was try to handle all the messages that started coming to me on his phone. Huh. So in other words, I've been to the metaverse, albeit for a brief moment.
In our experience, there is little danger when someone enters their own palace for so short a time.
That's the other reason we had him give it to you. We needed you to listen to Alibaba, deceive the guard, and ultimately aid in his escape. By having you head back to the interrogation room, we could return you to the real world as well.
I mean, I had to think of some way to keep you from running into Akechi mid-assassination.
Huh. Astounding. I hadn't the slightest idea that such a grand operation was taking place within me.
I'm so glad he was able to persuade you during the interrogation. Even though we knew Akechi's plan, we were pretty worried about that part.
True.
Why is that?
Without Sis on our side, Futaba's plan and subsequent breakout would have never been possible. That persuasion was easily our greatest gamble. We couldn't consult Sis beforehand. It was absolutely the make or break moment of the entire plan.
So we basically had to rely
Still, I'm
on my
surprised you could convince me in
natural
such a short time.
charisma.
Were you confident you could do it?
I was.
I see. Either way, I can't believe you went for such a risky idea.
If we could just tell you the true culprit's plan, I knew you'd realize the bigger picture. Realize that our leader was telling the truth, and that there was a greater evil to pursue.
What's the difference between chips and crisps?
Then the reason you kept this a secret from me was so you could catch the true culprit, correct?
Yes.
Well,
You had lost control of yourself at the time.
This is stunning.
in the UK,
All I can really do is laugh.
chips.
I've kind of figured out that you
Uh,
guys made a catchy kill a fake.
Alright, hang on, let me just pause this a sec. So in the UK, chips are basically anything that is like fries. Right? So whether they are the thin fries or the big chunky chips, that's what chips are in the UK. And crisps are what Americans call chips. So, you know, like Doritos and Lay's and shit like that. Just all of that stuff. That's what crisps are. Yeah, chips is basically just it's like a catch-all word used to describe different variations of size and shape of fries, basically. And then crisps are just bags of crisps. And that's it.
What did you do about that
That's the
body?
difference.
The police never even checked it.
Huh?
They had a coroner working to ensure his death was reported as a suicide. That coroner didn't take one look at the scene and just passed along a falsified death certificate.
The bad guys have that much influence?
Murder in a police station would be reckless otherwise. We also knew of a possible conspirator.
Thanks to Futaba-chan's messages and the guard's demeanor, I eventually came to understand. And since the higher-ups at the police knew nothing of this, they were thrown into disarray. As a result, his suicide during imprisonment was reported on the news, just as Akechi planned.
And with that confusion, he was able to escape with Mijima-san's help.
I made sure nobody would check the morgue for his body, and thanks to that, nobody knows he survived.
Thinking back to the interrogation, though, I can't believe what they did to him. The callous use of violence and even drugs is utterly abnormal. If he had lost consciousness and hadn't been able to tell Sis about the phone, he would have died. I'm truly glad you made it back safe.
It was close.
I almost became one of your assailants as well.
It still freaked me out when I saw the suicide on the news, though.
We made sure to live normal lives while he was being interrogated to avoid drawing any suspicion. Even with that, I couldn't help but worry for him in my heart.
Well, I knew right away that her plan worked out.
I wanted to believe, but considering what we were up against.
Ryuji's a bit on the dense and carefree side.
Can it, cat?
Nice.
I had to be patient and avoid this place until things settled down. I finally feel relieved.
We knew he was alive, but it was difficult to not worry until we could confirm it in person.
Now that I think about it, my interrogation was just a formality for the head commander. What a joke, letting me interrogate someone who was meant to die. They just wanted to avoid backlash. Very well. From here forward, I will do my utmost to assist you. You saved me, after all.
That's reassuring to hear.
I'll do whatever I can to help too. Just let me know. Let's take a break for now, though. This old brain is pooped. Oh, and feel free to use the first floor when you guys want to get together to talk. You'll need a hideout where you can be safe. Just say the word, and I'll close shop early.
Hey, what a guy.
This guy can't leave. Plus, you won't make much progress if people can hear you from downstairs. It's not like this place is the liveliest joint in town. It won't be a huge loss for me.
Let us accept his offer. What a great man.
I should talk to Futaba. Alright.
It's me, Akachi.
Enter.
That's the death certificate of the principal offender, correct? Is there a problem with it?
No, nothing in particular. More importantly, you've done well with regard to the prosecutors.
The cause of death for the SIU director has been settled as a stroke.
I had him work quite substantially on forging evidence. His loss should be mourned.
It was thanks to his efforts that I could enter the Phantom Thieves' interrogation room, too.
The SIU is in disarray with his death. I'll take my time choosing a successor after the elections.
At any rate, I'm now praised as a hero, and I owe it all to the Phantom Thieves.
All possible hindrances are now gone. There's no doubt that this election is mine.
And on to our next story, the snap election for the House of Representatives. Discussion is swirling around potential nominees as the deadline for candidacy announcement nears. Candidates will announce on the 23rd of this month, while voting will be held on the 18th of next.
Elections, huh? Don't matter to us. It's not like we can vote in them yet anyways.
Why don't we resume our conversation?
Hi, hello. How are you doing?
The Phantom Thieves are back together. We can finally take it to Akechi and the bastard backing him.
Have you figured out who's behind all this?
Akechi accidentally let that slip after the murder. He said, Shido-san.
Shido? Feels like I've heard that somewhere.
He is unmistakably a man of power if he has such strong connections to the police.
Shido? Could it be Masayoshi Shido?
Who?
I believe he's a politician. Remember
Lost Ark has Founders Pack's 3-day head start. Yeah, I was looking at some Lost Ark stuff yesterday. I signed up to the like
have some kind of evidence?
beta test
Nothing
thing.
material. However, there are various conditions.
We'll see
which
if
align with
anything
that
comes of that.
possibility. First, he would profit from damage done to the current administration by the psychotic breakdowns. He's
I also
maintained a
signed up for the
negative
closed
stance toward the
network
Phantom
test
Thieves and has
of
gained tremendous popularity. On top of
Elden
that,
Ring
he'll
as
most likely
well,
become
but
the next
I
Prime
don't know if
Minister
that's
if
going to
he
be happening.
wins
Oh,
this
actually, that reminds me. There's an Elden Ring thing at 2 o'clock
Up with that election in
in a
mind.
couple of hours.
If
There's
he
like a
is behind all
15-minute
this, that would be
gameplay
in stark opposition to his honest public
demonstration happening.
So his current position and popularity is just him
Would I play with
benefiting
you?
from the
Of
mental
course.
collapses. We'll make him have a change of heart, no matter what it takes. Mom.
Shido, huh?
What is the matter?
I had a feeling he was wrapped up in all this, just based on the connections I had from my previous job. I think the one who crushed Wakaba's research and confiscated her materials was probably Shido. From the moment Wakaba died, I had a hunch he was involved. But there wasn't anything I could do, so I chose to protect Futaba and went into hiding.
Why didn't you say that sooner?
I don't know how the game works.
Definitely gone after him if I had.
I assume that with Lost Ark, it's going to work like any other MMO, where you pick a region and then you pick a server kind of thing.
Into the mental shutdown cases.
I guess I'd have to make a
accidentally stumbled upon government
make a character where you're at.
Breakdowns. So I tracked down the whereabouts of that research data and met with the
I'll do it like
like
I did with Final Fantasy 14, because I have an NA character in 14. I don't actually have any other characters. I just have the one character, which is an NA character.
Way back when, Shido kept saying he was going to be Prime Minister one day. Nobody believed him, though.
What's going to happen to this country if Shido becomes Prime Minister? What about the world?
The thing is, the only reason I go NA for stuff like that is because I don't really have that many viewers in the EU.
Yeah, we'll do it like
So if I
always.
want to play with people,
Then let's check the nav.
Masayoshi Shido,
Then,
the guy running for Prime Minister. Got a hit! Well,
then yeah,
duh.
I typically have to play NA.
Has one.
Where would the location be?
What kind of things go through a politician's head?
I always think of dirty money and shady actions.
What does he do? And where? We don't got a clue about this guy's life.
His palace must be somewhere that politicians frequent. Any ideas?
The Diet Building.
We got a hit!
How arrogant must he be to see himself as the ruler of the Diet Building?
Our next target's the big shot politician Masayoshi Shido. We're gonna do this, right?
We have to.
Hell yeah! Nobody against it?
Of course!
He will be a worthy opponent.
Let's win this together.
Time for revenge!
Then it's unanimous.
All we gotta do now is figure out what he thinks that diet building place is.
So that's the app that allowed me to enter the metaverse.
An old fart like me can't wrap his head around all this stuff.
We'll have to deal with this before Election Day, December 18th. That means we need it done by the 17th.
It's best we hurry before they discover there's no body in the morgue.
Should we start tomorrow then? We can meet at the diet building after school.
That reminds me, what are you gonna do about school? You can't show up if you're supposed to be dead.
Miss Kawakami said he went back home for family reasons.
That's what I told the school.
Don't let him find out you're alive then, alright? This whole thing would be for nothing.
Oh, that's right. I walk around with a hood on now, don't I?
Purpose, outside of escaping Akechi's
I
clutches.
remember that.
Shido tried to place all the blame on the Phantom Thieves and deceive the public at the same time. He has ruined countless lives. And
But yeah, I
even
still don't
Migoro
quite know
Akechi,
what I'm gonna
assists
play
him with assassinations.
in Lost
A
Ark.
mere change of heart
I
is
considered
too
looking
lenient
up
a
like
sentence for such an
class
abominable
description
criminal.
videos and stuff,
We'll
but
be making use of the police statement that the
I
leader
quite
of the
liked one
Phantom
of the
Thieves committed
martial arts
Our leader, who is presumed dead,
subclasses
hiding to deliver
or
a
advanced
grand
classes or
statement.
whatever is
He'll
like
say he has escaped prison, not committed suicide,
Spirit
and was
something.
in fact almost killed by a criminal.
Everyone's gonna flip.
You guys thought through all this stuff too?
We're intellectuals, you know.
That's why you needed such a daring trick as getting captured and appearing to be killed. What frightening teenagers.
But the true battle has only just begun. We won the first round,
Only
but we
just
must stay on our
begun.
toes.
Yeah, this ain't the
Soul
time to be
Fist,
celebrating.
that's what it is.
These people tried to trap and
Soul
kill
Fist
us.
seems cool.
There is
Just
no
martial
end to their
artist in
inhuman,
general seems
conniving
really
nature.
cool.
We will need to be prepared for whatever may come our way.
I can't see myself wanting to play any variation of
Finally made
Warrior.
it this far. It's already been 2.5 years since we met.
Back then, you earned the media's attention.
Dead
as a
Eye
young
and
politician
Gunslinger
who could
seems cool
rise
for
up
Gunner.
against bureaucracy. Because of that, those who wanted to preemptively deal with problems tried to tie you up.
And both of the assassin classes seem
I
cool.
think I would fall for the ruse schemed by those decrepit fools in
That's
power.
about it.
I recall that's when you came to me. You promoted yourself saying you had special powers. If it wasn't for the research on cognition that I dabbled in, I would have
You're
thought
too
you were
lazy to
insane.
DPS.
I made those troublesome opponents psychotic and erased any trace of that scandal.
Who'd think that
That seems like I don't know, I feel like DPS is the easiest class to play.
shut down? And when someone like that said he'd support me, I had suspected.
Like,
there'd be
surely
ulterior
being
motive.
like a healer
Because
or
I
a support
sympathized
class
with your aspiring ideology.
or a
I
tank
believe that your
is
ideals
way
need to
more
be
effort.
achieved for the sake of the country's future.
Well,
Way
my
more.
faith in you was precisely why I pulled the plug on that research. I only need you using that power. It'd be troublesome if someone else uncovered how it works.
Wakaba Ishiki, was it? That researcher. She wouldn't have had to die if she just complied.
Any suspicions should be snubbed out. Even the smallest doubt must be severed at the root. After all, we had an active public prosecutor's office director on our side until recently.
Astounding, isn't it? To think the director himself often forged evidence to secure his promotion. He was quite surprised when you confronted him about it. He didn't know who leaked that information. Well, I got that out of his shadow, so technically speaking, he did it himself.
This country's affairs have become stagnant. The political world is filled with old men who only act to preserve their own vested interests. The general public has forsaken such political affairs and don't even bother. Only ruin awaits us.
I must agree.
There's no need to be ruined along with such incompetent fools. I will lead this country to its revival. Those who get in the way must be eliminated at times. That's the correct way to use the metaverse.
Still, it would stand out if there were continuous deaths and scandals with your
Do.
political rivals, which is why I made them suspects. Prosecute the targets that I turned psychotic, and solve them as cases unrelated to you. And thus, the charismatic ace detective was born.
Thanks to your efforts, my clean image remains untarnished, and I've monopolized public opinion. Once I gained public sentiment, collaborators from all sectors began approaching me on their own. The police were no exception. With their management in my pocket, keeping them in check was easy.
When the Phantom Thieves emerged, I thought things might become somewhat troublesome.
And they were just brats once we looked into
For a
it.
game like Lost Ark, DPS probably is like rotating skills, timing, using skills to survive, movement thing. Healers just like stay back, use heal skills, hit stuff occasionally.
Popularity was a bit
That's
beyond my
true.
expectations, but flipping it made the negative press stronger. After that, all I had to do was openly berate them. I've been gaining more supporters since. The current administration is dead with ongoing scandals. Never mind the fact that they're my doing. Even the government parties have begun splitting up, and they're dissolving just as planned. The time has finally come. Just a little more, and I will take the seat of Prime Minister. However, inauguration isn't my goal. That's when everything truly begins. I'll make this country rich for the sake of its selfish and ignorant masses who can only rely on others.
In other words, you're creating a powerful country that can compete with the world.
The thing is, from what I've seen, it looks like movement is controlled with the mouse.
Sacrifices can't be avoided. That is my
For a game like that, I'm kind of hoping it has some form of controller support. I think that would be nice.
When I become Prime Minister,
I could see myself using a controller for a game like that.
With this most recent case, my name has become known across the country.
I'm an old man. I don't have the APM to
As a hero who won against
to play a game like that very well.
people's hearts. I believe I'll lay low and devote myself to my studies.
I suppose with your age, you wouldn't come up with debauched desires.
I am
Oh.
thinking about the future, though.
Well, how do I put this?
Man, that was a full-on, like... You were right, Frost. That's like an hour and a half of cutscenes. We're finally out of the cutscenes, I think. Maybe not even yet. Looks like things are finally settled down. Life's gonna get real busy for you starting tomorrow, right? Get some rest.
Well then.
Alright, let's chat to Futaba.
Remember how I hijacked your phone during the school trip? That kinda came in handy.
How so?
Well, remember how I put that wiretap app in Akechi's phone?
Yes.
Basically, that let me see GPS info for 2 phones, yours and his. I'd be able to tell the precise moment Sai Nijima, who had your phone, ran into Akechi. That's when I saw my chance, and beep, sent the signal to activate the Metaverse Navigator. But there was a chance they'd just pass each other without saying a single word. That's why we needed you to tell Sai Nijima to show the phone to Akechi.
This plan still surprises me.
So showing the phone to him wasn't actually important. It was just a way to get them to stop and talk to each other. Showing him the phone didn't actually matter. It was just a plot device to get them to talk.
Still, I couldn't just directly hack into the Metaverse Nav. It's a mysterious app after all. But you know how it has that bookmark function? All you have to do is push the button. Making the phone think he was pushing that button was totally doable. Pretty good, huh? It may not have looked like it, but everyone else was risking their lives too. Though there's no doubt you were the most at risk. I mean, you actually got arrested.
And
It
killed.
seems like all the drugs and stuff made you forget the details of the plan. Want me to explain how it all went down? It might take a bit.
Sure.
Well, since the rest of us didn't get captured, we had to act. We had to pretend we never wanted you to get arrested. Pretend the suicide news was a real shock. Basically, we had to act like we didn't know anything, 24/7. The enemy knows who we are, so we couldn't let our guard down even once while you were gone. If they had people watching us and realized what our plan was, they would have killed you immediately. Want to hear more?
Sure.
Another tough part was figuring out how to get Sai Nijima and Akechi back from the metaverse. In order to return to reality, you have to go back to the point where you came into the metaverse. So, Sai and Akechi had to go through where the nav was activated, as in, the hall where they met. Akechi would just come back the same way after the assassination. The real issue was Sai Nijima. We needed to stop her for a moment before she headed back toward the interrogation room. But nothing can be sent to a phone inside a palace. So, I had to program the messages in beforehand. In doing so, I made it seem like the messages were coming at that exact moment in time. That part was kinda last minute, so I had to pull an all-nighter trying to get it set up. I'm really on a roll here. Wanna hear some more?
Yeah.
Let me see. Another problematic thing was... Oh yeah, tying Akechi up. That was really tough.
Wait, what?
I obviously don't mean the real Akechi. Even if we could do that, it would ruin our plan. The one we had to tie up was Sai Nijima's cognitive Akechi.
Oh, I see.
This part's really complicated. I know you're tired. You sure you want to hear all of this now?
Definitely.
We needed to lure Akechi into Sai Nijima's palace and have him kill the cognitive version. But
yes,
Akechi would have entered the palace immediately after meeting Sai Nijima in the hallway, right?
Right.
Because of that, there was a pretty decent chance he'd run into the cognitive Akechi.
Oh, because Sai already thinks that Akechi is there. Akechi would then see his own cognitive version in there because Sai thinks that Akechi is there. Okay, that makes sense.
And if that happened, Akechi would have totally realized we'd lured him into the palace. Nobody actually even thought of this possibility until the night before the assassination. Makoto realized in the middle of the night, then it was a huge mess trying to figure out what to do. In the end, we chose to sneak into the metaverse while the plan was happening to tie up the cognition. Because you told Sae to show him the phone, we expected her to chat with him for at least a bit. So, we had a few minutes to strike after the cognitive Akechi showed up, but before the nav activated. It was Operation Tie Him Up. Though it wasn't really much of an operation in the end. Thankfully, Sai Nijima didn't know his true nature, so the one that appeared was an ordinary kid.
Ah, I see.
It was pretty simple surrounding him, knocking him out, and tossing him on another floor. But man, watching Makoto's skill was super amazing. I guess she does use Knuckles as her weapon. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, appreciate what everyone else did. I just can't help but rant when I'm talking about stuff that interests me. Sorry about that. Just focus on resting up. You don't have to worry about anything else. And seriously, well done.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head back then.
Alright, time to sleep.
Guess you won't be going to school for a while. Don't
Plus with
worry,
DPS, I never optimized it for some reason. Like I could be in a raid in some game and people will be like, who's damage low. When I played MMOs, I was a really good
perfectly
PvP
honest,
healer.
I don't really care what happens to Shido
Nice.
one way or the other. But when I can
Yeah,
say that he's your enemy, I naturally
That's
think he's
why in Final Fantasy XIV, for example, I play the lowest DPS character because Dancer is more of a
Taba said before.
support DPS.
She picked up a
So
reading
if
of
my
someone who came
DPS
to
is
your
low,
rescue.
nobody really pays attention because I'm a dancer, so it's supposed to be low. Most of my DPS comes from letting other people do more DPS. So that's what you gotta do. You just gotta play the lowest DPS dealer, and that way you won't get trolled for doing low DPS. Easy.
So it was Yoshizawa. Then we'd better let her know you're safe now. And I'll even lend you a hand with that.
Oh god. You normally play the meta healer because easy heal life. Yeah. I mean, like, I play healers and tanks in FF14 as well. Like, I do have my go-to.
No point in even having an election. Shido's gonna win.
Of course, he's the only reliable politician there is. Plus, the current government has been getting wrapped up in scandal after scandal. Even more importantly, there's just an aura about him. Like he can fix whatever problems we have.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter to me who does it. I just want to see our society back on track. Especially after it turned out those Phantom Thieves were nothing more than scum in the end.
We'll show you.
This. I heard you went home, so I announced it during homeroom. Are you okay? I am. You're alive? The news is reporting you committed suicide. Call me when you can. I was so confused, but as long as you're safe. Don't worry about school, just take care of yourself. Thanks, Kawakami. FF14 I played a little. I didn't want to be forced to play the story. Honestly, the story is probably one of the best bits. Are you one of those people that just wants to... Like, you can skip most of the story. Like, you can just skip all of the cutscenes and just go through it. What do you mean, no? No what? You don't want to do quests. Are you sure an MMO is the right game for you? Although, that being said, you can buy a boost that just completely skips all of the story and makes you max level or some shit. Am I just gonna get like messages from everyone now? Yep, we got ones from Oya here as well.
Hey.
Anyone else? Don't need to worry about it in here. Try not to do anything to draw attention. Today's a day off, so eat your curry and take it easy. Take your time with it too. It's not like any customers are going to be showing up.
Okay.
And it's not like anyone's gonna... Not like anyone's gonna think I'm a Phantom Thief, right? They haven't... Did they reveal that? Oh, I guess they did reveal that information, didn't they? Because they were talking about my criminal record. So yeah, I guess people would know it's me. But yeah, the story is how you unlock most of the dungeons. But yeah, you can buy a level boost. Let me have a look. Which probably might not be for you, but it would make things easier. I'm thinking about I'm thinking about buying some level boosts because they're on sale at the moment. So I'm thinking about buying some level boosts for some of the classes that I have at low level. Oh, actually, it's only a level boost that gets you to the end of Stormblood. So for £9.25, you can get a level boost that takes you to the start of the current expansion. Yeah, I might buy a couple of level boosts. You know, for funsies. Lost Ark sub-based. I actually have no idea.
All right, let's head to the Diet Building. Make sure you aren't discovered, okay?
I know it's free to play, and that's it.
Going out? You gotta be kidding me. You realize you're done for if you get caught, right? Ugh. The stunts you pull sometimes. Just don't stay out too late.
Oh, it looks like it's one of those freemium games. It's one of those games where it's free, but you get like extra rewards if you do a paid subscription thing. DB Xenoverse 2 DLC just got announced?
She isn't here.
Why?
Let's begin at once.
How is that game still relevant?
So we can't stay here too long. We already have Masayoshi Shido and Diet Building. All we need is what he thinks of this place.
Maybe
What could they possibly have added to it?
Since it's the highest place in the country?
What about a mansion?
Legendary DLC Pack 2. Oh.
Perhaps a school?
What about an arena?
3 new missions, 1 new stage, 4 new playable characters, including Jiren Full Power, Gogeta from Super,
I thought we would have
Khalifa Super Saiyan 2, and Kale Super Saiyan 2.
Hey,
See,
you think
4
he
new
stole
parallel
this whole
quests, 10 new
palace with a
skills, 4
barrier?
super souls, new costumes and
Shido
accessories.
stole the cognitive science research, right?
Hmm.
Or maybe it had some special move written in it.
Is that even possible?
Who knows? I've got no idea. There was nothing like that in the notes I saw.
Anyways, what kind of person is Shido? I can't figure him out.
I did some light research on him last night, but I couldn't get a grasp on the type of man he is.
That man over there is probably a legislator, right? I'll try asking him. Excuse me, I'm a member of the newspaper club at my high school. May I speak with you for a moment?
Sure.
What kind of person is Representative Shido? What's he think about the national diet?
His stance is dedication for country. It's how he's garnered everyone's trust. He's an admirable man of action, with a first-class determination. I'd say he's a model politician. I believe that he'll help create a wonderful future in which young adults like you can live in ease.
Is that liquid?
An exemplary answer.
Sounds like
It
liquid.
makes sense he wouldn't tell teenagers anything unnecessary.
Cam Clark.
Look over there. He's on a walkie-talkie.
Wait, is it about us?
I'll probably do Lost Ark auction houses, and if you have a sub, you get 100% profits from sales. Without sub, you get taxed 25%.
Meet at LeBlanc, okay?
Maybe.
We
I
should
don't
all
know.
think about this tonight.
Insert joke here. Hello. I'm not quite sure how to say your name without saying the whole thing.
I believe that this country's citizens are still living their days in anxiety. These scandals only increase our distrust of the current government. As a citizen myself, I am enraged.
Look who's talking.
Maybe like Tofu did.
What does it mean to
Inserts
be a politician with
or joke.
responsibility? Working toward personal
Not
gain
sure.
without consideration of the country is outrageous.
Or maybe I just go down the Star Wars robot route and say H3R3.
Where I go, people are cheering for Shido.
Everyone's being deceived so easily.
$53. He looks pretty good for 53.
In order to save this country that has been tainted by villains, social reform is essential.
Yeah. Yeah, is right. Preposterous. This isn't the popularity level of a normal politician. They're great about him. Strongly to protect his citizens, supposedly. Why don't you shed light on who he really is? Is it okay if my sister joins us tomorrow? Hoping she can help. Sure. Wait, we have a poster now? Did I get anything more to decorate my room? Oh, the ramen bowl. I think that's it.
I should write something.
So 117.10. Man, it's been an hour since I was able to save.
Oh!
Halo. Ooh. Man, I have like zero interest in Halo. Yeah, I just could never get into it. Despite the fact that I've played most of them. Yeah, come on. Let me do the thing. Up, down, up, down. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. See, I was Xbox over PlayStation for a long time as well. I had the original Xbox. I had a 360. I had Xbox One. It wasn't until the PS4 that I actually played PlayStation games. I had a PS2, so I've played a few, but yeah, it was mostly Xbox. But Halo was just one of those games I could just never get into for some reason. Triangle X circle. Boom. Easy.
Nice.
You got your Series X day one. I have a Series S, but I purely have a Series X because, like, I have a good PC, and most games that release on Xbox these days release on PC anyway. But yeah, I have a Series S just purely to play old 360 games. Like, well, that's the thing. Like, I have no interest in actually playing Series X or Series S games. It's purely to play older Xbox games like Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon and, you know, old JRPGs. They actually never switched these buttons for English controllers during the games? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean English controllers? So where you're supposed to be pressing X, you're pressing circle. Oh, because of the Japanese thing where circle is the accept key. You know, I first encountered that issue when I was playing Final Fantasy VII. When I was playing Final Fantasy VII, I didn't realize that the circle and X keys were reversed. And, like, obviously you could change it, and I needed to change it because it just wasn't something I was used to. But Final Fantasy VII was the first game where I actually encountered that being the case, and I didn't know why. And it wasn't until like years later that I realized it's because Japan uses circle as the accept key, not X. Beep, 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 beep. Ah, it's Takemi. I'm still alive. It's time for our meeting. I know what the keyword is. I don't know about the normal video game parts, but if you use the cheat book, it becomes very obvious. Diamond mine.
No good.
How many do we miss?
27.
Perhaps he truly does have a barrier up.
Right?
That's not something to be excited about. We know all the way up to Diet Building, too.
So you enter keywords into the Metaverse Navigator.
Boss, can you turn the TV on? Shido might be on it.
Sure thing.
Goro Akechi.
Him and his stupid composed face.
So, Akechi-san, is it true you
Him
withdrew
and his
yourself from the media
stupid
as part of
face.
your plan to capture the Phantom Thieves?
I truly apologize for causing such a stir.
You'd go from left twice to square twice to down twice to circle twice instead of X.
I mean, people often lashed out at me online and whatnot.
Then was it also your plan when you said they weren't at fault after their popularity declined?
That was to catch them off guard. I could say I applied my profiling knowledge. Once they lost public support, someone they thought was their greatest enemy lent a hand. That's the same strategy used in romance, wouldn't you agree?
Why is he being treated as an ace detective of justice?
Because nobody knows any
TV
better.
or online, newspapers, magazines. I see his face everywhere.
On the other hand, no one's hoping for our comeback on the fan site. Like, at all.
The Phantom Thieves are evil. Shido and Akechi are just. It should be the other way around.
They're manipulating information using the media.
Leaving Akechi aside, we'll get back at him later. Our main issue is Shido.
Were there any instances before when you didn't know the palace keywords?
Well, there was the time with Futaba.
Two half circle
her, so all we can do
forward,
is
half
make
circle forward
conjectures.
punch.
Then why don't we just go directly and see Shido?
That's impossible. He's surrounded by bodyguards and followers all the time.
There's no way high school students can get an appointment with him either.
Well, we do have an adult with us.
No, that's still impossible.
Oh, Tofu.
Besides,
By the
it's
way,
too dangerous a
if you want to get into Lost Ark, apparently there are some
Well, this is a
streams happening.
What's with the ruckus outside?
Isn't that an election?
Yeah,
campaign
apparently there's
call?
some streams happening where you can get drops for the game. Like, I know that sounds counterproductive for me to say to somebody who's watching my stream, hey, there's other streams where you can get Lost Ark drops. You should go watch that, but you know, just thought I'd help you out.
Man, talk about being lucky. We can go check him out without an appointment now.
Hey, Ryuji ran off toward the station. This way. Hurry! And by the way, did something happen? You didn't seem well a moment ago.
Already watched me stream. You're not a cheater or some sort of slut. I see.
Our government is littered with scandals.
You know, I just thought I'd let you know.
Foothold in our society. Such a disgraceful past must be discarded. We must set sail into a new future of dreams and hope. So our children who
Get out of here,
serve the
Shido.
next generation can be proud of their country. So our nation can once again become a powerful one with abundant wealth and luxury. So our beautiful home will be acknowledged as the best country in the world.
You're just gonna buy a Founders Pack? Me too. Me too. And knowing me, I'm probably gonna buy one of the big ones.
I humbly ask that you cast your vote for me, Masayoshi Shido.
I don't know what you get in the big one, but let's see. Beta access, head start, founders pack, founders exclusive pet, 30-day crystalline aura, founders title for bronze, and then you get 1,000 royal crystals
Is that the guy? You guys wait here.
and
I'll
a
go get
silver
intel for
supply
us.
crate for silver.
Wait!
You get 4,000 royal crystals, gold supply crate, an exclusive avatar, and character expansion slot.
The hell? Ain't he supposed to hear a citizen's comments?
Crystalline aura, I'm assuming.
You're that asshole we met at the hotel before, at the elevators.
Okay, I'm assuming that crystalline aura is like the premium subscription thing.
What are you talking about? That moron! Come on, stop!
It says here you get Triport cost waiver, reduces the travel costs with free Triport trips. Okay, so paying the premium subscription for Lost Ark, you don't have to pay for teleporting. You can travel the seas with ease thanks to half-priced ship tickets. You can increase the number of times that you can increase your affinity with an NPC every day. You recover life energy used for skills like hunting, logging, and excavating more quickly. So your gathering skills take life energy and you recover it quicker. You get 2 additional Bifrost slots, which will help you return quickly to places you've visited. Okay, that's weird. Make more frequent trips back home with half cooldown on your Song of Return. Wait, you can buy a house? Reduces the research items for projects on your island stronghold. Reduce the crafting time for projects on your island stronghold. Reduce the dispatch timer when sending followers out from your island stronghold. Replenish your energy doing projects on your stronghold. Install a special scarecrow in your island stronghold to increase your leveling speed. Interesting. Enjoy the Crystalline Aura's exclusive Little Crystal Benefactor title. Okay, okay. Oh, and the gold supply crate gives you 30 resurrection feathers, 10,000 silver, an adventurer's equipment crate, a gathering tool chest, and adventurer's ascent chest, which also gives you like potions and money every time you hit level 20, 30, 40, and 50. Interesting. Oh, you get a mount for the platinum founders pack. And you get a welcome crate as well, which gives you a wallpaper, an exclusive structure, I guess, for your stronghold. Legendary rapport gift selection that you can give to characters. Special card pack. Don't know what a card pack is used for. And you also get 7,000 crystals, which is a premium in-game currency that can be exchanged for various in-game items. So I guess that's like skins and stuff.
Hey kid, you don't want to know what happens when you cross me.
Oh, are you talking like they do in that's like they do in Black Desert, right?
Seems the customer base has changed since I was here last.
Like Black Desert has like a weird weapon upgrading system. Yeah.
Get lost, kid.
Hate that. I think Phantasy Star Universe had that. The one for the 360.
What are you looking at?
Which I was actually kind of okay with. I managed to get plus 10 on some claws, which had like a 4% chance of succeeding. And I was like, hell yeah.
What a piece of shit. So what do you think after seeing him in person?
He's why I got arrested.
Wait, he's the jerk you told us about before? The same guy? For real? Seriously?
You're sure, aren't you? Shido's the one who ruined your life.
Holy shit. I don't believe it.
get going, okay?
Shido's the guy who set you up?
What kind of fate brought you two back together?
Definitely him. You ever watched that YouTube interview
Shido was involved in the
of a
cognitive
whale?
research too, right?
No.
This can't be dismissed as just a coincidence.
God, what the hell's going on here?
Shido was already a politician then, yet he sued a student and ruined his future? He must have pulled some strings so that his name wouldn't be mentioned. Furthermore, he also would have had to force that woman into making a false statement.
Yeah, I know. I know what a whale is.
Who ordered a hit inside the police station.
Like something like Genshin, right? Sky would be considered a whale.
No matter how trivial, he's always
Actually, I don't know if Sky would even be considered a whale.
Piece of shit. Children are the future, my ass. What
Guy
he's
is
saying and doing are
Guy
completely
told
different.
everyone the other day that she's spent like £3,000 plus
Once the
in
courts have made a
Genshin.
judgment, overturning that
So I don't
decision
even know
would
if
be
that's
difficult. It
high
may
enough to be
possible even
considered
if
a
proof of
whale.
Innocence is presented and Shido admits to his crimes.
At any rate, we need to trigger a change of heart in him.
Be that as it may.
The game's been out for a
Shido's outer
year and she
appearance
spent
and
about
his true face
£3,000
are
plus.
wholly different. It's
Whoa.
beyond
Actually, we don't even know what the
It's as if
final
he's an
figure is.
entirely
She
different
stopped counting at
Speaks
3,000.
about the good of the country. It makes me wonder what really is on his mind.
That man's full of ambition to rise in the world. He only thinks of the weak as stepping stools for his success.
He treats
So,
himself
yeah,
as
I
an
don't
elite
know.
man while looking down on others. Ugh, that's the worst.
I assume the keyword for what he believes the Diet building is will be despicable too.
It must be something self-centered and completely different from politics.
Someone like him needs to be punished as soon as possible.
Kai is like a walrus at
Let's
the
head to the
moment.
diet building again right after school tomorrow. I feel we'll get it this time.
Stewing over it
Okay.
won't get anywhere. We have to do this.
Yes, he's my arch enemy. Alright. Power. Hanged. Empress. Okay.
Oh!
Do, 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 do.
Okay.
Some of these folks drop 100k in these games. Yeah, I don't know.
Well then.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah. Ah. Yes.
Alright,
Hey.
here we go. Right, right, X, left, left, square. Boom. Easy. We buy mosquitonum.
Oh. I see.
Alright, time to fight Osagiri. Blaster shot. Oh. Oh, actually. Yeah, it's just left up, right down, left, right, left up, right down. Easy.
Nice.
Yeah, some people just have more money than others, I guess.
Yeah.
5 silhouettes. The Feathermen have arrived.
For real?
So now we have to fight the Feathermen. Flame Bazooka. Triangle, square, circle, X. Triangle, square, circle, X. Triangle, square, circle, X. Boom.
What did you say?
You want money like that, but sadly you're just a peasant. Which is why I felt so bad when you gifted all those subs before and I told you that you should have stopped the payment. And you keep cheering bits and stuff as well. Stop it.
No way. Oh.
Wait, another one?
Yes.
Bloody hell. Up, left, triangle, square. Down, right. Oh. I see what was meant now about the buttons changing between the English and the Japanese version, because I feel like that's supposed to be down X, right, circle. Oh, God. Up, left, triangle, square. Down, circle. No, down, right, circle, X. This is going to be a nightmare. Up, left, triangle, square. Down, right, circle, X. Down, right, circle, X. Alright. Ooh. That was going to be a tough one. If it had been X circle, that would have been easy. I mean, yeah, but I had to press them in order.
Hey. Okay.
Let's awaken Pigeon's power. Fuck me. Alright. Yeah, see, this is supposed to be X down, square left, triangle up, X. It's supposed to be circle right, because it's supposed to mirror the buttons on both sides of the controller. Circle down, square left, triangle up, X right. So down, left, up, right is going to be the same. Circle down, square left, triangle up, X right. Circle down, square left, triangle up, X right. Fuck. I nearly pressed X down there. Circle down, square left, triangle up, X right. Okay. Circle down, square left, triangle up, X right. Ooh. Yeah, the last two have basically been exactly what you mentioned earlier. It never came up until this one, really.
That's incredible.
But now it's
But yeah, ooh, those last two were kind of frustrating because the X and the circles were reversed. Oh, how difficult would that have been if I hadn't used the technique?
Well then.
$100 is literally $1. Yeah, but it all adds up, doesn't it? You know, it all adds up, Tofu. All right. I feel bad when people give me money, no matter how little it is.
Whoa!
Stop it. Yes, I still feel bad, Tofu. All right. Hey, Tyke. Hello. Finally in the office. Sorry I've been gone the last few days. Anything cool happened that you really liked? All right. Firstly, you don't need to apologize for not having been here. It's fine. Nobody ever has to apologize for not watching the stream. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Secondly, did anything cool happen that I really liked? Just the entire thing with, like, after you beat Sai, just that entire, like, section of the game I think is really cool. Like the whole, like, exposing of Akechi thing. I love that stuff. That was probably my favorite part of the original. Anything else cool happen in the last couple of days? Not particularly. We made Black Frost and then itemized it to we itemized it to get Anne's best weapon, which was pretty good. Which mods were? Oh no, we don't. No. You don't need to repost the mods. You don't need to show Tyke the mods. They're not cool. They were not cool. There was one that turns every character model into Adachi. There was one that made Nanako look like young Makoto. No, stop it. Yep. That's one. There's one that changes Risei's character portrait to Belle Delphine for some reason. But hey, we got one from No Good Torah as well. But yeah, the mods were not, they weren't cool, Frost. They really weren't. Yeah, they're all cringy, weird mods.
Security guard.
Whoops.
But we still have no hit.
Think it's a barrier after all?
The only mod you
From
need
yesterday go.
for Persona 4 Golden is the community enhancement mod. That's it.
Enough chatting. You should only be thinking about the keyword.
The citizens are secondary. He only cares about his own well-being and that of his lackeys.
He wants to become Prime Minister, even if it means trampling on others.
Fortune, rich people.
Hey, can you think of anything based on what you've heard from him? Just try saying anything. It doesn't matter if you guess.
Incompetent fools like you just need to shut your mouths and follow where I steer this country.
Steer?
Is it a ship? Hey.
It was a match?
What? The Diet Building's a ship? What kind of scenery will that be? The actual building's on land.
Man, I can't wait for this music. If I remember rightly, Shido's palace music is...
Whatever it is, looks like there are
It
no
really
barriers.
hits the spot.
Oh, shut up! Let's hurry up and go in.
Are we clear of the guard's sight?
Get closer to the wall just in case. All right, do it.
I think Sky hated Shido's palace music when I was playing the original.
Change? We went in, right?
Security guards seem to be gone, but it's difficult to tell for certain. This seems to be similar to what happened with Sis's palace.
But this time, the Diet Building remains unchanged.
The gate wasn't open earlier, though.
Wait, look! Mona's appearance is different.
That means we're definitely in a palace.
Come on, let's go take a look.
How's it look over there? See anything?
Nah, it's totally normal.
I'll check it out.
What the heck?
What's up, Futaba? Futaba?
What is it?
The hell?
Now, I'm sorry, but how the hell did they not notice? How did they not notice they were on a boat?
He alone will survive. That's what this cognition is about, huh?
They're about to hit that. They're literally about to hit that building.
This is bullshit. A country that children can be proud of my ass is completely sunken in his head. If a guy like this stands above everyone, we're seriously done for.
This is beyond ridiculous.
The same goes for Akechi. He should have seen this scenery as well. Yet he still aided Shido.
What in the world is he thinking?
Whether it be for glory or for simply a reward, my father died because of someone like this.
We gotta sink Shido instead of this country.
A palace with not just the center of the distortion, but the entire country sunken. I can't believe there's someone with this tremendous of a desire. Be careful. This will be completely different from past palaces.
We're definitely gonna take his treasure.
Let's go.
All right.
We must put an end to this by December 17th, the day before the elections.
Let the infiltration begin. Time to pay him back for setting us up into a trap.
I better send the calling card tonight.
Wait.
Probably not. Those aren't changing. He doesn't see us as a threat yet. I shouldn't have been disguising himself on the way here. Someone in disguise with a bunch of kids in school uniforms would be super weird. Won't have to worry about any of that once we steal the treasure. Oh yeah, I guess I've got to put somebody else in now instead of Akechi. I guess Oh, actually, I'm going to put Haru in instead of Yusuke. And I'm very specifically putting Haru in because it increases the odds of Haru and Makoto doing their showtime.
Indeed.
What awaits us within? Let's go find out. It's time to begin our infiltration. Which showtime is my favorite so far? Oh, it's easily Makoto and Haru's. Makoto and Haru have the best showtime in the game. It doesn't matter who else's I haven't seen. Makoto and Haru's is the best one.
That's...
It looks like...
I think I've seen everyone's up until this point. So there's probably still a couple that I'm missing. Actually, there's a way to check, right? Oh yeah, I can get out of the Starlight outfit now. Oh, I can't go to the thief. I was gonna go to the thieves' den and have a look and see how many peoples I'm missing.
Huh? What?
An enemy. What is it? It's Cerberus. Weak to fire.
It's time.
Although, how weak are you to this?
You're mine.
Ah. Not very weak to it at all. Wait, are you weak to fire? No, you're weak to ice. You are fire. That's what it was.
No holds barred.
Oh, mini bosses can't be insta-killed. Oh, so this thing is classed as a mini boss, I see. Can't be put to sleep either, apparently.
Melody! Ooh, not bad, Noir.
Not bad, Noir.
Beat him up. Wasn't that graceful?
Adieu.
Oh, is this a show of sorts? Mr. Shido never fails to keep his guests entertained.
Indeed, those privileged
Sounded like
enough to be
Kamoshida.
on this ship are all on the winning team.
What is with these people? Why do they not feel any danger after what they just witnessed?
It seems they think no harm will come to them because they're here on Shido's ship.
They're not even sensing the danger. Come on, let's make him see what this ship really is. Let's see it.
Excuse me, coming through.
I found a chest. What do you want to do, Joe?
I'll reveal your true form.
Take out the advantage.
Persona!
Don't rush this.
There!
Oh, the fact that I can just do that for free
Let's move on.
is disgusting.
Okay.
Alice is disgusting.
Shadow.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now's our chance. Beat him up.
Persona!
So I have Alice now, right? Alice has a signature move, Die For Me, which has a high chance of curse insta-kill to all foes. But she also has the trait, Just Die, which decreases SP cost to 0 for insta-kill skills. So this normally 40 SP skill, she can just do for free. Yeah, it's insane.
Huh? Done already?
I can feel it.
How disappointing.
Yeah, there's a couple of other signature skills as well. Like I think Raoul gets Phantom Show. I don't think anybody else gets Phantom Show, or maybe even Alley Dance. I can't remember. But yeah, it's usually some of the like really high up ones. Yeah, like Asterius Picaro. I don't think anybody else gets Titanomachia, whatever that is. And I think Thor, I don't know if anybody else gets Wild Thunder, but I feel like Thor also gets a signature skill. And Black Frost gets Diamond Dust. But yeah, Die for me. Which is also the move I used a lot in Persona 4 as well, because Alice was my go-to persona for Persona 4. But yeah, that Die for me skill, along with her, like, trait that makes it so that it costs 0. Insane.
I can feel it. Show me your true form.
I'm never going to use SP again until I get to a boss.
Watch out! That one's dangerous!
Persona!
Nice! Good work, everyone! Just like I thought.
Alright. It's somewhere.
Huh? They weren't a big...
Show me your true
Come here,
form.
you. The thing is, at the same time, I do also kind of want to showtime some people. No, not you.
This is all for you.
One enemy remaining! Just a little more!
Give me the showtime. Come on. I want to see it. Oh. Oh, maybe I should have shot him. Hang on. I think I can shoot him a little bit. Get him down. Come on. What is this thing? This thing. I shouldn't have spoken. Okay, I think I need one, so I'll just grab a Narcissus, I guess. Hope it's an Emperor or something. It's not. It's a Lover's. Okay. Okay, well we can get rid of this thing. I don't need Dakarabia anymore. Man, I just want to see the showtime.
I can feel it.
Boop, 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 boop.
Show me your true form.
Not bad. Successful. Now just don't lose.
Persona.
If they had been dizzied or whatever, then I might have gone for it. But nah, not today. Anything to grab? No. Okay.
Hey, that's a treasure chest.
That's a treasure chest.
Let's see it.
I guess it wants me to go this way. The Omen trait raises insta-kill chances on all insta-kills. Well, I mean, it's already a pretty high chance with die for me. I think the fact that it makes it also cost 0 probably makes it a little bit better than increasing the odds. You just want me to keep going forward. Okay.
These huge doors are obviously suspicious. Wonder what's through here.
There's slots to stick in something like a key card. Whoa, there's 5 of them.
475 people in favor, 0 against.
I hear something.
Since there is no one against the plan, this bill will be unanimously passed as drafted.
Passed? What's going on? Was that Shiro's voice?
If this truly is the representatives' chamber as written, beyond here must be the main assembly hall.
The what now?
It's that large conference room that's usually seen on the news.
Oh, that
Yeah,
thing.
that
Gotcha.
thing.
So, what are they doing inside?
Most
Voting.
likely a meaningless vote, one in which whatever Shido proposes will always go unopposed.
So he's doing whatever he wants by keeping only his supporters in there.
What do we
Oh
do
wait,
to
it's
get in,
Thursday
though?
today, isn't it?
Should we find these key
A diet
Maybe we
cheat
need some kind
day.
of qualification. One that vows to be his
I
follower or
absolutely
swear loyalty.
cannot wait for dinner.
So basically, we need to prove that we're
Oh,
on
I'm
his
gonna be
side.
so hungry all day now.
You sure move on.
Ah, what do I get?
But what's this qualification thing about?
Why don't we ask the guests on this ship?
Great idea.
That thought never crossed my mind.
Asking around doesn't sound like a
Wanna
bad
get some
idea.
Chinese?
The guests here are the cognitive versions of them in Shido's mind. They'll know any secrets he shared.
True. You have a point.
That said, the ruler here is that evil Shido. It wouldn't surprise me if they did turn hostile.
Right. Yeah, wouldn't they attack us?
We should prepare for the worst, of course. But I think we'll at least be able to talk to them. This ship is most likely an ark loaded with those that Shido
Oh,
believes are
I
best to keep
remember the
alive.
gimmick of
It'd
this
explain
palace
the luxury
now.
cruise ship. I doubt
I know
idiots
that
who
some of the
can't hold a
palaces have
conversation
changed,
would
but I
care.
can't imagine that they've
We
changed
can
the
at least
gimmick.
gather information.
The
Helps that everyone's
the
wearing
rat,
masks.
right?
We'll blend in even with our attire.
He must believe that no one shows their true face to anyone else. Just like him. Well then, let's split up and ask around.
All right.
Well then.
So everyone's gathered off. Go gather intel. And I can sense the treasure beyond behind this door. It looks like we've already hit the jackpot. Let's go talk to the others.
I can feel it.
First, I'm just gonna have a look around, get myself some treasure. The gimmick stone change. Okay. Oh, a little bit like the airlock section of the space level, right? Like that gimmick was still there. a map of the ship. Hey. Oh, it makes certain paths shorter since they were bigger than they needed to be. Okay. So I guess they kind of streamlined it a little bit more. Notification from 5 VIPs. Okay. It's... Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's right. I remember the pool bit. Uh-oh. Right, where was Yusuke? Yusuke was over here.
Indeed. Let go for all of you. Not great. I was able to get a bit of intel as well. I should sort through what all of us have gained. I took a look at the map we obtained earlier and found what appears to be a safe room. Right here. Let's go over our intel there.
Joker.
Alright.
Still, this is a surprise. All the cognitive guests in this palace seem like real humans. The casino earlier looked pretty real too. But talking with these guests was a whole nother story.
Oh, God.
You have that right.
This ruler's observational skills and insight
Even
are
though I
off
got
the
a good night's
charts.
sleep last night, I'm
Shido's a
still...
formidable foe.
Come on, no need to freak out.
I'm not freaking out. I was just thinking it'll be easier to
Still
make a plan
yawning,
since they can
like,
talk
non-stop.
normally. All right. Let's put together the information we gathered.
Huh. Gotcha.
Let's become the key
You're right.
cards. Let's go over what we've learned. First, according to my intel, one of the VIPs is an influential politician by the name of Ue. Supposedly seen at the restaurant. Sits at a table near the window. Heard about a prominent VIP who used to be nobility. He's usually by the pool.
Please hear me out.
Seems the president of a television station is also a VIP. Plays slots at night. He spends his money quite lavishly. Plan to get people already.
Hey, listen!
Next. They eavesdrop. Supposedly one of the VIPs is the president of an IT company. He's always in his room and reportedly enters from an exclusive hallway.
Listen up!
Close this out. You get info. But they call the cleaner is another VIP. I've heard that he's cautious, so it's probably best if we check the other VIPs first. Now, after all the VIPs were listed, this one's a cleaner. Really a VIP? Couldn't get any information. Me neither. Don't worry about it. I mean, Haru strikes me as somebody who would be able to get information about VIPs, right? Isn't she like big money Okumura Foods type person? She should be well in there. Who was who?
It's no use. I can't keep the profiles of 5 people straight in my head.
I can only remember about 2 of them. What about you, Joker?
Alright, let's see if I can remember them. So, there was the politician Uwe, right? There was the television station guy who likes to gamble. There was the cleaner. There was the IT guy. The cleaner, the IT guy, television station guy, Uwe. Oh, and the guy at the pool who used to be nobility. There we go. Easy.
Really? Wow!
We're up against 5 people. The politician Owe, a former noble, a TV station president, an IT company president, and a cleaner. We get certification from them and obtain letters of introduction that'll serve as keycards. But only go for the cleaner after the other 4 have been dealt with, right?
Right.
Whoa, now that's impressive. You go, genius.
If we can't remember the details on the VIPs, let's reconvene inside a safe room. All right, let's get this
It's
done.
alright, I got this.
Hey,
We know how to get into the main assembly hall now. Should we head home? You want to go back already? There are people in here with special letters. That means Shido trusts them to a certain extent. Best to consider them as powerful individuals. We don't want to get too hasty. Let's take our time.
well,
Guess we do have a little time to spare. Let's head back for today. Okay. Alright, but first, I need to get an emperor. Bye.
time. Let's execute him. What path do you want?
Can I get an emperor from this? I do still need a hanged. Alright, I think I might just need to itemize something.
Anew.
Mjolnir! What is this? Gigantomachia?
It seems it will become a skill card.
Allows you to learn the physical skill Gigantomachia. Damn, okay. Emperor, Tower, Hanged Man, Empress are the only ones that I know that I need. Well, I'm only itemizing.
You change your done already?
I'm only itemizing to free up a slot so that I can get an emperor. Who's already maxed? Futaba's maxed.
You change your turn, Carol. Hey, don't You'd like to read the compendium?
Colossal physical to
These
all.
are the paths you have
Damn,
walked. Register. You'd like to register this?
that's pretty good.
Let's execute him. Now choose.
Alright, so I don't need a hermit anymore.
Not terrible, but not impressive. Do you really
Byakuya.
need this?
Do I still need a priestess? Yes. Actually, no, I don't, because Makoto's already 10.
Looks pretty tough.
I don't need a fool. I don't need priestess, hermit, or fortune. True. I definitely don't need a lovers. And I can make an Athena. Maybe I should make something useful.
Will
Daddy?
this truly help you?
Like I need Valkyrie for something. I don't need a hero either. The only ones that I need from this list are Hanged, Tower, and Empress. I only need Hanged, Tower, and Empress from all of these that I have.
What path do you want?
Now choose.
Gather them.
Nanta. Oh, I need a Byakko to make a Koryu. Sora. Lilith. Gabriel. Oh, I can make this thing? Whatever this thing is. Level 89? Suki and Fuki? Oh, I need a Yoshitsune. And a Kuelen. But for that, I need an Okanishu, a Yatagarasu, and a Futsunushi.
What path do you want?
There's Gabriel. There's Kuelen. Mara. There's Lilith. I need Lilith for something as well. There's Yatagarasu, which I also need for something as well. Yerlunger. Maybe I make a Yatagarasu, get out a Hanged. Make a Lilith. Or Black Frost. Sarasvati Black Frost. I think I'd rather use the Sarasvati, to be honest. Which one's Moloch? Oh, it's that guy.
You okay with this? Looks pretty tough.
Got a mini head on top of his head.
I see. A strong persona indeed. I see. A strong persona indeed. Looks pretty tough.
Isn't this just the upgraded version of Tamlin?
Looks pretty tough.
I need Gabriel, don't I? Maybe I should just make a Gabriel.
I see. A strong persona.
Oh, that thing
indeed.
looks cool. What is this? Wasn't this was this for like maxing? Oh, this is the one that you get for maxing the strength social link. And the trait is strengthens physical skills by 30%. Dirt. Oh yeah, it's the weird fire sword one. Blazing hell. I'm gonna check network here.
Beyond this one.
Seryu. I need a Seryu. I also need a Komokuten and a Bishamoten. I need a coma coating as well, I think. This is Arahabaki. Oh, Oberon. Oberon might not be too bad. I can make a Lilith with just a Sarasvati, which is pretty nice because I need a Lilith. We've got Dominion. Ishamoten. Doesn't this change though? Like it's randomized, right? So like if I go back to Sarasvati, this changes, doesn't it? If I like go between them. Might get something good that I need. I think I'm just gonna get the Lilith. Because I think I need the Lilith.
Can you gather them up?
For one of these advanced ones. Yeah, I need it for this Sarasha, which I don't think I actually... Do I need that Sarasha thing for anything? Oh, I need Kali and Kukuelen and Lucifer. How do I make Lucifer? Ananta, Trumpeter, Michael, Metatron, Satan. Gabriel is an ultimate weapon. Gabriel is an ultimate weapon for... Lucifer, Thor, Shiva, the Harlot, Vishnu, Black Frost, Odin, Yoshitsune, Uriel, Sybil. Oh yeah, Michael is Makoto's gun. Oh, I guess it's for one that you didn't post. Oh, is it Uriel that you were thinking of? Okay. But Gabriel was needed for Michael. That's true. All right, let's try and get a Gabriel then.
Gonna go.
I don't know if I can get a Gabriel with these two. Anatos
I
Picaro?
see. A strong persona indeed.
That's not bad. See if we can get Gabriel on one of these. Wait, what was that? It's the one I didn't think I'd seen before. Oh well. Apparently the Doge meme dog turned 16 IRL today. Hey, nice. I imagine that Luck will be very happy to hear that he shares a birthday with the Doge dog. Okay, I need Kali. I'm probably just going to make a Kali with this Narcissus.
Terrible, but not impressive. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a Kali.
It will receive a fraction of power, now for a rebirth.
Network fusion. spend way too much time
You change your mind, Justine.
Read here.
trying to find a persona to use or to make. I literally just need this for purposes.
This persona?
Like, I can't imagine this thing being...
You can hold no more personas.
Wait, what? Oh, okay.
You wish to perform. Now choose.
Network fusion was a bad idea. Because it only used one slot, which is really annoying.
Not terrible. Will this truly help you?
Do you really need this?
Will this truly help you?
You okay with this?
Not terrible, but not impressive.
What path do you want?
Wait, I could make Gabriel before, right? Can I not make Gabriel anymore? Did I use the... Yeah, I think I used Narcissus, didn't I? Narcissus was the one that I needed to make Gabriel. That's annoying. I'm just gonna make this. I'm just gonna make this Lilith.
You'd like to inherit.
Ah, Repel Fire works really well on that.
It will receive a great deal, my.
My. Lilith looks like David Bowie. You right. Oh, there's Raphael.
Looks pretty tough.
Throne.
Looks pretty tough.
I need Raphael for something as well, don't I? I need Raphael for something? Oh, to make Michael. It's fine. We'll sort all this out. We'll sort all this out later. Let me just get an Emperor out.
You'll withdraw this for this is your power.
Done already? What?
What was it I needed? I needed Emperor, Power, Hanged, and Empress. Alright, cool.
No slacking off.
See ya.
Okay.
Yo.
So this is it, huh? It's for Futaba too. Do what you need to. I'll try to help any way I can. Just don't be reckless. Hannes is an accurate portrayal of Shido's nature. What do you mean? I have to agree. I'm sure he's quite used to traveling, especially on extravagant ships. And it should be obvious he's not using his own money for it. There are all sorts of rumors online. Oh, I get it. He's using tax money. Not cool, Shido. He believes that which belongs to others in turn belongs to him. Even people's lives. That's correct. This country will be a miserable place if Shido becomes Prime Minister. We have to stop him. Right, we've got to pay him back for all that, for what he did to you too. Just season to hear as many, everyone's mind, not many know this about the Diet. The Diet decides things with a majority vote, but what happens if the vote is split 50-50? The Speaker of the House decides, or they flip a coin? No, the Speaker of the House decides. In accordance with Article 56, Section 2 of the Constitution, the Speaker of the House makes the decision. For the general election, by law, the Diet's first act must be to appoint a new Prime Minister.
Nice going!
Hey.
Let's do it.
Oh!
Alright, let's see how difficult Punch Ouch is gonna be. I wonder if they're allowed to use the music.
Okay.
Do 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 na 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 I'm just using my own music now. I mean, they're trying. Like, I can hear it. I can hear that they're trying to use the music without using the music.
I see.
It's really annoying me that it's reminding me of the real music, but it's not the real music. Alright. Use the D-pad to match the arrows on screen within the time limit, then press X to punch. Oh, so it's basically just the same one. It's X enough times before the timer runs out. Okay. Dodge attacks. Alright. Okay, so it's like a mixture of the last two games that I played.
Yeah.
Somehow that increased my charm.
Nice.
Not quite sure how a punching game increases charm, but alright.
It's me. Sorry, I know you're tired. It'll be a sec, just hear me out.
Okay.
I've decided what I want to do with Shido after going into his palace. We can't let him run free. If there's a heart we gotta
He's
steal,
decided what he wants to do with Shido. What's going into you?
I really get it now. I want to avenge you. That's a no-brainer. But that's not it. If we let him run the country, the weak will be totally effed. Is it?
Oh, what? We'll protect them until the end.
Remember when I told you that heroes who lurk in the shadows are boring? Well, at forget what I said. Those heroes are way cooler.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Once we change Shido's heart...
Ryuji it called me up just to say, yes, we're definitely going to do this. By the fact that we're already doing this.
See ya.
I need to assume Joker is like the third or fourth person he's called that night to give that spiel. Oh god, could you imagine?
Hey.
It was time. Were you able to sleep last night? I slept pretty well. I'm impressed. Whatever happens, you always manage to just shake it off. You're finally facing off against your arch enemy. I know you know this, but don't get impatient. Jeez, it's been getting cold lately. We might freeze to death before we can change his heart. So let's see if we can find anything to help us get warm. Heater, huh? Oh, this is good. It's so warm.
Hey.
Once we take care of Shido. What's wrong? Well, I was just thinking, this might be the last job for the Phantom Thieves. Everyone's goals and ambitions, they're all linked to taking down Shido. That's how I feel. We all became Phantom Thieves for our own reasons. We weren't just playing around. Outside of the Phantom Thieves, you also have friends who've been helping you. They believe in you. We have an important battle ahead of us, and we only made it all this way because of them. There's no guarantees we'll make it out of this. See them as much as you can, so you have no regrets. Okay. I'm with you all the way to the end. This upcoming battle is personal, so we do it our way. Now we can fight Shido on your terms. Yeah, that's how you know the bedroom isn't very well insulated or has a radiator or anything.
Okay, quiet down.
You know. They need to show that it's cold somehow. Also, look at that. It's only a month until Christmas.
Hey, are you sure it's okay for him to be down here working right now? I mean, wouldn't it be bad if a Shujin student walked in and saw him?
Nobody comes to your shop, Sojiro.
Welcome. What did I just say?
Nah, still fine.
Senpai? You're not like a stunt double or something, right?
Long time no see.
Same to you. Wait, that's not my point.
See, we saw her a few days ago in the bath.
Are you pleased? I'm the one who set this up. A little surprise from me to you.
Damn
I
it,
asked
Morgana.
Futaba to do me a favor.
And I asked Ryuji to pass the message along to Kasumi.
I knew you'd be wiped out for a while, so I made sure to give you time to recover first.
Wait, why would Morgana just not ask Ryuji directly?
I'm just so happy.
If,
No one cares about my scheme.
wait, if all Futaba did was ask Ryuji to pass along the message, why didn't Morgana just pass along the message to Ryuji himself?
I'm going out for a bit to grab some groceries. I'll let you all get caught up with each other.
So you're Yoshizawa-san, right? Well, what's up? It's a pleasure meeting you.
Don't what's up.
Yes, nice to meet you as well, Sakura-san.
Could you at least figure out whether to be polite or casual?
Shut up! Don't you underestimate my people anxiety. Mona tells me that you helped him out in that palace a while back. We are awfully grateful for that.
Oh no, it was my pleasure. He's usually the one who helps me out. Not only that, I'd promised to repay his kindness to me, no matter what.
What a refined response. Are we really around the same age?
You know, there's something I've wanted to ask you, Yoshizawa. Why were you in that palace in the first place?
Good question.
That's...
I was wondering that too. Of course, I'm extra grateful that you saved our leader, but if our plan had somehow leaked, then we need to change our tactics from here on out.
It all started about a week ago, when we had lunch together on the roof of the school.
But that day's when...
I got the feeling that
Oh, I
something
see.
big was going to take place that day. So... I'm so sorry. I
So
was
you
actually following
followed
you
us.
the entire
Of
time.
course.
Wait, we were tailed there?
We definitely had no idea about that. It's like night and day compared to when Makoto was following us.
I've been considering for a while now. Perhaps I should be fighting alongside you if I have special powers like yours, Senpai.
Eh?
I wondered if an outsider like
Eh?
myself should even get involved. But I couldn't just stand back and do nothing.
Thank you.
It was nothing compared to how much you've done for me in the past. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not done here yet, are you? Then perhaps I ought to lend you a hand.
Well, we could definitely use the additional firepower, but...
I'm thankful for her offer for help, but Shido's more dangerous than any of our previous targets. It'd be wisest to avoid dragging Kasumi into this fight. God damn it. I appreciate the offer.
Well, you say that, but...
Honestly, we have no idea what risks you would face. Our enemy this time is more dangerous than anyone else so far. Also, we pretty much brought this entire mess down upon ourselves, so this is on us. We're delighted by the offer, but we really can't drag you into this any further. Moreover, you have something to do yourself, right?
I believe I'd be acting selfishly if I were to press any further. Very well. I understand your reasoning. If that's the situation, then I'll wait for you to return. But you have to promise me this. You'll come back safe no matter what. I don't ever want to feel as
Easy.
horrible as I did
Never
when I
a
thought
doubt.
you...
I'll come back safe. We'll be fine.
I really do believe you. It's time I get going. I've got practice today, as usual. Well, be seeing you.
Oh. Sure must be nice not having to go to school. Is that aimed at me? I don't know what you're talking about. Dead man cannot go to school, you know. So it would all be for nothing if you found out he's still alive. Doesn't it suck to live like a fugitive though, always having to hide your face? It's a thrill though. Sure it is, no doubt it's hard as well, but please bear with it for now. Try too hard to hide yourself, you'll only stand out more. That's always the hardest. Try hard, but not too hard. In case you're ready to put the plan into action, all we need is your signal.
Okay.
Stand out too much during the day, so we need to go out at night. We're about to face our toughest target to date. Don't skimp on your preparations. The plan for changing Shido's heart has begun. Try to steal your target's heart by the deadline. He's tough and knows the metaverse well. Be sure to strengthen your bonds so that you're prepared. I have faith in you. Here's the info. This one's cruel. There's a group of scammers out there specifically targeting old people. Apparently they're using some sort of spiritual mumbo jumbo to trick them into paying up. How horrible. It really is. Anyway, they keep moving around. It's been difficult to reliably track them. Police have just stopped trying entirely. Their representative is a guy named Yoshihito Wakasa. I don't have any more info on that. Alright. Swindling old folk is pretty low. Request received. So apparently I should only go out at night, but it's still letting me go places. Kind of weird. Right, I hang out with Yusuke. We will hang out.
Why?
Slow down, Yusuke. No, it said to me in the romance, I'd like to speak with you and the others. Wait, he wants to speak to all of us?
Indeed.
Alright. We're gonna go to La Blanc. So the game weirdly says you should only go out at night and then just lets you leave. My apologies for calling over here like this. Boss was even kind enough to serve us coffee before he went shopping. Now, I have a vital request. Hey. Move your best shot. All the tough problems are gonna have to go to Akira. Hey. I can help with any subject that's not math. You two honestly believe I would ask you here to help with in my studies? The truth is I'm planning to display my work in a competition. The one organized by Kawanabe of the Japanese Art Support Foundation. You remember, yes? I must win and prove not only my ability but my intense passion for art as well. However, I've been having quite a bit of trouble determining what my next subject should be. I've given this painting a fair amount of thought, but nothing has come to me yet. Hence, I was hoping to hear your opinions on an ideal subject.
Oh yeah!
How about you have Anne strip?
Wait!
How long are you going to keep bringing that up? Anyway, maybe you should paint something people find pretty. So in the end, we return to the concept of beauty. What subject do you think would most capture beauty? Has to be Anne. Though she is a subject I put great focus on in the past, now I'm aware of her true personality. I'm not sure I could paint her beautifully. Oh dear. Oh, that's right. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Why can I not paint a beauty as pure as the Sayuri? Where have all of my efforts gone? Now, I'm not really sure what you mean by pure beauty. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty painting, but I'm not sure I really consider it a pure beauty or whatever.
Huh?
I don't know, I guess it just feels more gentle to me. See, I almost cried the first time I saw the Sayuri. It felt kind of like I was a baby again in my mother's arms, watching over me, telling me everything's going to be okay. That was the gentleness that painting made me feel. This is coming from someone with absolutely no art knowledge, though.
I see.
Gentleness. That is yet another aspect the Sayuri captured that I cannot. Is my heart too clouded?
No way, man.
It ain't cloudy, dude. Be sure about that. Painting used to be all that my heart desired. I needed nothing else in life. But now, what now? I have become overwhelmed with a need to prove myself to Kawanabe and to prove myself to the world. I look down on Madarame for focusing so sharply on fame and money, yet I too yearn for the praise of others. In truth, oftentimes I regret declining Kawanabe's offer.
How could this be?
Is this what pure passion is supposed to look like? My heart is clouded by worldly desires. You've really grown, Yusuke. What? My ugliness has helped me grow?
Yep.
You're as right, dude. Ain't nothing wrong about doing your best to make a living.
Yeah.
And you just want someone to acknowledge your work, right? That's some serious passion. But how can passion be born from these repulsive thoughts?
You think?
Listen here, dude. I was totally like you back on the track team. I just wanted to prove myself, to win, to get all the girls to call me shit like Sakamoto-senpai. But, you know, even through all that, I was trying to help my team out. Sure, it's a solo sport, but nobody's gonna run till they puke if they don't got teammates they want to inspire. I guess what I really want to say is you gotta do stuff for people beyond just yourself if you want to succeed.
I see.
How it is. So the sincere gentleness held within the Sayuri, the warmth of its heart, it was all for the sake of those who gaze upon it? Interesting.
So that's what you mean.
Ah, I see.
Whoa.
What do you see? I've been a fool. Beauty is not the superficial thing I have long thought it to be. It's something that wells up within the heart until it breaks free. It is a gift given by a subject unto its viewer. I finally see the truth. Three of you have my sincerest gratitude. You've been a truly tremendous aid.
Yeah.
How exactly? Sure. I mean, I'll take it. Why not? And now Yusuke can endure. Time has come for my brush to meet canvas in beautiful harmony. You'll excuse me. Man, he's acting even weirder than normal. He looked pretty inspired though, so he'll be fine, right? Anyway, are you guys hungry? I might ask boss to make me something once he gets back. Maybe curry this time.
Come on.
You eat so freaking much. Oh yeah, and what was that crap about being good at everything except math? Ain't nice to lie, you know.
No!
I wasn't lying. It's just really hard to get good grades at Shujin.
No way, man.
If you're not getting good grades, you should have known Yusuke wasn't going to ask you to study with him. To be fair, he could ask me. I did get a top mark in the last exams.
Ah, you're back.
News station's been running story after story about Shido and the elections. Catchy too. I can't believe they're calling him the detective of the century. Plus they're treating the Phantom Thieves like criminals. That side of things has faded a little bit though, don't you think? One of the talk of the elections must have made people forget about the suicide news. The main culprit is dead, things have settled and society can go on like normal. That's probably what people are thinking. I have mixed feelings about all of this. I'm not saying they should talk about us more, but the sudden change in momentum is weird. All we gotta do is hurry up and steal Shido's heart. I'll take care of everything, right? You think? Good to hear you're treating this situation with caution. We need to be careful. All right. Just the look on Morgana's face as you're running through the street is pretty hilarious to me. Alright, what do we get? We got a Featherman badge.
Made a decision?
Alright, what does the Featherman badge do? Where's the Featherman badge? Feather cape. Another black rock. Wind amp. Yeah, I guess I should have figured that one out. Actually, with the way things are going to be going with... what's it called? With Alice, I might as well give everybody team glasses. I'm just going to be one-shotting everything, so this is going to be a good time to, like, level some people up. Oh, it's the sheep from Catherine.
Okay.
Do 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 do. Ah.
Wow.
Ah, come on, really?
Wow.
Man, I did so well on the first three, and then the last two have just been an absolute nightmare.
Wow. Wow.
How, though? Oh my god. Wait, what? I only get a certain amount of tries? Bullshit. Days that have a 7 make it better? Okay.
What are you gonna do today? Now.
Oh, are we going to LeBlanc?
Sure.
Let's go, inmate. Onward, inmate.
Ah, you're back.
Wait, who are these kids? Yeah, apparently there's a try limit. I didn't even know that. Are you the master of this place? Thank you for assisting the inmate with his rehabilitation. Inmate? Yes, it's all going as planned. In no small part due to your own efforts. We must express our gratitude for that. Sure. Hey, what kind of crowd are you running with nowadays exactly? I'm just a friendly guy. Oh, it's up to you who you spend your time with. Just don't get into any trouble. I'll take a seat. Have you already eaten? If not, I could bring out some curry for you. Curry? We haven't a clue what that is, but we'll politely accept your offer. Here you go. What in the world is this? The rice is slowly being absorbed by this sludge.
Oh, man.
Sludge, really? Wait, have you really never had this before? The scent isn't bad at all. In fact, it's rather appetizing. What are these poisonous-looking red chunks along the edge here? That's called Fukujinzuke. Fukujin... what is it? It's optional flavoring for your curry. They call it that because of the 7 gods of fortune, the Shichifukujin.
What?
You chopped up a god to make this? So this is dyed with the blood of a god. What are these kids going on about? You don't want to know. This man's a god killer. Now I see how he's able to rein in the inmate. I have high hopes for any dish prepared by a god slayer. Let us pay our proper respects and happily eat our sludge. Look, it's not sludge, alright? Oh, it's so spicy. My mouth's on fire.
Yes.
I agree, but it seems I cannot stop myself. Are you fans? It's not bad. I think I could stand to, it could stand to be a little sweeter though. I must say, I do feel this curry sludge filling both my body and spirit to burst. Eating this every day would no doubt support your rehabilitation immensely. Be grateful to that godslayer for sheltering you, inmate. If you were to cross him, he'd chop you up for his next garnish. Should I go? And I have to get to Futaba's dinner. I have to get Futaba's dinner ready. If they want coffee, you know how to make it. The shop's yours for the night. Coffee? I believe that was served at the slave camp as well. Alright, inmates, serve us coffee. Why is everything on the Godslayer's menu so murky? I love the fact that they're referring to Sojiro as the Godslayer. That's so good. Smells not bad though. It's more satisfying than we'd previously experienced as well. Now for a test sip. Oh, she's got the pose going and everything. Ah, it's bitter. Is this poison? That's just how it tastes. Shut up, it's bitter. I call them like I taste them. What are you even doing, Caroline? I've heard of mysterious white additives that people use to reduce the awfulness of this inky abomination. I demand those additives. Sounds like she's talking about milk and sugar. Oh, this powder dissolves immediately, no matter how much I add. Almost, a little more. That perfect balance of black and white is almost there. Oh, there's no more left. I don't believe that I quite reached the perfect harmony of black and white, but there is something that can be done now. Oh, for the test sip. Ah, it's so sweet. There is an intriguing, crunchy texture to it. However, it does have its own unique appeal. Did she not stir it? Not only did we get to meet the inmate's master of this realm, but we also got to try some exotic food. And, as for yourself, this assignment is now complete. Here's your reward. Ah, high counter card. Now that I'm thinking about it, the inmate's shown us quite a number of different places, huh? Indeed, we've been able to see some unexpected sides to humans. This has been a very fulfilling experience for us.
Happy to hear it. And we have no interest in such happiness, inmate, just rehabilitation. Though you do occasionally forget your station in your excitement.
What?
Oh yeah? I could say the same for you. I know you asked our master if we could get a jellyfish tank for our room. Don't try to deny it. It appears we're out of time. We must be heading back now.
Hey!
Don't act like you can just drop the subject that easily. You're not getting out of this one. We are wardens and this is our prisoner. Nothing more, nothing less. However, there's no denying the fact that the inmates' results have exceeded our expectations. For that alone, we would certainly be remiss to not express our appreciation.
Not bad for an inmate.
Yeah, that's high praise coming from us. Show your own appreciation for us, inmate. But this isn't the end of your special assignments. You better not give up on them now. Got it? Let's finish the Godslayer's meal before we leave. What were they called again? Kirby and coughing? I believe you mean Curdy and Compy. Whatever, it's sludge on a plate and sludge in a cup. Let's get to it. Pay close attention to their hat. Yeah, I remember something about the hat, but I've forgotten it, so I'm fine with not remembering what that's all about. Funny thing is, anytime I interact with the twins, I'm trying really hard to remember what the significance of the letters on the hats are. And I just cannot remember. And that's probably a good thing. Alright, can I go back to the arcade and try the thing again?
Wow.
Alright, let's go. I will get you this time.
Wow.
Come on. What is this? Oh, finally.
Nice going.
Finally. I'm going to make a quick trip to the Thieves' Den. Alright, buy items. What can I buy? I can buy Milady. And that's it. I can buy... Ah, the Rubber Robo Gang. Nah, just the Corpo Robo army. Oh, a giant slot machine. Oh, yeah. I can buy Akumura and Nijima. Oh, that one's cool. Yeah, I'll place that one. Oh, it basically replaces Futaba or Johanna. Alright, let's replace Johanna. I can get Cafe. Ah, I see. I can buy the beef bowl place as well. And the crossroads. And the church. Ah, that's cool. Hawaii! Capsule machines. Is there anything else? So it's the big pink... Big pink one. Okay, I need to see if I can... I want to see if I can replace Wakaba, because Wakaba's like the best one. Need to put LeBlanc somewhere. Yeah, I'll put it there instead of the TV studio. I'm gonna leave it as kind of Shiro's for now. Maybe I go back to the Velvet Room. Yeah, we'll switch it back to the Velvet Room. Yeah, I like the Velvet Room one. Said I could buy more pictures, so let's go over here and we'll buy some pictures. Actually, I don't think I bought any of those. I don't think I bought any of the calling cards as well either, did I? Wasn't it just under the special? 2 million copies sold? Online illustration? That one's kind of cool. Yeah, that one's kind of cool. Which one's this? This is the Dengeki PlayStation Volume 614 cover. That one's pretty nice. I like that. The Jiro concept art basically looks exactly the same. Size, okay. Horror, okay. Everyone's concept art basically looks exactly the same. I think the only one that was changed was... the only one who was changed slightly was Morgana's, I think. No. Yeah, I don't know. There's no way this could be concept art, right? Everybody's concept art looks pretty much identical. Oh, Madarame is the one that changed. Yeah, Madarame doesn't look like that. Oh, that's right. Wakaba changed as well. Her hair wasn't quite like that. They decided to put Wakaba's hair from her concept art onto Haru instead. Don't want any of that. Don't want any of that. Showtimes. That's what I wanted. So I'm missing 2 showtimes by the looks of it. This is the one I wanted. This is the movie that I wanted to purchase. This is the best showtime.
Pardon me. Brilliant. Showtime.
Clothesline. Drop kick. Steel chair. Hey. My God. He's killed him. He's killed him. He's broken in half. Yeah, you gotta love good old JR. Alright, you said there was one for Tycoon. Where do I see the Tycoon challenges? Oh, it's actually at the tables. Wait, what? Oh, challenges. There we go. Become Tycoon 5 times across casual games. Become Tycoon in a serious game. Become Tycoon 10 times. Serious games. Become Tycoon 15 times across Cutthroat games. Become Tycoon in a round in which you started a revolution. Become Tycoon in every round of a Cutthroat game. Finish a round with a 3. Finish off a round with a Joker. Start a round as a beggar, then end as a Tycoon. Perform a counter revolution. Respond to a Joker with a 3 of spades. Reach Tycoon rank in games with every party member. Force all opponents to pass 3 consecutive times in a serious or Cutthroat game. Complete all challenges. One's Avalanche. Finish a round of a Cutthroat game while all other players have hands of 10 or more cards. Hey, what can I say? What can I say? I'm just damn good at Tycoon. It took you 4 hours to get, and I was just getting it casually. Hey, what was it you said the other day? You said that I was incredibly lucky. I mean, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want from me. I can't help it. All right, before we hang out with Shinya, I'm going to go grab myself something to eat, and I need to have a chat with my dad about what we're going to order in for food later. So I'll be back in a few minutes. And then we'll hang out with Shinya and go through the motions. It looks like we're not going to be going to the palace for a while. So today might be kind of a slow day. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to go do that. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I will see you guys in a little bit. Hello, I'm back. I've just found out what we're ordering for dinner tonight. Apparently my dad really wants McDonald's.
Hey!
Although I'm not too happy about that because Burger King is far superior to McDonald's. No one can tell me otherwise.
Hey!
McDonald's has better fries. This is true. However, there definitely needs to be a caveat with that in that it's possible to get bad fries from McDonald's, right? So like there's obviously going to be times when Burger King fries are better and McDonald's fries are bad. But yeah, Burger King deserves the title of Burger King because they do make the best burgers. The worst fries are KFC, followed by BK. The last time I was at Burger King, they forgot a third of my order. And what we got wasn't that impressive. Oh dear. Wendy's fries are top tier. I think Chick-fil-A has the best fries. I don't remember the Wendy's fries. I've only had Wendy's once in my life, and that was like 13 years ago. I don't remember Wendy's fries all that much. I just remember being shocked at a square burger. And I don't think we have Chick-fil-A here. McDonald's has the worst fries that are always oversalted. They're alright. I like a lot of salt on my food. We have a place called Harvey's in Canada that has hella good fries. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of. I don't think I've ever heard of Harvey's. Cuz, hello. How you doing? I want to try Chick-fil-A. I hear the food is quite good. Sure, but Chick-fil-A is run by anti-LGBT bigots. Oh, I remember that. There was like a big outcry like 6 months ago or something, right? About how they're the worst people ever. I don't care how the food place is ran. If the food is good, I'll go. Yeah, that's pretty much how I see it. Like, it is what it is. My dad once asked why Wendy's has square patties when he worked there, and his boss said the official answer is because Wendy's doesn't believe in cutting corners. Oh, wow. Oh my god, all those fries. Now you're making me hungry.
Later.
So Aquila, what's the best burger place? Eh? You think the Big Mac makes McDonald's the best burger place? That's interesting. So the reason my dad wants to get McDonald's for dinner tonight is because they've temporarily brought back the Mega Mac, which is the 4-patty Big Mac. And he wants one. So apparently that's what we're having for dinner tonight. I'll be honest, I was kind of in the mood for Chinese, but I guess I'll make do.
Yo. Okay, sounds good. Everything displayed here is just a replica, got it? You'll get arrested if you attach a blade to them, so don't even try. That one? Don't break it, okay?
Dragon God Pole. Yeah, everything for Anne is gonna be terrible, right? And even Makoto's weapons are still bad.
That's what you like it?
Gilgamesh axe, hell yeah.
Alright, which one? Be sure to choose carefully. Just don't go using it for anything dangerous. Okay.
I don't really feel like buying that.
These are all imported, but we should have some in your size. Alright, which one?
These will know stuff.
Okay.
I will sell my treasure. 278k for all my treasure? I guess I didn't sell my treasure when I came out of
Come again.
when I came out of Mementos last time, which means I've probably got a load of stuff that I can hand in over here. The McRib is back, but it hasn't been that long since the last time they had that, so I'm just meh. Part of the allure of the McRib is how infrequently it's offered. I don't think I've ever had a McRib. The thought of it just...
Welcome.
doesn't really do anything for me. Oh, 26 of those. Hell yeah. Oh my god, I managed to get an even 1,000 points. Alright, what do we get? Old Primate Vest and Old Samurai Towel. Steak and Shake? I don't think I've ever heard of Steak and Shake. We'll give that to Yusuke. We'll give that to Makoto. We'll give that to Haru. And has the old tights. Ryuji can get the old vest. Alright, cool. You think the Big Mac is #1 because of two things, the thinness of their patties and the taste, and the sauce. Thin patties are best.
don't know how I feel about this. Local businesses are better than big corporations. Not always, but I can see your point.
Good.
You ever have a frozen barbecue rib sandwich? McRibs are basically that. Oh, like I don't know if this is a thing outside of the UK, but we have a thing called rustlers here. I imagine that's probably a thing outside of the UK as well, but I think Rustlers did it like a rib sandwich thing, like a microwave rib sandwich. Steak and Shake makes really good burgers, but you don't much care for their fries. How to tell a food place is good is their chips. I mean... I guess it depends. It depends on what kind of food place it is. Like if it's a burger place, then surely the burgers would be the best thing to determine whether a burger place is good or not.
That's right.
Surely. Every day is great at your do-ness. Not necessarily? You don't think so?
Yo.
It has been a while since I've had McDonald's chicken nuggets. And you know what's funny? The first time I ever had McDonald's chicken nuggets was only about 6 years ago. Maybe I have to buy some chicken nuggets tonight, and I'll give you a fair assessment on if they're good or not. You don't know if it's any different in the UK, but the McDonald's chicken nuggets are fucking foul here? Really? And all I hear is people bigging up the McDonald's chicken nuggets in the UK.
All right.
Everyone loves the McDonald's chicken nuggets. I don't get it. Their chicken nuggets are exceptionally edible, and that's about it. Here in Oz, Macca's nuggets are the bomb. Their sauces are better than their nuggets. Nice. Curry dip. Ooh. That's true. I completely forgot about that. Did that just happen, or is that currently happening? I didn't know if I was allowed to watch it or not. The thing is, I already know I'm gonna get the game. I already know I'm gonna play it. I already know I'm probably gonna love it. So it's the kind of thing where, like, I'm pretty much just adding to the... Okay, it looks like it's already happened and they've already uploaded the video. This video is... It's about 20 minutes long. Do we watch it? Thinking about getting the Phantom Thieves logo as a tattoo. That'd be kind of cool. What is happening with my lighters? It's getting ridiculous now. Give me a sec. Oh god. I need to lean. Need to lean. What? I didn't know you could do that. Oh my god, there's a poll happening right now. I completely forgot you could do that. Be even better, get the Morgana bus. Apparently you're not allowed to stream the closed network test that's happening in a couple of weeks, or next week, or whenever it is. Which is a shame. Okay. Alright, I guess that's a no then. Fair. We did the poll. The poll stands. 20 minutes is too long. Maybe. Now the question is, should I watch it in my own time or just leave it? We don't need another poll. Ah, see? Although I have always said that the 8-ball lies, so... Plus there is a Kappa there, so... Well, Kappa Ross. Maybe I am. Maybe I am a sussy backer, whatever the fuck that means. Of the Persona school uniforms, which is my favorite? Honestly, it's between 3 and 4. The Yasogami and the Gekko-kan. I think it's probably Gekko-kan. If I'm being completely honest. Yasogami is close. But I don't like the I don't particularly like the stitching design on the Yasogami outfit, so I think Gekko-kan probably takes it by a little bit. And then it's Yasogami, and then it's probably Shujin. I'm not a massive fan of plaid or flannel. That kind of puts me off the Shujin uniform, to be honest. Which one's the Seven Sisters one? Is that the Oh, actually, I know which one my favorite one is. It's the black and white one with the orange, I think. Let me have a look.
It's... I guess that's the Persona 2 one. I kind of like the Persona 2 one. Which one did you say? Seven Sisters. Let me have a look. Rido, UGM, Maid, Christmas. Oh. Okay, I don't actually know which one that is. But yeah, there's a thing here. This is the one from Persona 3, right? So this is the Gekko-kan one. Yeah, I really like the Gekko-kan one. It's actually really good. And then you've got the Yasogami one here. I kind of like the Yasogami one as well. Yeah, so Yasogami is... I think it probably goes Gekko-kan, Yasogami. This is the other one that I was thinking of. This is the one that I like. Seven Sisters is Peter. So this is the Seven Sisters one. Okay, in that case, this would be in my top 3 for sure. Male uniform has a blue tie, the female uniform has the... Yeah, okay, so yeah, this is probably one of my favorite ones. I would probably put this above Yasogami slightly. I think it would probably be this. You literally have all of the outfits available. Yeah, but I can't look at them unless I'm in a palace. So... I'm not currently there. This one I find really boring. Just like the plain green. Yeah, I kind of don't like that. This one, there is just way too much going on in this one. This is just like a weirder version of the Shujin outfit. I kind of don't like that. I like Morgana's outfit though. Morgana's looks cool. Dancing All Night. Yeah, I don't particularly like any of these. There's the arena ones, which are all right, I guess. SMT4. SMT4 is okay. This is the samurai one, I think. There's the beachwear one. And then this is this one seems for the female ones where it's just like weirdly brown. I kind of don't like it, but I like Ryuji's. Ryuji's looks really cool. I like the t-shirt, and obviously I like the Rido uniform for Yusuke and Joker. This is the Catherine set, which is alright, I guess. This is the maid and butler set, which I don't understand why all the maid stuff is red. I'm not a big fan of the red. If it was black, I think it would be great, but whatever. And then this is what they get for the Christmas stuff, which is a bit weird. I actually weirdly like Makoto's Christmas outfit. I'm a big fan of belts. And then, yeah, that's it. So yeah, I would say that best outfits is probably Gekko-kan, then Seven Sisters, then Yasogami, and then probably Shujin. It's palace time then? Nah.
Hello.
Hello. I do tend to like the classic brown look in a weird way. Then again, I like the first Captain America movie, most of the MCU stuff. Something about that historic vibe. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can certainly get behind that.
I don't know, like World War stuff has just always kind of sat a bit wrong with me. I think it comes from like not so much repressed childhood stuff, but because I originally lived in Germany and then moved to the UK, and I was bullied like pretty much daily just purely for being German, and people in England are fucking dicks. I pretty much came to like very much dislike anything, usually specifically World War II related, just purely on the basis of daily bullying from people just for being German. So I can't get behind something like the first Captain America movie, unfortunately. I can obviously appreciate that it's good, but yeah, just the subject matter brings up painful, traumatic memories to my childhood, so it's whatever. Ooh, interesting. So I got Heat Riser in a in item form now. That's kind of cool. I think it's silly that Anne doesn't get to have a Christmas outfit. She just gets devil horns and booty shorts. Do be like that sometimes.
Hey, what do you want? Nice.
What's your granddad flew for the Luftwaffe? Firstly, my grandparents abstained from going to war and fled to Switzerland. Secondly, don't be a cunt. And you know I'm serious, because I use the C word. You bastard. Yep, that's C word. Overall, it feels like Anne's personality doesn't line up well with her Arcana or Palace outfit. Yeah, it's kind of weird. She's kind of, like, I can kind of understand it from, like, the model sense, I guess, but she's kind of, she's not arrogant about it, right? Like, she's kind of humble with her appearance, and I think that comes down to, like, the mistranslation thing, right? Where she, like, it didn't really translate very well. Where she was like bullied and harassed for being a foreigner or whatever. So I guess she doesn't really think about her looks that much. Yeah, it doesn't really quite fit. Hard to compartmentalize personal suffering attached to such a thing. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's just one of those things. It is what it is. Like, I'm not gonna, like, go out of my way and say, oh, no, it's bad because it's about the war kind of thing. But, like, it didn't help that whenever we did history in school, the only history we learned about pretty much was the Tudors and World War II. That really, that second one really didn't help my situation much. But Yeah, it is. It is what it is. I'm over it now. I pretty much don't care. But like back when I was at school, it was awful. Like all I wanted, right? Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about it. I don't want this to turn into like some sort of sob story thing. So I'll just leave it at that. It's just everyone in P5 is so squeaky clean morally, like none of them would ever hurt a fly, even Ryuji. Treated as a punk because he got in one fight one time, which he lost. True. Lovers as an Arcana isn't always deeply romantic, but it's about interpersonal relationships. Like Rise was big on the romance, but Anne is about the friendships. Yukari was about loving oneself despite family trauma. True. True.
Indeed. Why?
Yeah, I can really get behind some of the like it's sometimes I think about like, oh, why is this person this Arcana and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes it's obvious why certain people are certain Arcanas, like Takemi being associated with death makes sense, right? Even though the Arcana for death doesn't necessarily always mean the same thing. Oh, he wants to go to Mementos again. It never fails to amaze me, no matter how many times we come. Where does this passage even go? It feels as though I'm being sucked inside merely by gazing upon it. But this is the heart of man. It is ugly, yet beautiful as well. That duality is what makes humanity such an interesting subject. As you know, I've been confused recently about the reason for my art. Did I want to be recognized, or did I want to capture pure beauty? Was it due to my talent, or just my upbringing? Each answer would seem correct at first, yet only prove itself false upon a more in-depth examination.
What are your thoughts?
When my mother was painting the Sayuri, what do you think she was thinking about? A love for her son. Such love is almost embarrassing to have pointed out to me. You're absolutely right. However, I believe that was not the only thing she thought about. Seems the Sayuri was meant to impart something to me, and to all others who view it for that matter. Love, regret, loneliness, anxiety, calm, and hope. All of the emotions my mother felt conveyed plainly to the viewer. That's why it has such a profoundly unique impact on those who see it. My paintings pale in comparison to such depth of meaning. How could I have hoped to convey pure beauty with my limited palette? And yet that painting has kept me going this whole time. During particularly difficult nights, it was there to soothe my sadness. It acted almost as a ray of light cutting through the somber darkness.
How could this be?
I'd wanted to create a similar beacon of hope for others, but it seems I lost sight of that goal. Look, this world is a dark, unrelenting place, Akira. But this is why I'm going to wield my brush again to give hope to all those who see my paintings. You've really changed, Yusuke.
Yes.
Yes, thanks to you. You chose to help me work through these problems instead of leaving me to my sadness. Now I'll use my art to paint over the blackness of this world. It shall become a vivid realm full of hope. I expect it will be the most beautiful sight to behold. Perhaps you will see it someday. Perhaps I shall. Protect.
All right.
Carmen, her persona, whom gifted the catsuit look, is Anne's dream of owning her sexuality. Using her looks to her advantage is a thing she wants. The disadvantage earlier on caused Anne to be resentful of it. For her maturity... Yes, I know I'm attractive, but Ryuji, she eventually calms him down with how she looks. Yeah, I guess it's just about becoming comfortable with who you are, right? That's pretty much what everyone's striving for, I guess. Oh, we should leave. Wait, run away. Ah, you two.
Oh.
Wanabe-san. On your way home, you clearly have time on your hands, Yusuke. I'm on my way to prepare for the competition. Speaking of which, do you plan on entering? Indeed I do. Your parade may not be too pleased with the outcome. After all, the winner's spot is not simply yours for the taking. I suppose whether you ultimately opt to enter is entirely your decision, though. More the merrier, yes?
I see.
Winner's spot. Ah yes, I was hoping to prove my talent to him by taking the top prize home. That no longer matters to me, though. I'm going to enter my painting merely so others can be exposed
See you
to
later.
it. I will talk to you later. Farewell. Oh, you can mod strikers?
Ah, you're back.
I didn't know strikers had mods. The Yaki Emo set. 3 legendary Yaki Emos and 10 Benny Azumas. Special sweet set. 3 melon pans and 5 moon dangos. So one restores SP and one's revive items.
Hey, hey!
Want SP or revive items? Let's just get the SP, I guess.
Well then. Hi.
Hi. Probably carrying more money than Sajiro's cafe ever made.
Welcome.
Probably.
Hey, hey.
What do we got? 2 female. Okay. Oh, and 1 for Morgana as well. Nice. Tava. Okay, everybody's good to go. Oh god. Sneeze.
Oh, it's freezing. Later.
Actually, let me just double check. This is a rank up. It is.
What's up?
You're craving McDonald's? Yeah, that's the really annoying thing about talking about food, right? Is that generally it's going to make people hungry. Kind of the unfortunate thing about it.
Hey.
Careful with this gun. If anyone's interested in buying it, let me know right away. Thing's an antique. I'm not going to sell it to anyone unless they're a real gun expert. Oh, and about Zuda. I heard he got excommunicated from the clan. Apparently his boss found out what happened. Serves him right, huh? You sure he's still alive?
Yeah.
think so. Pretty big relief, assuming it's true. I mean, sure, that bastard pissed me off, but I never once wished he'd up and die on me. The whole thing's been really crazy, though. I mean, Suda used to be the role model for upholding the code. I guess this is what he meant when he said times are changing. Hey, it's you. Want to talk about Suda?
Huh?
Wait, what? The hell are you... You motherfucker. Hey, hold on. Damn it, that bastard Master's abducted Kaoru. Kaoru be okay? He damn well better be, or else Master's a dead man. That piece of shit. I knew the Suda's failure I knew about Suda's failure the whole time. I bet he was just waiting for a chance like this. Everything is closed for you since it's 2 AM? Oh, that's not good. There must be something open, surely. Something, somewhere. That you can just, like, Uber Eat. We're over at Seaside Park. On Seaside Park.
Hey.
Oh, this place. Let Kaoru go. Take it easy, Mune-san. All I did was give him a friendly ride home from cram school. With a knife. Isn't that right, Kaoru? Dan, I'm sorry. He said he had some stuff to tell me about you. Then he... Man, ain't he just a great kid? What's your goal here, Masa? What are you, Mune-san's little errand boy? Wait, I remember you. You're that weirdo from the diner.
Hey.
I said let Kaoru go. Fuck off, I heard you the first time. So what are you gonna make me do? Great question. You know these modded guns you were gonna give to Suda? Be real nice to get my hands on them. There's a lieutenant's spot open now that Suda's gone, but I still need to prove my worth before I can get it. And you're gonna help me do just that. Sorry, Masa, but you got some real shitty timing. We just broke them all down. There's nothing left. You think that's gonna dissuade me? You know, I know everything about Kaoru-kun's situation. Huh? My situation? Man, what does he mean? Don't you remember what I told you in the car, Kaoru-kun, about your dad? About what he thinks of you? Right, I'm just a burden, aren't I? That's it, isn't it? Tell me, Dad. I can handle the truth. That ain't true. I'm trying to protect you, Kaoru. Hey, this family bullshit's real touching and all, but we're supposed to be negotiating here, remember? Why don't we start with a delivery date? The sooner the better in my book.
Shit.
God damn it. Don't give me that. None of this would have happened if you didn't go and take that brat in. I knew it. Everything really is my fault. Just... You need to trust your son. Yeah. Hey, what are you two chatting about over there?
Yo.
Haru, listen. There's something I've been keeping from you for a while now, and you're probably not gonna like it. Truth is, your real parents didn't die in a car crash. You were abandoned by your mother when you were still a baby. That's why I took you in. Believe it or not, I was actually part of the Yakuza back then. Oh man, I can't believe you really freaking told him, Mune-san. He's not lying, Kaoru. From what I heard, your mum tried to sell you to us just so that she could get her hands on some easy drug money. Tell me. Yep, then when Mune-san here wasn't buying, she just dumped you and ran. That's how you ended up with a Yakuza dad. Pretty crazy, huh? And that's a relief. Been trying to hold that in all day long. I couldn't wait to see the look on your face when you found out. And this is hilarious. Boo freaking who? How sad. Enough! All of that might be true, but it's in the past now. I'm not a child anymore, and I'd never let a stupid secret like that get to me. Huh? So what if my mum dumped me? Or if my dad was part of the Yakuza? We might not be related by blood, but we're connected by the gecko. Wait, what? So you know what? I don't care what you have to say about us. I'm me, and Munehisa Iwai is my dad. Wait, what is this? Who's T-posing? Oh, you broke the game and now Joker's T-posing. What the hell is Makoto wearing? What have you done?
Actually, I think this is only as rank 9. Attaboy, Carrot. Listen, Messer, let's put an end to this right here, right now. We can start fresh. You seriously still don't get it, do you? Hurricanes. No, Massa, you're the one who doesn't get it. You really fucked up this time.
Oh?
Suda? Suda, I mean, sir. Don't give me that. I know you ratted me out to the boss. You've never been good at keeping your mouth shut. No, it wasn't me. Uh-huh. And what do you think you're doing waving that knife around, huh? I'm sorry. Your kid's got guts, Mooney. Like father, like son, huh?
Yo.
Looks like it. So what now? Well, I'll start by making this idiot repay his debts. I haven't thought about what comes after that. All I really know is this is where we say goodbye, Mooney. Take care, brother. Let's go. You okay, Kara? Yeah, I was a little afraid, but it's all better now. Honestly, I'm surprised you stayed calm through all that. Guess you're maturing quicker than I even realized. Oh, he's really strong-willed. Sure is. I never would have been able to say all that shit he did. You know, I've been so busy making sure he doesn't end up like me that I forgot to see who he's actually becoming. Just can't believe I'm only just realizing this now.
Appreciate it.
It's all thanks to you, kid. I appreciate it, for real. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that, Hugsloth. Like, EY probably has one of the better confidant stories. I think I really like EY's, and I really like Takemi's. And then everybody else's is just kind of whatever. Makoto's pissed me off so much.
Let's go.
Makoto's so boring that her confidant is literally not about her at all. That's true. It's all about that Aiko girl, and she is... Oh, God. I wanted to... Oh, just... I would have... Oh, just... Nah. Oh, God, I hate her so much. She's my least favorite character in this game. Yeah, Aiko's the kind of person that I just would not be able to have in my life. Just... Nah. I would not have been able to handle that. I would not have had the self-control not to tell her how much of a fucking idiot she is.
Hey. Hey.
Should I tell the others about the target and mementos? Nah. We gotta go get Yusuke to rank 10.
Indeed.
Hello, Yusuke.
Why?
Oh, why? I will spend time with Yusuke.
Let us be off.
Time to go to the museum. Yusuke's painting won the competition.
I still have much to learn, but I finally painted something that I can be satisfied with.
All he did
This
was take his original drawing, which I actually really liked,
title is Desire
and just painted a massive yellow circle on it and some like red and blue lines coming off it. I'm just... I kind of hate this version of that drawing. I kind of liked the version before.
Is all of you. The title lists hope, but in my mind, it's a much more concrete thing. I can't believe.
Although he did add some of those green leaves in the corners.
You. It's a good painting.
Huh?
How is this good?
He's not trying to be eccentric for the sake of being eccentric, like the last time. To think the same painting can change this much. So this is the answer you've come up with.
I will never understand art and artists.
And hope. I see. Beauty and ugliness. Humans are creatures that possess both. It seems you understand that.
What are you playing at?
I apologize, although my intent was to encourage you. It was.
As someone who actually like went to college to study art and stuff for like 6 years,
your competitive spirit.
God, it's just so
Why would you do that? What's your objective?
I wanted to do something for you as
and
another
just...
person who is free from Madarame's chains.
Oh, I hate it. It's so bad.
Madarame held a grudge against me for supposedly stealing his customers from him. To start, I couldn't get anyone to rent me space for exhibits. He caused me no end of hardship.
So
have you ever heard the story of the urinal with a name written on it that was praised as high art, or the time someone put their sunglasses down at an art show and journos thought it was an exhibit? I think I heard about the sunglasses one, not about the urinal though.
To not look away from it, and chose to stand up against it. If only he had your strength. Madarame and I go back a long way. First as classmates, then as teachers at the same art school. He used to have a noble spirit. Said he wanted to aim for the top of the art world one day.
You're big on moon imagery?
But in the end, even the art world has its share of politics. Those who are cunning win. Our hearts were stained black in that manner. But the human heart is a strange thing. It can't completely
How
separate
Duchamp's urinal changed art forever?
I was shocked when I heard that he took you in. He never liked children, you see.
Oh?
Why?
This happened just before we cut all ties from each other. But I got a call from him. He was panicking that nearby clinics were closed and that his kid had a fever.
Sensei.
It's so bad though.
Yeah.
I don't want any more losers like me, or misguided winners like him being born from this world. That's why
Speaking
I
of
started this
Bloodborne.
foundation. So how about it? Would you like our support?
I'm still really annoyed it took me so long to play that game.
It's a truly kind offer. Thank you for your
I feel like I
generosity.
want to play
However,
Bloodborne
I
again
must
before Elden
respectfully
Ring
decline.
comes out.
Huh.
Fucking love
What
that
makes
game.
you say that?
I am not Madarame. I won't be stained by desire. After all, I can see hope. If I am lost, they will extend their hands. If I am wrong, they will chastise me. As long as I have my rays of hope to guide me, I will be fine.
Ha! Madarame really did have a good eye.
What a strange man. Sacrificing one's own money for the sake
Yeah,
of
that's true. Like, what actually happened to everyone?
Perhaps it's a tad wasteful of me to decline. Still, I
Yeah, I wish there was some sort of, like...
That's the human
Because
heart.
it feels like everything's sort of, like, unfinished, right? There's never been any,
That's exactly what I should be painting.
like, full resolution
It must have been
for
troublesome
these
dealing with
things.
me. But for some reason...
Like, the only one we've actually been able to resolve fully was Sai and Okumura. Right? Madarame, no idea. Kamoshida, no idea. Oh, actually, we know about Kaneshiro. Kaneshiro was arrested.
I am thou.
We did see that.
Thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow.
Oh yeah, Futaba's, we know about that one as well. But yeah, like, Kamoshida and Madarame, you never actually hear about what happened to them afterwards.
Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of the Emperor, granting thee infinite power.
Second Awakening, let's go.
All right.
I can now fuse Odin. Let's go. Goemon will become Naruto. Sorry, I mean Susanoo. Is this Susanoo?
Persona within me has awakened to a new power.
I think this is Susanoo, right? Oh yeah, Kamu Susanoo. Yeah.
Now that I'm out of my slump, I need to make up for the time I wasn't able to paint.
What purpose would teenagers have for going into a police station to validate Kamoshida and Madarame's arrests?
Assistance to you, should you ever stumble.
Yeah, just, you know, something about the news mentioning it would have been nice.
In order for me to learn more about the heart, we need to work hard on our thief business.
Susanoo is one of the children of Izanagi. Oh, interesting. I think here we get rid of... Severe physical damage to one foe, powers up. Medium to one foe, 2 to 3. Heavy physical to all. Minuscule 3 to 5. Maybe Tempest Slash? What's behind my head? Heat Wave. I think I want to keep Heat Wave because it's the only one that does physical to all. Every other attack that he has only does damage to one. Yeah, Tempest is pretty good. I guess it would be Myriad Slashes, maybe? No, because that one seems pretty good as well, but this one does Severe. And it powers up after ban. Yeah, I think Deadly Fury is probably the one to get rid of. Like, I want to keep the Speedmaster. I want to keep the high counter. I want to keep the ice moves. Myriad and Tempest are the same move. Well, this one hits more times. I just don't know, like, damage-wise, which one is better. Like, this hits 3 to 5. This does 2 to 3. Like, is two medium hits better than 3 minuscule hit? I would imagine so, right? So I guess Myriad Slashes is better than Tempest? Because, like, if it hits 5 times, it doesn't crit. Like, one of those doesn't have a chance to crit, right? It's not like Pokemon, where if you do a multi-hitting move, one of them has a chance to crit. Like, they all crit or none of them crit, right? So I would assume the Tempest Slash would be worse. Although if they do all crit, I feel like they would do more damage than Myriad Slashes, maybe. But then again, if Myriad Slashes crits, then I guess it's the same thing.
Let me have a look. Slash versus myriad slashes. Let's see what Google has to say for itself. Is myriad slashes better than Brave Blade? So Tempest Slash has 350 power with a 10% chance to crit. Actually, oh no, that's Persona 3. Oh, this is a Persona 3 thing. Okay, so Myriad Slashes has 90 power, and Tempest Slash has 20 power. Yeah, Myriad Slashes is better. So Myriad Slashes has 90 power and it hits twice. Tempest Slash only has 20 power, which means that you would need to hit 5 times for it to do more damage than one Myriad Slash. But this will always hit at least twice. So yeah, Tempest Slash is bad. We'll get rid of Tempest Slash.
Ah, you're back. Yo.
Another box came for me.
Hey.
Alright, we got our SP items.
Hey, hey.
Time for a crossy. Draws people to you. Watching paint dry. Boring? Walk arrogantly. It's gotta be swagger, hasn't it? And then this would be Captain Charisma. The ability to attract or appeal to other people is derived from the Greek word charis, meaning grace or goodwill. Charisma is wholly unrelated to a person being good or bad. A charitable person and an atrocious one are both charismatic if they are able to attract others.
All right.
Oh. Oh, really?
Nice.
Do.
Wow.
We're gonna watch the movie Over the Pigeon's Nest.
Well.
Alright. Sure. Why not? Do.
Too many pigeons, do something!
Emmy's here as well. Why aren't we going to a movie with Takemi? My girlfriend.
Rules are rules. You must observe the curfew.
Piss on your rules. I ain't no little kid. Oh, take this. I want to see my girlfriend.
I'm currently in the process of romancing everyone. Best movie is Cake Night Rises. Cake Night Rises was pretty good. Yeah, I'm going harem route for this game. Have you been well? I have. Let's hear that. Don't you get to ditch school and all. Anyways, everything on TV and even online is irritating as shit. Not a day goes by that we don't see Shido on the news. Same with Akechi. All that genius detective stuff is a load of bullcrap. Makes me sick how quick they both are to act like heroes. Honestly, the people who believe that rubbish are just as bad. Totally, everyone's been going on about the end of the year elections like some kind of festival. This political season is nothing more than a party for most of them. Depending on how we approach this, it might actually be a good opportunity for us. We'll take advantage of this commotion and execute our mission. It will be a great distraction. Considering all the attention they're getting, the appearance of the Phantom Thieves will be huge. Show them the Phantom Thieves are still as strong as ever. Alright. You're dating half the mailing list on your phone and somehow none of them know? I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Let's see, who am I currently? Who are we getting in there with? So Makoto, dating. Anne, dating. Futaba, dating. One away from... Well, I guess we're technically dating Chihaya as well. Takemi, dating. Kawakami, dating. Oya, dating. Ifumi, dating. And that's it. Do I have anything else to put on here? Oh yeah, I have that new Sheepman doll, don't I?
Hey, hey.
You're against the idea of Futaba being dateable? Me too. Yep, we've also got the Risei poster right there. We've also got some balloons. Or a boyfriend that girl needs a therapist. I would probably have said that before, but I think she's doing all right. I'm supposed to be dead and or at school, but apparently I can just hang out in this alleyway and be fine. Of the P4 romances, who was your particular favorite? Well, I made a mistake with my P4 romance, and I let my Persona 4 Arena bias get the better of me. Because in that game, I was an Akihiko and Chie main in the fighting game. And so I let my bias get the better of me, and I romanced Chie. When clearly the best choice is Naoto.
Good day.
Can I pick up my vegetables yet? Hey, nice. Give me my carrot. All right, let's hang out.
Good day.
Actually, let's plant some more vegetables. What do we want? Let's do some more carrots. Screw it. BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle is a good game. It has the P4AU roster and a lot of crossover stuff. Yeah, but it doesn't have all of them, does it? It only has a few of them.
Good day. Huh?
Alright, let's hang out. And I have Kali. Let's hang out.
Thank you.
Let me have a look at the roster. Let's have a look.
So from BlazBlue, it has Ragnar, Jin, Noel, Rachel, Taiga, Akumen, Nu, Monica. Hey, Makoto's in the game in BlazBlue. That's pretty good. That's my BlazBlue main right there, Makoto. Platinum, the Trinity, Tsubaki, Azriel, Monica, 9, Naoto, Yuki, S, Jubei, Mai. Okay. Persona 4 Arena. It has Yu, Yosuke, Chie. Okay. Yukiko, Kanji, Teddy, Naoto, Mitsuru. Akihiko's in there as well. Sweet. I guess Elizabeth. Labris is in there. That's the only reason I know who Labris is because of Persona 4 Arena. Under Night in Birth. I don't know any Under Night characters. Oh, that's right. It has Ruby characters as well, doesn't it? It has Arcana Heart characters as well. And a Senran Kagura character? What is happening? Am I gonna need to pick myself up a copy of Cross Tag? I feel like I might need to pick myself up a copy of Cross Tag. Tia is my top choice. Love that girl. Naoto's a good character, but I just like extroverts for your dating choices. Why I like Anne, Chie, and Yukari the most. Yeah, see, I'm more of an introvert. I tend to gravitate more towards the introverted characters. The people that aren't very good in like social situations and that kind of stuff. Like I said, my Persona 4 romance was purely based down to my Arena bias of being a Chie main. Chie and Akihiko mains, so I don't know. Maybe messed up a little bit there. You're already the introvert, so you need your opposite to pull you into the world. That's a good way of looking at it, for sure, for sure. I wish I played Cross Tag when it was active. It was on sale the other week? Damn. How much is it? Like, surely it's... Is it available on Steam? Or is it a console only? PlayStation 4, Microsoft Windows, Switch... Wait, it is available on PC? Oh, it is on Steam. $29.99 is not a bad price. Oh, but there's a special edition. Wait, who are the DLC characters? Hopefully none of my characters that I want are DLC. Oh, Akihiko's a DLC character? Oh. Ugh. Wait, what'd you get in the special edition? Get a load of extra characters. So the special edition gives you everything. If you want to buy it separately, it will cost 52 instead of 45. Okay. Yeah, I might have to pick myself up a copy of that at some point. Yeah, I'll probably wait for a sale again, though. The Christmas sale's got to be coming up pretty soon, though, right? Like the Steam Christmas sale. I know they just had a Halloween sale and it might have been in that, but... But yeah, I'll probably pick up the PC version. Oh, that's true. Black Friday is a thing. I completely forget about that. Oh, I might be able to pick up a monitor. I might be able to pick up a cheap 4K monitor that I've been looking for. When do those sorts of sales usually start? Dude, you have an unhealthy obsession with Adachi. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not so sure.
He's the ultimate meme. Is he though? You've seen enough fan arts of Adachi huffing Dojima's boxers to know those people are a bit whack in the head. Oh dear. Oh dear.
All right.
Follow up. Of the guys in Persona, I think the best written party member is Akechi. I appreciate the dumb bro trope, but it's annoying to deal with for 3 games in a row. Junpei, Yusuke, and Ryuji. Just hope they give some brains to the next P6 male cast. Yeah, I feel like the male characters, or at least the male party members in most of these games, aren't written very well. Or at least I think P5 suffers from it more than any of the other 2 games. Like, I obviously don't like the dumb bro trope, for sure. Like, Junpei, Yosuke, and Ryuji are probably the worst party members for me, because I don't like that character type, I guess. But I think some of the other male characters are actually really well written in like 3 and 4. Like, Kanji in P4 is probably one of the better written characters probably in that whole game. And in P3, like, Akihiko and the stuff that's going on with him and Ken and, you know, that kind of stuff, that's actually really cool. But yeah, I think P5 suffers from a lack of well-written male party members. Like, there's just something like really boring about Yusuke, I think. Because, like, I don't know, his whole thing and his whole story just kind of strikes me as just boring. Also, yes, I think I agree with Hugsloth there, where a college setting would be good. Because then at least I wouldn't feel bad about romancing a 15/16-year-old girl, and instead we can have an 18-year-old, at which point it would be fine. You know, something like that. Also, I do kind of like the idea that came up in Discord the other day where we were talking about like a really badly written article about Persona 6. And they were like, oh, why does it need to be set in Japan? Let's set it somewhere else. Probably America. And it's just like, you're an idiot. But we were also talking about, I kind of like the idea of like a foreign exchange student type storyline for it. Like, it would be mostly the same as what we've already encountered with these kinds of games, where like the main character goes to a new place and has to be there. But I do like the idea of like a foreign exchange student type thing, where it's just like a fish out of water, like doesn't understand the culture, has to be like actually has to be told like how to do things in a new setting, as opposed to just going down the road to like the next town over to live there instead, you know? Like having it set in a situation like that, I think would add a new dynamic to the game. And yeah, you were the person that linked that, because that article was dumb. This game already has an 18-year-old Makoto. I mean, sure, like there are romance options that aren't just relegated to 16 and 15-year-olds, but I don't know. I don't know. Do I have a fortune? Did I even need a fortune? I mean, I have a fortune. I don't know if I particularly need a fortune, but yeah, let's get Chihaya to rank 10. We'll max her out.
Wow, this is amazing! I've only seen this view on TV. As a country bumpkin,
Persona 2 Eternal Punishment had the most original premise. You're a journalist doing research on a mystery gossip thing. Oh, interesting.
No.
If P5 was set in America,
Somehow felt like I wasn't allowed to.
you just want to talk.
Monster.
A dress makes her look
It's all good
pregnant?
now. I will no longer be swayed.
No, it doesn't.
By names like monster or maiden. I am simply a fortune teller who provides advice to people with
It looks
broken
fine.
spirits, so that they will have conviction and face their future without getting pushed around by
At
fate.
least if it's set in America, you can use a
myself.
gun in the overworld. Oh my god.
Thank you. Now, it's your turn to speak. What would your conviction be as a phantom thief?
As a what?
Sorry. I used fortune telling to find out your true identity.
Oh, that's not
I
how
couldn't help
that
but
works.
think that you had something to do with the chairman's confession.
Can't use fortune telling
Then
to
I
find out if
discovered that
somebody's a
you're the
phantom
trickster
thief or
who
not.
causes a sensation in the world. It was the same card as the figure who helped me take down the chairman. It finally struck home for me.
You're pretty sharp.
I got you good, didn't I? I don't care what my boyfriend's true identity is. As long as you're around, I can always be my true self. So, it's fine. Only... the fate of the Phantom Thieves is rather unclear. The Arcana is set in a tricky position. You can almost say it's facing both heaven and hell. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Of course. We're dating, you know. But I'm sure it'll be okay.
Jahia is the fourth most powerful
I'll be by your
NPC in the
side.
Persona universe.
As the fortune teller who changes fates, I will guide you so you can avoid misfortune.
Trying to think of who the other three could be. Let me have a think here.
I am thou. Thou art I.
The fox,
Thou hast
obviously.
turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened the ultimate secret of
Tanaka
fortune,
first.
granting thee infinite power.
Interesting. Mariko. Mariko the... Is Mariko the old woman from 4? I don't remember if that was her or not. Allows you to clearly understand what other people are thinking.
All right.
Yeah, I don't need that.
All right.
I can make Lakshmi. Choosing special bond reading may change the color of certain dialogue options when you spend time with confidants. Highlighted option will improve your relationship with that confidant. However, remember that some answers will still change the nature of your relationship, so choose carefully.
By the way...
Sure, I'll get there.
Are you okay with your girlfriend being a country bumpkin? It's become a habit of mine to hide my native tongue, and I'm not used to fancy places like this.
Actually pretty cute.
Huh? I ain't sure how to respond to that. I'm speaking in my country dialect again. The thing is, I read our relationship fortune today, and it was really, really good.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
If you don't have any plans to
Oh,
steal
I see.
anything tonight,
Okay. I understand then.
perhaps you can stay. Stay with me.
So wait, so how is... So what makes Tanaka number 1? I understand the fox. The fox was an obvious one.
I couldn't figure it out with
I actually
my
really
fortune
liked
telling,
the fox character.
so let's figure it out
A
together.
bit weird that it was the hermit though. The power of Yen allowed him to survive the fall, the fog, and the ruin. Okay, yes. Technically, I guess. Sure.
How about you?
Hey,
18 days left. This one.
what do you want?
Okay.
No, not the hideout.
That's everyone.
Huh?
God, I thought that was my resub notification going off again. I really hate the fact that this line plays. One force equal to the power of friendship. I wonder if it's impossible to beat any Persona game without spending yen. Oh, that would be an interesting challenge. Spending 0 money, see if you can beat the game. I think it's possible. That's got to be doable. Hey, Raven King, good morning. Yeah, I feel like that would be easier than never attacking. Or never using the attack or persona option. No, you're not allowed to use DLC. Oh, actually, that's a good point, yeah. Well, you could always say that the train doesn't count. You know, I like to do when I exercise in the morning, thinking up new ideas for stories. I listen to video game soundtracks. Earlier I was listening to SMT Imagine OSTs.
Hey!
We'll hang out with Futaba. Let's go somewhere fun.
Yeah.
We are gonna go to Akihabara. I like the ending of Tanaka's Social Link where he's just being asked what he spent his money on. He plays an ad and drives away and says, "What I do with my money is my own business." True. Yeah, I kind of like Tanaka's Social Link. It was pretty good. Well, you don't even need to spend money to evolve personas, right? Only if you spend money on the higher versions, like above your level. Yeah, I reckon Persona 5 could be beatable without spending money if we don't include train fare. I'm actually curious what happens if you spend every dime you have and sell all of your items so there's no way to get more money. Can you just not do anything? I don't think it's actually possible to run out of money. Right? You could probably sell all of your items, but then what would you spend your money on? I guess the only thing you could really spend your money on is fusions and stuff. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to improve Baton Pass, you wouldn't be able to improve technical ranks, you wouldn't be able to buy gifts for people, you wouldn't be able to do fortune readings, you wouldn't be able to buy books or DVDs or video games. Actually, you could do actually, no, you couldn't do DVDs. I was going to say DVDs are free, but you would have to spend money on the initial sign-up, wouldn't you? So yeah, you wouldn't be able to rent DVDs either. You wouldn't be able to do the Big Bang Burger Challenge. Oh, that's true. Books at school are free. That is true. So you'd be able to read those books. Yeah, I think it would be difficult, but I think it's definitely doable. That's true. You wouldn't be able to rank up Kawakami. Yeah, I think it's still doable, though. I got a hero figure. Uma-chan, the Pegasus-style Uma. Call it the Yusuke RP run. He never has money.
Ah, you're back.
I don't know why it didn't tell me to buy this at the same time. It's more money wasted. Is it this one?
Hello.
I don't think it's this one. I guess it must be this one? Yeah, it's this one.
Take your time.
Wait, they want me to spend how much?
Oh!
I should write something.
Evolving into completely different personas when demons are able to level up in 3 when they couldn't level up. Some could evolve in higher tier demons. Satanta could evolve into Kulain. Also, I found this hilarious manga called Virgin Extinction Island. All of a sudden in Japan, anyone who is a virgin and over 18 is at risk of spontaneous death. Are you sure that's a manga and not the other kind?
Oh!
Hello? Listen.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, let's call over Kawakami. Invite her to the art museum, I guess.
Let's go.
Yusuke's confidant is ironically easily
Listen.
looked over despite how silly it can be due to him being an eccentric artist. I mean, eccentric is certainly one way of phrasing it. He's a weirdo, let's be honest. No more master, that's a shame. Shouldn't she give back the maid outfit? She doesn't work for that maid place anymore, right? Why does she still have the maid outfit? Surely that was provided for her by the job. Here you go, have a vacuum cleaner. Not just any vacuum cleaner. I bought you a Roomba, alright? Who would want it back? Ah, that's true. I mean, you can clean it. Comedy gold. It better be. I guess I just don't appreciate comedy.
I should have known.
It's a manga, like it's so tongue-in-cheek, especially with America coming in, led by President, not Trump. Coming to how would the program save them? Definitely no ulterior motive to weaponize the cell that's killing them. It seems it's a case of bringing in your own uniform like gentlemen's clubs. Sometimes Kawakami probably loved the dress anyways. She's a bit kooky sometimes. True. I have to point out some of the greatest artists were honestly weirdos and sometimes crazy, and some were also bad with money like Yusuke. Well, it might not necessarily be that they're bad with money. I think it mostly comes down to a lot of artists didn't really make money from their art.
Good day. Huh?
Let's hang out with Haru. And that's basically what they do. And then she use Ryuji as a battering ram. Nightfall, hello. How you doing? There will be a small cake today and another bigger cake in the actual party in 2 days. You're gonna get so fat. Look, I asked you earlier, but I think you might have like popped in and been gone. But are you doing anything? Are you doing anything exciting? Oh, just to let you guys know, there are a lot more people here. Today is Luckstorm's birthday. No idea how old he is, but yeah, it's Luck's birthday today. I'm still not singing the song. You're 23 now? Ah. Ryuji is the best battering ram because honestly the other guys aren't suitable. You and Yusuke are a bit on the lean side. Morgana's too small. True. Art in the 1800s was an extreme luxury. Art in the 1900s is a niche staple. It blew up after World War II, but as the internet bridged gaps, art is now a very successful business venture. That's true. $23. 23 is not bad. You're only 10 years younger than I am. Sounds depressing to say. I'm gonna do the usual, ask my friends to come over to play video games, eat a shit ton of savory snacks. Ooh, very nice. And you said you're having a party in 2 days. Is that because it's the weekend? Yeah, that makes sense. I remember being back at school and having to have parties on weekends. Although it never really, it was mostly for my brothers because my birthday always fell in the summer holidays because my birthday's in August. And that's always when the summer holidays were. I'll say this, Morgana is definitely more interesting than Teddy or Aegis and more cool to have. Aegis is still better than Teddy. The lore implications is weird with that Robo Giraffe? Ow.
I'm sorry.
Banged my elbow on my desk. Almost Haru's birthday? Yeah, but it's fine, because just like every other character, we're just gonna gloss over it. It's not even gonna come up. But yeah, I would agree that Aegis is better than Teddy. I think Morgana's character is more well-rounded than Aegis, because Aegis joins the team like really late in the game, right? So it kind of makes it a little bit it makes it a little bit hard for her to have good character development. She's a bit like Haru in this game, where she kind of joins the game a bit too late to be interesting to me. Like, she had a good character. I thought she was really good, but yeah, she just joined the game a little bit too late. Also, yeah, Morgana's in the game from pretty much the beginning, so it's a lot easier for Morgana to have a lot of character development and just generally be a better character than the other two. Plus, I really dislike Teddy, mainly because of just the weird pervy nature that he has with not just party members like Chie and Yukiko and Rise and people like that, but like he was even trying to put the moves on Nanako at one point, and I was just like, nah, Teddy, you were wrong and get out of here. Oh, it's this guy. Takakura. Haru's arc is overshadowed by everything else. Well, she's pretty much one of the only characters I've still got to do social link stuff for. I think we still need to get EY to 10. We still need to get Shinya to 10. And then I think she's literally the last character, because the last two are automatic, so fine. Persona 4 characters Teddy, right click delete, suddenly the game is a 10 out of 10.
No.
Yeah, I think if Teddy just wasn't in the game, it wouldn't really change very much. I would say that my entire mood changes for the worse every time Teddy is either on screen or opens his mouth. He's also a thorn in Yosuke's side. Dude broke the bro code by showing the stash to Yosuke's parents. True. When he had to go and live at Dojima's place, I was like, this is going to be the worst thing ever. I mean, he was all right during that part, but yeah, it was pretty awful. Teddy is the worst Persona character of all time. You know, if you had asked me before I played Strikers, I would probably have disagreed with you and said that it was Anne. However, after playing Strikers and replaying this game, I have absolutely no idea why I hated Anne so much playing the original. Yeah, thinking about it. I mean, there is a there are some tier lists that I need to do at some point when I'm done with this game, so I'll be able to let you know who is the actual worst person in the game, the worst character in Persona. I wouldn't be able to do one for Persona 1 and 2 because I haven't played 1 and 2, but for 3, 4, and 5, I'll be able to let you know. There is no such thing as a canon ship. There is no such thing. Except Junpei and Chidori. Well, no, because Junpei and Chidori actually happened. So that's not really... It's not really the same thing. Because the Ryuji Ann thing doesn't actually happen, so it can't both be canon and a ship. There's no such thing as a canon ship. No talk. If negotiation amidst a group of shadows fails, you can try again. A group of shadows? Oh, so if there's like more than one remaining. Oh, interesting. What if the ship becomes canon? What do you call it? Just canon. It's either canon or it's a ship, right? If a ship becomes canon, then it becomes canon. But everything before that is just a ship, and it's not canon. The Yuji and Anne are perfect for each other? Sure, but there's nothing canon about it.
Yes.
What in Strikers changed my opinion on Anne? No, like, there wasn't anything in particular about Strikers or even replaying this game that particularly changed my opinion on Anne. Mainly because I have no idea why I hated her so much. Like, I was thinking about it and I was just kind of like, why did I hate Anne? I had like zero reason to hate her, but like she was my least favorite character in the entire game for whatever reason. And yeah, I just kind of realized that I didn't really have any reason to hate her. And she just ended up like being not terrible, I guess. There wasn't any one particular thing. I just don't remember why I hated her so much. Sky would probably know. Although, maybe not. I don't know. I know a video that shows in a nutshell what ships are like in the fandom. Ryuji and Anne are too much alike. They'd probably tell you gross. That's like sleeping with a sibling. Yeah, that would probably be the case. Especially for those two. God, now what have you linked?
You're back.
I would say that all of those are correct answers. They said that they didn't make my identity public, right? But they were discussing on the news about my criminal record of assault.
Totally bizarre.
So I guess they must have released some information about me.
Hey.
No, I'm not going to the laundromat, Morgana. God damn it. Has the 7th arc started for me? We are currently in the process of doing the next palace after Size. We need to steal Shido's heart in 17 days. We're just taking care of some other business first. So yeah, let me have a look at these confidence things. Okay, so we need to do Haru's. Okay, we're gonna go do Iwai in a sec, and then we've got we still got Mishima. Okay, we still need to increase Mishima to max, but yeah. Our confidant list is proceeding nicely. Yeah, we need to go max out EY right now.
Oh, it's freezing.
Oh, actually, hang on.
Later.
Just make sure this is a rank up. It is.
What's up?
And then I can get rid of Hecaton Share.
Actually,
Kaoru wants to talk? Hey.
Thanks again for last time. I learned a lot about
No
myself.
problem.
So, I just wanted to show my
Remember Ryuji
appreciation.
shot down Anne when she tried bribing him with a kiss to help her work out? Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're
Still
right.
droning on about that?
The hot spring scene is one of the biggest moments for Rise, being a great friend for breaking the wall around Naoto's shyness
right? So
around
who
other
cares?
women.
whoa there, kiddo.
Man, I barely
If you just
remember
told
that
me all
scene, I'm
this
not gonna
sooner, you
lie.
wouldn't have been threatened.
Who your parents are and where you come from stays with you for your entire life. Thanks to my loser parents, I got bullied by complete strangers, and
Oh, is this the music you used for Tetris in the
He's a
end?
brilliant business owner.
Ah.
shut up. I know that. So in the end, I was just fighting my own demons. Stuck in my crappy
Yeah, I remember the one
childhood
from
and all the problems
Strikers.
I had growing up.
I remember the one from 3 as well, except I think the one from 3 was a little bit worse for me because I was playing portable instead of FES.
Why did you help my father out? He told me you gathered info about Sudasan for him. You willingly got involved in a Yakuza dispute. Would someone normally take that big of a risk?
Couldn't leave him.
I'd understand if you were a member of the Phantom Thieves. Fighting for the underdogs, like a gentleman thief. You know, people have their own opinions, but I think the Phantom Thieves are super cool. I mean, the sexual harassment incident involving that teacher?
You gotta go, Kaoru. The supermarket's about to close. Aren't you in charge of dinner tonight?
Oh, crap! Please excuse me.
Kids grow up quick.
See ya.
They can be a pain in the ass, but they're worth it.
Links only available for subs. No, anyone can post links, but
Suda changed rather suddenly, huh?
Frost likes to take
Seems like he had
advantage
a
of my
change of
generosity.
heart. Just like them people they've been talking about on TV.
Yeah, anyone can post links.
I can't be the only one who was saved by his change of heart. Wonder who else knows.
Alright, what is this? Oh, that's cool. I like that. That should be a mod.
I wonder. Well, don't worry. It ain't really none of my concern. Man, you really had me fooled. That whole thing about being an
Let me just
enthusiast
post that
was all
video of
just
ship
BS.
combat.
I hired you as a mere pawn, and now you're Kaoru's
Actually, yeah, post it, I'll save it, and I'll watch it later. I won't watch it now. I'll watch it after the stream's done. And I'll let you know
They help
tomorrow
people in need, huh?
what I think.
Interesting. All right. I'm gonna put all my effort into that special menu we talked about. I don't like to owe nobody nothing, so I'll do my best for you, because that's the kind of support I can provide.
6 minutes, not bad. Alright, I'll save that, and then I'll watch that later.
Thou art I.
Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath.
Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of the hanged man, granting thee infinite power.
Infinite power. Boom, boom. Allows you to customize your gun for free.
Alright.
And I can make Attis. Alright, time to do some gun customization.
But what the hell are you gonna do with a model gun? You need a real gun in a shootout, and the knives are just replicas. They're even less useful than a butter knife, you know?
Okay, but what about the axes and whips and pipes
We were in the
and...
middle of closing shop, weren't we? Well, let's get to it.
Katanas you sell. EY, huh?
See ya.
Attis is the grandson and consort of Sybil.
Well then.
Sybil's the one that you get for Makoto, isn't it?
Hey.
Oh, it's freezing. Yo. All right.
Free customizations.
Okay.
So let's upgrade some weapons
That
here.
one. Take your time. That's what you're choosing? You like it?
Yes. I will not do it. Ah, if it should have equipped it. Fuck.
That's a very serious expression. Huh? How's
Alright,
that?
buy. No. Yes. Buy.
You like it?
No. Yes.
That's what you're choosing. Don't break it, okay?
No. Yes.
That one. You better not use it to pull a prank.
Yes.
That's what you're choosing. How's that?
Oh, Orochi. Nice. The Eraser. You've just been erased.
All right.
Alright.
Which one?
Oh, we'll customize this.
Even though it gets
Oh yeah,
dry
you
in
can
the
do
winter,
more stuff
be
with it now,
careful.
can't you?
Guns are prone to misfire if it gets
Custom
too humid.
part with ice camo decreases attack, has a high chance to freeze. Greatly increases, decreases accuracy for greater power. Okay, so I can increase accuracy a little bit. I can increase accuracy a lot by reducing power. I can increase power without reducing accuracy. I can increase power more by reducing the accuracy. Or I can do... I'm thinking about doing this. I'm thinking about doing this mega power receiver. I'm thinking about just reducing the accuracy of all of my guns and just making them super strong. Does the power even really matter? Because the only thing I'm really using the guns for is to exploit weaknesses. I don't even know if increasing the power by this much matters. Neither of them knew. It happened because Sybil was born when Zeus literally fucked the earth and was born. Aphrodite, the gods got scared, so they got rid of the extra package by tying it to a string attached to her toe while she napped and waited for her to wake up. Man, that sounds so fucked. The elemental modifiers allow for better technicals. That's true. Burn.
A shotgun's a classic. You've got your power, you've got your scatter shot.
Freeze.
Receiver, you'll see some real
Burn.
fireworks.
Burn. Burn.
This thing's already a beast.
Burn. Why are they all burned?
Receiver made for power?
Burn.
They'll have two choices: run or get blown the hell up. I mean, if it was real. Be sure to choose carefully. Just don't go using it for anything dangerous. I don't want to get caught up in a racket.
I think I'll leave it for now. I think I'll wait until I get everybody's best gun, maybe. Actually, it doesn't really matter because it's free, isn't it? So it doesn't actually matter. So I might as well.
Okay.
Maybe I can use it on bosses and stuff. So yeah, we'll just go for elemental stuff.
You must be scheming to do something.
Maybe not so much burn though.
You change your mind?
Burn probably doesn't matter too much.
If you want it to look dangerous,
12
how about a
bullets.
fiery red? Nobody's gonna
Does
miss
also
when that
do
goes
damage
off.
for everything.
Not that you're firing these at people, right?
For Haru, I'd go for accuracy, Ryuji power and accuracy, Morgana power, Hira elemental, Makoto elemental. Okay, yeah, I can do that.
That's a very serious expression.
Ryuji power. I mean, his accuracy is 85.
That's what you're choosing.
What's this one? 50-50. Nice. Morgana power. That's the power. Oh, you can. Oh, there's different ones. Okay.
That's what you're choosing.
Wait, was there different? No, I only had the option of one there.
The Giga Barrel's probably your best bet for an SMG. That many bullets. Oh,
The Giga Barrel.
to Swiss cheese.
Yeah, he's giving me directions here.
It gets dry in the winter,
And
be
accuracy as
Guns are
well.
prone to misfire if it gets too humid.
Would you decrease power for accuracy or... No, long barrel will probably be better, right? Because there's not really much difference between 95 and 99, and I don't want to decrease the power that much. Yeah, we'll do this one.
You must be scheming to do something.
Photo elemental.
If you want it to look dangerous, how about a fiery red? Nobody's gonna miss when that goes off.
Burn on this
Not
one though
that
is the
you're
problem.
firing these at people, right?
I think Makoto, I might go for the high power receiver. Might go for the HR instead. Because I don't want to drop down to 3 bullets. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. I'm just burning them, aren't I?
That's what you're choosing.
Yeah, I guess we'll go elemental for that one as well. Haru's accuracy is kind of terrible.
Be sure to choose carefully.
Man,
Just
there's
don't go
no...
using
You
it
can
for
only
anything
make it
dangerous.
84?
I don't want to get caught up in
Wait,
a
she only gets 1 round? I didn't even know that.
That one? Sure thing.
Yeah, so which one didn't we upgrade? We didn't upgrade Yusuke.
That's a very serious expression.
40.
Take your time and look around.
Ooh. Oh, that's right. It is AoE, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Come again.
Completely forgot about that. When she came onto Attis, dude decided he didn't want to be with her, so he fled to a pine tree and offed himself by castration. He got revived. In celebration of his rebirth, the priests of Sybil, a eunuch, while the followers of Attis castrate themselves. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I agree with a comment up here. The Greeks were fucked in the head. Alright, what's going on with you, Haru?
Good day.
Oh no, there's a web. Get rid of the web, Haru.
Thank you.
Oh, we're going to Big Bang Burger. I hope this is free. Considering you own the company. I didn't manage to find very much beyond those initial rumors. Several people I asked said that he often complained about my father. Just as many seem to say the exact opposite. One side has to be deceiving me, correct? I'm honestly suspicious of everyone at this point. Well, somebody's probably telling the truth.
Yes.
See, if there are 2 contradictory stories, one of them has to be right. See, that's not necessarily true, right? They could both be lying.
I suppose I need to learn the truth of the matter for myself.
To be honest,
As Takakura has been pushing the marriage particularly hard lately. It says it will help provide vital backup for myself and Okumura Foods, both in public and in private. He even started asking Sugimura into important company meetings. They want to replace you, Haru. Why can't you see that? Star Pulse, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I mean, it's already too late. Is marrying him my only option? No. You could choose to do neither. And now that I think about it, that may be my best chance to help the employees my father left behind. There has to be another way. Good stream? Thank you. I appreciate it. You're right. Perhaps I shouldn't give up so easily. Either way, graduation is quickly approaching. I'll need to decide my course of action soon enough. You know, before you came along, I hadn't even considered not going through with this marriage. I believed I would simply marry the man my father had chosen and let the rest of my life pass me by. I wonder what would have happened if my father didn't have a palace. Would I have just resigned myself to the fate he had made for me? I mean, that doesn't matter now.
yes.
Yeah, you're right. I should look forward to the future instead of thinking back on the past. Honestly, though, things would have been far worse for me if I hadn't joined the Phantom Thieves. There's a guy right there, Haru. Right? He could be listening in. Quiet down. This is not the kind of conversation we should be having in public. Also, hang on. I've just noticed something. Alright. I've just noticed something. How did Haru drink her drink out of that cup? Because I don't know if it shows up very well on the stream, but on her cup, I'm just going to say it's a coffee cup for now, for the sake of convenience. Her coffee cup, the little hole where the drink comes out, is facing towards me. So how did she drink her drink? Because there isn't another hole on the other side. There's one hole in that drink. So unless she put her drink down and then turned it 180, firstly, why would she do that? Look. I'm just saying that looks like a very copy-pasted coffee cup. Tiny indie company Atlas, not even making the effort. Crazy. She does it upside down. Oh, I see. One of those people. It's for Haru. It was rushed. You think so? Bumper crop increases the total vegetable yield for a single harvest.
All right.
Oh, sweet. Someday I can just look out at the sea with a nice cup of coffee and forget about all of this. Hope you'll be there with me. We can forego the elephants though, don't worry.
Now, shall we
Thanks.
return home?
I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me not drink elephant poo. Did you forget my phone number? I wanted to apologize for all the weird stuff I said earlier. You know how I talked about how things would have been if I hadn't joined the Phantom Thieves? Once I started to imagine that again, this powerful fear came flooding back. Pinch yourself. Yes, I've read about that in a book. The idea is simply to pinch my cheek very hard. Ow. Yes, that hurt, so this is all real then. Indebted to you once again. What a debt to have. You made me pinch myself on the cheek once. I now owe you a blood debt.
Alright, aka sweating sickness. Okay, extreme tiredness. And Gesundheit trigger. Okay, well I know that one. Wait, what? What? Firstly, there's not enough letters for that word. And there's no S. How am I supposed to write sneeze if there's no S? Achoo! What? I don't know how I feel about that. Extreme tiredness. Ooh, fatigue. Yeah, you could be right. Is there enough letters for that? Yeah, looks like you could be right. That's how you spell fatigue, right? Okay, sweating sickness. Well, the only sickness-related thing I can think of, which does seem to fit, would be this. Is that how you spell that? That must be how you spell influenza, right? Yeah. An infectious disease that causes high fevers and joint pain. It can survive outside the human body for multiple days. While influenza is tough to combat due to its efficient gene mutation, other similar diseases have been stopped, such as Rinderpest, eradicated in 2001.
All right.
I see. Nice.
Boom. Easy. Big shot. I'm the best. Okay, let's go back over here. Influenza is still about.
Take your time.
I don't even know what influenza is. I've heard of it. It just causes what, fever and joint pain. You don't really hear much about it.
Oh. Hello?
Oh, influenza is literally just the flu? Oh.
Is this okay?
What do you want to do?
We're gonna go to the Ferris wheel. Alright, let's not tell her that we were just here with Chihaya a couple of days ago. I'm also technically dead, Kawakami, so you don't have to worry about any legal issues that may arise from this. I am legally dead. Also, does that sticker back there say don't fly? There's just a warning sticker telling people what, not to jump out of the Ferris wheel, and it says don't fly. Your internet bugged out, you're back. Welcome back, Nightfall. It's for Shio. Oh my god. Night pennant. Alright. You give me the night pennant, and I will give you a blaring alarm clock.
Thanks.
You'd love the sign here in China then? It's illegal to kill yourself and give your credit card numbers to family before drink driving.
Wanna go home?
Wait. Knowing Frost's fascination for Adachi is no surprise that you'd make a joke like that. Yeah. Alright, so we got a couple of things that we can put up. We can put up the hero figure. Oh, it's got a top hat and everything. That's supposed to be Grey Pigeon. We can put up the Knight Pennant as well. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Didn't we get another thing as well? Or was it just those two? I think it was just those two. Alright. It's time to go max out Shinya.
Think it's gonna stick? I saw this on the internet.
Made a snowman at school. And I've still got Seth. Let's go max out Shinya and see what we get for
Not like that.
Max
It's okay though.
power.
Just aim for the arm your enemy's holding his gun with. That's it. I've got nothing left to teach you. You're an elite player now.
I love the name of the game, to be fair. It's just called Gun About the Super Real. What a name.
Because you worked so hard, I didn't really do that much. Actually, yeah, I did.
I never actually maxed Shinya in the original.
I feel calmer when I'm
Also,
because I'm not so obsessed with winning anymore.
in the original, I was convinced that Shinya was a girl for like
They should be arriving any minute
weeks. And because I never maxed Shinya, I had no idea
So
whether
what did you want to talk to us about?
Shinya was or wasn't.
I'm sorry. I finally realized that I was being selfish. Please forgive me. I'll understand if you guys don't, but I promise I'll pay back the money as soon as I save up enough.
Well, what do you want to do?
That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for coming. Let's go.
Wait! I'm not very good at Gunabout. Will you teach me how to get better?
Huh? Then...
Sorry, kids. I don't mean to interrupt.
Get out of here, Takakuma.
It's the pro gamer!
It's been a while, hasn't it, kid? You want to play a game? I haven't faced any worthy opponents lately.
I've gotten better since we last played, you know. Now I can stay calm during a battle. I'm gonna blast right through that pitch black armor of yours.
So then, you believe the rumor that's being told about me, eh? Well, a full display of my skills should put an end to that lie. What the hell? I can't even shoot!
You were wondering for 5 minutes why you got these annoying rooster sounds going off every few seconds. The sodding Twitch main page with recommended channels. Wait, there's a Rooster Farm live stream? Why?
What? I lost?
Stop using that armor and start playing fair and square. It's unacceptable to break the rules just to win, whether you're an adult or a child. And if you don't stop, I'll tell everyone.
No, I won't admit defeat. I just can't. It'll be the end of everything.
No, it won't. Your life will go on even after you lose. But if you don't change now, then it might really be the end for you. And then no one will be able to help you. I don't want you to go through that.
Well said. For a kid. I'm not going to enter the tournament. See ya.
1.2k viewers
Insane, dude! You beat a professional gamer.
for a rooster farm?
Champ! No, I'm not. I haven't won the tournament yet.
Being
Besides,
speedrunning
it's
scandal
thanks to
caught
you
in
guys
4K.
that I was able to get stronger. Everyone's gone home. We should get going too. I'm so happy right now. Yeah. I've always thought that winning was the coolest thing. But being nice is pretty cool too. Losing wasn't the end. It was just
Dude
a new
loses to a
beginning.
child in a
Through
video
all the
game and
pain,
suddenly his life
and
is
with your
over.
help, I was able
Yeah, and
to
it didn't
change.
even happen in like an official tournament
my
or
turn to
anything.
help others.
Like
My
it's
mom,
literally
my
just
friends, even
like
people I
two
don't
people
know.
hanging
I
out
wonder,
in an arcade.
will that help me
So
become a member
who
of the
cares?
Phantom Thieves? So you are one of them after all. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Well, this is the last time we'll play together. There's nothing left to teach you. And the Phantom Thieves seem to be having a rough time. Thank you for hanging out with a lonely kid like myself. I'll continue to do my best. Okay, put out your hand. Good luck.
fist bump.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of the tower, granting thee infinite power.
Odor Special allows Joker's gun attacks to ignore resistance. Wait, what? Joker's gun can ignore resistances? Wait. So does that mean like if something repels gun, Joker can still use a gun attack on them and potentially freeze them? Wait, does that mean that if Joker's gun has an elemental attribute that they aren't weak to, that means it can bypass that resistance or as well? Or is it just the gun resistance? So it's just the gun resistance, okay. But that does mean that if his gun has an element on it, that means that they might be susceptible to that element as well. Like, let's say something repels gun, but it can be frozen. Then a freeze gun from Joker could freeze the enemy, even if it repels gun attacks. That's pretty cool. As long as you use it on the first turn. Wait, why does it being on the first turn matter? It doesn't say anything here about it being a first turn thing.
All right. All right.
I can now make madder.
This is my ultimate move. You've gotten really good. But you'll still never be able to beat me. You won't lose to
Some
anyone
confidence
else,
require
though.
first turn. Yeah, but some of but they specifically mention first turn. Like for instance, Hifumi's, right? Hifumi's is very much, it says that you gain extra money for beating an enemy after an ambush on the first turn.
Later.
Popularity is down to 0.3% or whatever it was.
Ah, you're back.
What was I about to look at? Oh yeah, so Hifumi's, which is down here somewhere. Her ability here says, earn double money if a battle is won in 1 turn after a successful ambush. Yeah, whereas Shinya's doesn't say anything about it being first turn. Oh god. All-out attack first turn gives more cash. That's if you get a fortune reading from Chihaya. If you get a Chihaya money reading, then winning with an all-out attack gets you more money. But Hifumi's one, for example, is a 1-turn thing, which earns you double money, but doesn't require it to be an all-out attack. But if you combo Hifumi's ability with a Chihaya money reading, then you obviously get more money and then double money. Yeah, Chihaya's... I think Chihaya... I can't remember if Chihaya's reading counts towards Mementos or whether Hifumi's counts. I think one of them counts, but I'm not sure if it's both. Okay, so now, also, the only confidants that we have to rank up are Haru, Hechi, Mishima. Yeah, we are nearly maxed on all confidants.
What are you gonna do now?
Alright, where are we going? A nightmarish place for acquiring gifts. Oh, we're going to Junes. I see. Apparently when the cold winds arrive, humans gather in a number of areas and search high and low for gifts. The specific one we seek is buried beneath another similar area. People from... Oh, I guess we're going to the underground mall. If it's buried beneath another area. Yeah, it's the underground mall in Shibuya.
Let's go, inmate.
Onward, inmate.
Onward, inmate. We've got plenty of new stock just in time for winter. To 15% discount with a purchase of 2 or more items. Stop by quick while the offer's still good.
Oh my.
It's so energetic. I'm nearly unable to feel the cold here. Crowds come to fulfill their material wants while the vendors seek their profits. This place is a whirlpool of human desire. I can't quite tell if I liked the Maid Cafe trip with the twins more or less than the Sojiro trip. Because the Maid Cafe trip was amazing because of the just because of the interaction between the maid and the twins, and when the maid just suddenly goes like full aggression mode. But then I did also like the twins referring to Sojiro as the Godslayer for like the entirety of the trip. That was pretty great. I don't know which of those 2 trips I like more. I think I like them both. They're pretty great. Every other trip is kind of whatever. Akechi post rank 8 is automatic. Okay. Junes, subsidiary of Kirijo Group, shareholder Tanaka. Oh god. Tanaka would be the kind of person that would own Junes, to be fair. I like everything there is to do with the twins. It's such a good dynamic. Yeah, the twins are probably two of my favorite characters in it. I think they have a really cool confidant story. I actually really liked it. And I think the twins in general are just great characters. So it's okay, so it's pretty much only Haru and Mishima that need to rank up. Okay. Yep, that's right. I'm lovey-dovey already. You're just another beast driven by its primal desires. Wow. If I remember rightly, there's more stuff coming up later that happens. The twins remind me of a kabuki theater thing. They're up there on the comedy scale. Yeah, I could kind of see that. Yeah, I think the twins' interactions with each other and the twins' interactions with Joker are done really, really well. There's just one thing I'm not a big fan of when it comes to the twins, and that's the fact that in this game they are canonly referred to and their names are pronounced as Justine and Caroline, which I guess is fine, but you would pronounce those names Justine and Caroline. You know, I know I'm nitpicking here, but that's pretty much my only issue up until this point. And that's not even their fault, right? That's just how Igor referred to them. So it's a little bit... In a German accent, how would they be said? God, I don't know. I think Justine would be said Justine, but I think Caroline would still be Caroline. I can obviously see why. I think they just wanted to make them sound the same, right? Because Justine and Caroline, it doesn't really sound the same. So I can understand why they did it with Caroline and made it Caroline instead, because they wanted them both to be like the same pronunciation. Ooh, a Heat Riser card. Oh, I will take that.
See? You can do it.
The writer for their character names is English. Mary Shelley. Since all of the attendants have a name scheme with Frankenstein characters. Well, who have we had so far? We've had Elizabeth, Margaret, and now Caroline and Justine. And I guess Marie as well. Technically be one. Who was the There's a male attendant in the Velvet Room if you play as the female main character in 3, right? Theodore? Ooh. Gems are indeed magical. Diamonds, for example, have high damage when aimed at someone's head. Oh dear. Maybe either named after the character Dr. Theodore Böhmer from Ghost of Frankenstein or named after Theodore Richard Edward Con Holst, the first illustrator of the novel. Oh. Yeah, it could be either, really. Either or. What does this do? Oh, interesting. Oh, it's Harry's birthday tomorrow? What, on the 5th? Do her a favor and let her kill some shit. I mean, we will hang out with her, but that's about all I can... That's all I can give you. Hi, Anne. Bye, Anne.
What would you like?
Oh god, where am I? I don't think I've ever entered the underground walkway from here before. Where are we? Oh, I see. We usually start here. God, that got so confusing for me then. I was like, where the hell am I?
Indeed.
Go to the palace. Can't go to the palace yet.
Why?
Why? We have King Frost. We will hang out with Yusuke. We will go somewhere fun. And we will go to Ikebukuro. Going backwards through Anor Londo.
Let us head off.
Yeah, that would make sense actually. I don't think I would know my way around Anor Londo if I went into it from the other side. I'd be so confused. Although I don't particularly remember much about Anor Londo. Because I've only played through the Dark Souls games once. Except for Dark Souls 3, which I've played 3 times, and I think I've played Bloodborne twice. One of the Dark Souls runs that I did was a modded Cinders mod run. But yeah, I played, because I know I wanted to play a Dark Souls game. So I played Code Vein, because I wanted like a baby's first Dark Souls game to play. So I played Code Vein. And then I played, I think I can't remember if I played Bloodborne first or Dark Souls 3. But then I played Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. And then about 6 months later, I played Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and then Bloodborne. And then I tried to play Sekiro. And my muscle memory from playing Dark Souls was making it difficult for me to get very far in the game, because I kept trying to dodge everything when really what I should have been doing is blocking. And I've pretty much never blocked an attack in a Dark Souls game. Although that being said, in Dark Souls 3, I did parry to death that katana guy outside the Firelink Shrine. So yeah, I ended up not playing that, and then I was just like, oh, I need to play something else to get rid of my muscle memory. And I ended up playing Neo and Neo 2, which was great fun. Love Neo 2. One of my favorite Souls-like games. So good. How was Tales of Arise? Tales of Arise was good. I really liked the combat. I really liked the characters. The story was kind of meh. So all in all, it was pretty good. The combat made the game fun enough that I wanted to keep playing it, which was lucky. Because there were times during the story where I was just kind of like, I honestly don't know how much more of this I can take. Oh, Vesperia just has better everything, I think. I would say the combat is better in Vesperia, but the combat in Arise is more fun. There's definitely a difference between those two things. But yeah, for me, I think Vesperia is still the best Tales game. It's just so good. But yeah, Vesperia definitely had a better plot. It definitely had better characters. Yeah, I think the only thing Arise might beat Vesperia in is the combat. That one thing that does go down on Vesperia is how Yuri is a flat character. Honestly, if we're talking about, I don't know, it's like, I still think that Yuri as a character is pretty good. Like, he starts out just like wanting to help the lower quarter of whatever that starting town is. And then yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do like Yuri. I think Yuri is a better character than someone like Velvet. I think when it comes to flat characters, I think Velvet is probably the worst of the two. Because she's just so single-minded in her like revenge, I guess. And I think it kind of hinders any sort of character development for her. Yeah, I could kind of see, like, I liked Alphen in the beginning, but like halfway through Tales of Arise, I kind of started to dislike Alphen. The way I've described Yuri Law is that you're playing Oren's game when dealing with the FFX crew. Oren's already established and doesn't change. Yeah. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Also, Sky, hello. Sky, actually, now that you're here, I have a question for you. You were here for my original playthrough of Persona 5, right? Can you remember why I disliked Anne so much? Because I really don't remember.
Hey, bye! Nice!
In Berseria, the biggest boon to that game is everyone was funny. Well, I mean, there was even some characters that were unintentionally funny, right? Like Aizen. Aizen was unintentionally funny, I think. Or maybe it was intentional. Maybe I just didn't get the humor, but he was funny in like a different way to how a character like Maggie Lou was supposed to be funny.
Hi.
Welcome.
Actually, do I want to sell? No, I want to buy. I want to buy. See, I don't even know if I want to buy another clothing grab bag. I think I already have all of these. Yeah, I think everybody's already got the best armors equipped. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have bought that. You didn't really have a real reason. I think she was just too plain in your eyes at the time. You didn't really give her a chance. You just had eyes for Makoto, the Doctor, and Tifumi. I mean, that is true. That is true. Your favorite of Berseria was Eleanor. In Vesperia, you liked Rita more, and in Arise, you were all about Rinwell. Okay. See, in Vesperia, it's all about Judith. I'm a massive Judith fan in Vesperia. In Berseria, I think not like in Berseria. I think in Berseria I like the samurai dude. Rokuro, I think his name was. Something like that. I can't remember his name. And then in Arise, I basically I liked Rinwell and I liked Shion. Actually, I liked all of the characters, but I think I liked Kisara a bit too much. Of the bros, Berseria, Aizen, Vesperia, Raven, Arise, Dohalim. Okay. Yeah, Dohalim was alright. I think I liked Law just because I'm a big fan of hand-to-hand fighters in games with weapons. So Law for me kind of hit that sweet spot of being a hand-to-hand fighter in a weapon-based game. In Vesperia, the best male character is... I didn't like Carol. I think I might be with you there on Raven. Raven was pretty great. The only thing I remember of Carol is the "prepare to die, egg bear" line that he says near the beginning. Okay, so this is how I get into the jazz club. Maybe you can invite one of your members here. Alright, not a bad idea. Miners will serve non-alcoholic cocktails. Looks like tonight's cocktail was Heat Riser Punch. Comes in. The singer's coming on the 5th. Okay, team members you invite to the jazz club will have their personas strengthened, as well as receiving other helpful effects. These effects differ depending on what day of the week you visit. If you visit the jazz club on a day when a live singer performs, a special cocktail will be served. Also, the effects of the cocktail will be doubled if it's a weekday. Interesting.
What do you want to do?
3,000 yen. Alright, let's invite somebody. We will invite... Alright, who do we want to learn Heat Riser? It's gonna have to be somebody that I use. You think Yusuke? I mean, at the moment, I'm using Anne, Makoto, and Haru. Haru learns it normally, so it doesn't matter about that. Maybe Makoto, because Makoto is going to be in my party regardless. The only people that have a chance of being swapped out are Anne and Haru. So Makoto being in there pretty much the entirety of the game. Kind of makes me think that maybe Makoto will be the best choice for this. How long left? What, of today's stream or of the game? We are currently, I think, 15 days away from Shido. It is currently the 4th of December. If you're asking how long's left of the stream, about 45 minutes. I need to order dinner in about half an hour. Oh, I see. Sorry, I forgot. I didn't see that up there. Speaking of Arise, I stopped playing it when I beat all the element bosses and then some alien arrived. How much more is left of the game? Beat all the element bosses. Probably not that much, honestly. I think maybe 10 hours or so. Over time, I guess I've just slowly garnered scorn for characters who are written to be stupid. Like Zeke from Xenoblade 2. Oh yeah, I really disliked Zeke in Xenoblade 2. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the like idiot characters. We'll just give it to Makoto. No, yeah, nobody really needs Heat Riser, but we'll do it anyway. It's Muhen. All right.
Thanks for coming in.
128. I started today at 113, I think. So I think I'm probably somewhere more like at 120 at the moment. Maybe 113 was the day before.
This drink. You're right.
Alright, you're gonna learn Heat Riser. Apparently, I could have invited Futaba and she could have learned Support Plus, which would have made her cast
I feel a little more mature.
Masakunda, which would have been accuracy and evasion down for all enemies. So maybe I should have invited Futaba instead. I think I would probably get rid of Energy Shower if I was going to get rid of anything. Maybe Dioran? I'm going to keep Evade Psy on there. I'll keep Fridine and Mafridine. Yeah, it's probably between Dioran and Energy Shower, because chances are if I'm healing, I'm going to be healing everybody. Yeah, it's probably Energy Shower.
Thank you.
Of Western writing, though, I'm so glad they don't rely on the idiot characters too much. Like, even in Mass Effect 2, Zaid, he's not the hot-headed dumbass, he's just morally burned deep.
All right.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, even Zaid isn't written to be a dumbass. Mass Effect 3, I think, suffers from it, though, because Vega is definitely the... at least it kind of portrays him as that, like, dumbass dude bro type character to begin with, right? But there's not really anyone like that. Okay, yeah, all right. Like I'm not talking shit about Vega. All right, Vega is definitely better than Kaidan. I think we can all agree that Kaidan is the worst Mass Effect character in terms of like party members. But like, I'm not talking shit about Vega. I was just specifically pointing out that Vega is that like dumb dude bro archetype type character. Like what's his name from Dragon Age? Alistair. Actually, let's see how much time I do have in the game. Not system. What am I looking for?
This.
Oh, I'm at roughly 121 at the moment. Actually, we'll soon see. I am at... Sorry, I'm at 123. 123.06 currently. Yeah, I feel like this game is definitely going to take over as my longest streamed game. I feel like it's going to break the 157 record. How is Alistair a dude, bro? He's just a dumbass. That's the only thing I was pointing out. He's like the dumbass dude bro character. He's like that's his thing. Yeah, I feel like I'm playing an MMO at this point, the amount of time this is taking. Look, it's her birthday. She isn't even mentioning the fact that it's her birthday in the game. Despite the fact that we're talking to her on her birthday, she doesn't even mention it.
Thank you.
He's more of a Ron Weasley. True. But no, he is that sort of like dumbass archetype for sure. Also, there's people playing Lost Ark at the moment because they've got the beta going on. It looks pretty good. Might have to play it.
Yes.
At least I tried to sign up to be a beta tester for Lost Ark, but considering I did it yesterday, they may not have.
To be honest,
may not have got back to me. Oh, Akumara Food started as a tiny cafe. The only goal was to make people happy. I see. Mr. Kai, hello. How you doing? Akechi and Joker are opposites. Joker's mask is white and his gloves are red. Akechi's mask is red and his gloves are white. Yeah, it's like this, it's like they always try to play off this duality of, like, the protagonist being, like, the opposite of the antagonist, and obviously vice versa, right? That seems to come up quite a lot. Overall, the padding of P5R could cut out like 20 hours or so with things like, do you want to go to the palace today? Another 2 if you had an option to remove a tutorialization. Maybe. Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of scenes of, hey, we should go to the palace, and there's a lot of like dialogue about that. That is probably takes up quite a big chunk of the game, especially considering how much I put off going to the palaces most times.
All right.
Kumara was motivated to make the business big using being poor and sporting energy. Because is always the antagonist lacking and either refusing or being unable to understand something that the protagonist has. Yeah, that also seems to be valid. Oh god, not this guy. Get out of here, Sugimura. I mean, it's obvious what's happening here. Like, the fact that Haru can't see it and the fact that Joker doesn't point it out to her is kind of very telling. Like, this whole thing could be over if somebody just turned around to Haru and said, look, Takakura, or whatever his name is obviously pushing you to marry Sugimura so that then the company can be signed over to him and he's going to be put in charge and then you're going to be ousted. Like, that's obviously what's happening here. I won't forget your faces, almost forgets. That's what he said in the alleyway when we first met him, right? When we stood up to him when he was harassing Haru in that alleyway.
That's...
Oh, apparently my emotes are done.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, okay. Idea, we give him the artist treatment. One small detail, you can't go over rank 8 with Haru until after you get killed. Oh, really? No, I didn't know that. Since for some reason the writers wanted to force her into with him during the animated cutscene. Oh, okay, yeah, the animated cutscene wouldn't have made much sense if we'd already broken off the engagement and everything, right? There would be no reason for them to be in a car together. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Victory, hello. What did you miss? Lots of stuff. What's my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card? My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card is Change of Heart, which is very appropriate considering the game I'm playing. Sky has been trying to sell her collection of Yu-Gi-Oh cards for about 2.5 years. Sky doesn't believe in eBay. You love the Harpy collection? You're a big My Valentine fan? I did also like the Harpy cards. They were pretty good. What did you miss? Let's see. We did the Sai boss fight. And then we had like an hour and a half of cutscenes. We've nearly maxed every confidant that we need to max. And we are currently like 2 weeks away from finishing off Shido. Yeah, we're getting close. You have a card that wasn't censored? Oh la la. I think Harpy's got a load more cards recently, right? They got a load more support. I think each individual Harpy lady got like better versions of themselves.
You're back.
There's Harpy Girl, Harpy Lady, Sky Scout. Wait, why is this card called Sky Scout? Wasn't it called Harpy's brother or something? That's weird.
Oh, there's a Harpy Queen card now? Oh, there's a Synchro monster as well. There's a Cyber Harpy lady, which is pretty good. There's a Harpy Channeler, Harpy Dancer, Harpy Harpist, Harpy Lady 1, 2, and 3. There's Harpy Lady Sisters. There's Harpy Oracle, Harpy Perfumer, Harpy's Pet Dragon. There's Harpy Queen. There's Cyber / Harpy Lady. Oh, that's cool. Is there an XYZ Harpy card? Doesn't look like it, but there is a Harpy's Pet Phantasmal Dragon, which looks kind of sick. Oh, there's a Link monster, Harpy Conductor. Man, there's a lot of Harpy cards these days. It seems that you've already played P5. I've played the original Persona 5. I've never played Royal. I played the original, but not Royal. Have I made the strongest Persona yet? I made Alice. Alice technically counts. Alice is insane. Like, I didn't realize how broken Die For Me plus the Just Die trait really is. The fact that Die For Me costs 0 is insane. Mystic Mine. Oh god, talk about Mystic Mine.
I should write something.
Alright. This might be a save and reload thing that I got going on right now, but we need to go do some fishing.
Welcome.
You would love if Persona 6 is all about the grim fairy tales. That would be really cool. I like that. Fishing will cause time to pass, but the points you gain from catching fish can be exchanged for prizes. Your proficiency will also improve. The fish caught are scored on their size and species, reel in larger and rarer fish for more points. As your proficiency increases, the number of times you can fish per visit will increase as well. Try to build your proficiency. Alright, I've already got max proficiency. Alright, let's fucking go. Mara? Nah.
Thank you.
Alice doesn't count. You know what the best Persona is? Nah, Alice is the best Persona, alright.
Well then.
I can't actually remember how to fish in this game. Use left, choose the direction you wish to cast the line, then press X to cast. Power gauge determines how fast you cast. Try pressing X at the right moment to drop the line directly in front of a fish. Once you've cast your line, wait for the fish to take the bait. You can choose different bait and recast the line by pressing circle. Okay. Probably gonna want power to be about there. Nope, that's way too far. Alright, press X when a fish bites the hook. When the fish bites to hook the fish before it escapes. Move the bobber icon with left stick into the red zone. Oh, okay, so it's basically like fishing in Persona 4. Good reading when the icon is outside the red zone. The fishing rod, that amount of durability. Okay. Yeah, the booba icon. That's the one.
Yes. Whoa!
Weena! fish. And we're going to want it about halfway. There we go. Right there. Yeah, I'm on.
Whoa!
Hey, we got a redfish.
What do you want to do?
More fishing, please. I guess I can only catch the little fish.
Yes.
I guess none of the big fish want any of my booba.
Whoa! What do you want to do?
Oh, oh, that's not close enough, is it? Oh, that one on the left. Oh. Yeah, we need to throw this one a little bit further, like this maybe. I don't think that's quite close enough. Oh, oh, it's going for it. Oh, hey.
Nice. What do you want to do?
Fish some more. I want that power to be about half. Oh, look at that. Perfect.
Yes. Whoa!
Hey, a big wiener. Oh, I need a better rod as well. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, let's go for this one over here.
Oh! Whoa!
Way. Fish. Ah, right in front of it. Look at that.
Nice.
Skillfully done. Oh, God, nearly went out this side there.
Yes.
40 points. I've ranked up 80 points. 40 points. 50 points. 100 points. Some of them are double. Oh, so the ones with tags. Oh, I see.
Let's see how you did.
450 points. God damn. What prizes do you have? The Fish God's Badge gives me alley dance. Interesting. Auto Mataru? Wait, what does Mataru do? When am I gonna make Izanagi no Okami? I don't know. Maybe never. Maybe closer to the end of the game. I don't know. I got a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that goes into making an Izanagi no Okami, and I don't have that stuff right now. P5 waifu review of Hifumi Togo. You're a low-key nerd that gets a little too overzealous when talking about things you're passionate about. You check yourself around other people constantly, embarrassed to let that side of you slip out. Still, you live life in your own terms and find joy in meeting people who can get as weird about the same things as you do. You were also probably charmed by a maid who refuses to use anything other than explosion magic. Oh dear. Auto Mataru Kaja. All party members start with an attack buff. Oh, okay. Fishing rod made of space technology. Alright, it's saying that I should buy 7 of these. Oh, I actually have enough points for that. That's crazy. You need to spend money to make money. Oh, God. Of course you would clip that. Right, give me a sec. I need to order dinner. I'm going to do that real quick. I need to order a big wiener. Yeah, that Athurum's clip has reminded me that I need to order myself a big wiener. Alright, I want to order like 2 of these. Large fries. Milkshake. Banana milkshake. Add to order. Then I want to order another one of these. Some fries. And a Fanta. What else do I want? You know... It's paid DLC, I don't know if Ghost has that DLC. I do. Am I going to get chicken nuggets? I think I might get some... I think I might get some chicken nuggets, yeah. Nine chicken nuggets is only 30p more expensive than 6 chicken nuggets. So I think I'm just going to get 9. Some barbecue dip. Oh, I need to choose 2 dips? Alright, 2 barbecue dips. I think my dad said he also wanted to get a McFlurry, so... Let's get my dad a McFlurry. What's he? Said he wanted a Smarties McFlurry. Here you go, there's your Smarties McFlurry. Okay, so we get one of those, banana milkshake, get one of those with Fanta, we get some chicken nuggets, we get McFlurry. Alright, cool. Yep. No delivery to schools? I think I'll be alright. I think I'll be alright. Alright, cool. We're done. I've learned how Ghost talks. Are you getting tenders or nuggies? I'm getting nuggets. Chicken nuggets, not chicken tenders or tendies. Start with the barbecue dip. Wait, what's wrong with the barbecue dip? What do you mean?
Nice.
What's wrong with barbecue dip?
Drop by anytime.
Just uninspired at best. What? I like barbecue sauce, alright? Give me a break. There's nothing wrong with liking barbecue sauce. the best of the pizza sauces. All right.
Well, shall we begin?
Oh, it looks like today is going to be another one of those days where we don't quite get to the good stuff. Because we've got today and tomorrow, and then on the 8th of December, that's when we make our second trip into the cruise ship. But it's going to have to be tomorrow, unfortunately. But today, he's going to hang out with Haru. Man, Haru's getting up there. See, I'm only getting McDonald's. See, I was actually in the mood for Chinese food, right? The only reason we're getting McDonald's is because my dad decided he wanted McDonald's because they're doing the 4-patty Big Macs. And he absolutely had to have one.
Huh?
So now we're getting McDonald's instead.
Thank you.
So yeah, that's the only reason we're getting. I would personally have been much happier with some mushroom fried rice and some beef and rice. Beef and mushroom side, but yeah, I don't even let me have a check. Let me see if the the sweet, what is it, sweet curry sauce or sweet chili sauce, whatever it was. Let's see if that's available, shall we? I wouldn't have got it, but I can always check. The choices were sour cream and chive, smoky barbecue, or sweet chili. But it says sweet chili, not sweet curry. Oh, maybe there's different. Oh, okay, so there's different dips for the nuggets as opposed to just buying dips separately. So for the nuggets, you could have barbecue dip, sweet and sour dip, sweet curry, or ketchup. But there's other dips that are separate from the rest of it. So if I wanted sweet curry, I would have to get chicken nugget. Weird. No dip is better than barbecue dip. Oh, man, what is your problem? What is your problem with barbecue dip? Come on. Why do you keep wanting to get banned, Victory? What is this? Found out that I can add an extra patty on a McDonald's Angus burger for just $2, but immediately regretted it because I underestimated its size. McDonald's in Canada is weird. McChickens in the US are Canada's value meal junior chicken. Aside from that, Canada's boring and has nothing cool going on. Oh, weird. So you listed a bunch of better options over barbecue. Look, look, ketchup is the uninspired option, all right? Ketchup is the boring option. Barbecue is better. Nem is the greatest of all of us, or of us all. I mean, like, I'm not denying that. That's true. But still. You know, if you ask the counter lady, you can add more patties to the breakfast burger? Oh, damn. He gave you 5 accidentally? He's not a sub, ban him? Nah. Say yes or no, will I get banned if I say the word you hate the most? I don't even know what word I hate the most. I don't really hate any words in isolation.
Excuse me?
I don't hate any particular words by themselves. Ketchup is at the very least not barbecue. Oh no, my controller. Can't believe they don't do sweet curry. Alright, couldn't care less is fine. Could care less. I don't know.
Yes.
You're on thin ice, Victory. Alright? You're on thin ice. That's not even the thing that I hate the most. We've been over the thing that I hate the most. That's not it. It's up there, but it's not the thing I hate the most. Decreases the total amount of time it takes for to cultivate vegetables.
All right.
Wait.
Oh.
You gotta go. Alright, Mr. Kite. See you later. I've decided, by the way, that I'm calling you Mr. Kai. Unlike Aquila, who's decided to go the full whack with it. I am not adding that K onto the end of your name for very specific reasons. Alright? So you are now Mr. Kai. I hope that's okay. I had to stop myself yesterday. When you followed, I think I may have said it, and that would not have been good, but I think I maybe stopped myself. But yeah, just I hope that's all right. But yeah, have a good day. I'll see you later. Why can't I say it? Just because. Yeah, it's
You're back.
Oh, I see. So the word itself isn't the same as the word that it sounds like. So it's like it has a different meaning kind of thing. Yeah, that makes sense. But in the context of me streaming and in the context of me saying that word out loud, I will probably refrain from saying it if that's okay. Mr. K? I could always do Mr. K. Alright, what's next? Shinjuku. You like Mr. K? Alright, Mr. K it is. Aquila finally had a good idea.
What do you want?
Yep.
It's very MIB, that's true. Alright, which one of these is the general store? Is this the general store? Oh, that is the general store.
Welcome.
Sweet. Need to buy a star mirror, and then we need to hang out with... Oh, we need to hang out with Chihaya. She's right here. You need to be careful, Ghost. Twitch is becoming PC. I mean, it has been for a long time, but I don't think not being able to say the full name has anything to do with Twitch being PC or not. But yeah, see you later, Mr. K. Have a good day.
Let's go. Wow.
Alright, apparently my delivery is going to be here at 6:25. Don't call him Mr. Keck. Not usually a bad thing. As you know, I'm not afraid to push the line. Oh, I know that all too well. Alright. Even if it's a line that I've set.
Thank you.
Alright, so we gave her a mirror for some reason. I'm not quite sure why we're hanging out with Chihaya and giving her a mirror, but we've given her a mirror.
Hey.
School on a Wednesday. We need to go to... Wait, Wednesday? Okay, we need to go to the Underground Mall. And go to the jewelry store. Hello. Oh, that's not... Wait, is that not the jewelry store? No, that's the accessory shop. This is the jewelry store.
Thank
There
you
we
for
go.
stopping in.
88,000! Do they think I'm made of money? I mean, yes, I guess I am technically made of money. We need to hang out with Futaba. Is he going to do the welcome back thing?
Welcome back.
Oh, God. I hate that. I hate the fact that that's my resub sound. I get confused every time. You've only started 2 Facebook arguments today. You should be proud of me. I mean... I don't even want to know what these arguments how these arguments started. I don't want to know what the arguments were about, but only starting 2, I guess that's good. Apparently we're going somewhere fun, and this is somewhere fun. Does this look fun? I guess this looks kind of fun. Hey, look, a ninja.
Huh? What?
Yeah, I knew that would get you. You know what I should do? Alright. What should I do? says I Heart Tokyo. Hey, I got an I Heart Tokyo t-shirt. Here you go, have a heart ring. Hey, what is this thing that I should do? I should commission Johnny Sins to do some voice recordings for you to use as notifications. I don't know who that is.
Ah, you're back.
Oh, we gotta get rid of the customers first so I can do the crossword. Yeah, I don't know who Johnny Sins is. Who is that? Get out of here. Alright.
Hey!
Crossy time. What lights do for store signage? Okay. Birthday cake topper. Ah, it's gotta be candles, surely. Or candle. It's the one. Lady Liberty's light is a torch, I guess. Oh, and then this becomes obvious now with the letters that are left. Illuminate. He's a man of many professions. Oh, really? That's his filmography. All right. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, holy sh... The fuck? 560? Yeah, I really don't know who that is.
All right.
I see. Nice.
We are going to the theater to see Clean Hard. It's a story of a man who's been assigned to clean a huge skyscraper on Christmas Day. Oh, I wonder what this could be a reference to.
Well. Well then.
Doesn't matter if it's my job. I never want to clean another skyscraper in my life. And I gotta work on Christmas of all days. Man, all the apologies in the world couldn't have smoothed things over with the missus. I haven't even gotten the chance to tell her I love her.
Okay. Is there anyone else in this movie theater? Nobody. Nobody I recognize. He can be commissioned to make a short video message. Is that Cameo thing? Because I check out Cameo every now and again. There's a load of wrestlers that do cameos.
Let's head back.
Mashima's probably there, but he's such an NPC, yeah, you don't even notice him. I'll get one for Sylvia for Christmas or her birthday for the memes. Of who, though? Who would you get? Like, who would you get to make a cameo thing for Sylvia? You're talking about the Johnny Sins one still? Okay. Do you think Sylvia knows who Johnny Sins is? Actually, it's Sylvia. She'll probably know who Johnny Sins is. Me and a friend of mine got a guy called Naked Martin to make a video for a mutual friend who got his PhD. He's a bigger gremlin than all of us combined. That's true. Tell the others about the target and mementos? No. No. What we are gonna do is do this. What kind of crime could the person who fired the gun... Okay, let's have a look. Let's say you fire a gun with the intent to kill someone, but you miss and wound a random passerby. In this case, what kind of crime could the person who fired the gun be tried for? Attempted murder or involuntary manslaughter? Well, it wouldn't be involuntary manslaughter because the person didn't die. They were just wounded, right? Yeah, if you just wound a random passerby, it wouldn't be involuntary manslaughter because they're not dead. That'd be attempted murder. Correct answer is A. Why doesn't wounding a passerby count as assault? This is a kind of a mean question. The answer is A, but these are 2 cases of attempted murder. You'll get charged with the same crime even if someone just happened to get wrapped up in it.
Nice going.
What? That doesn't make any sense. Since you're split 50-50 on gaming styles of West/Japanese, what do you think the biggest difference is in writing styles? I think the biggest difference in writing styles between Japanese and like Western games is that Japanese games tend to focus on Japanese mythology and like Japanese culture and stuff like that, whereas Western games kind of focus more on a broader subject range, I guess. It wasn't for his PhD. It was for a half marathon he did shortly after getting his PhD. Oh, that sounds less impressive. A few months before the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, someone tried shooting him while he was on a horse ride, but only shot off his hat. Oh, really? Did they think his head filled the whole hat like Sideshow Bob and his clown shoes? Yes, probably. Like if we were to compare FFX to Morrowind. I think a lot of Japanese games also focus more on characters rather than... Not so much rather than world building. Maybe world building is the wrong way to phrase it, but Japanese games tend to invest more
Prevention is key.
in character building. Wait, I can do both?
What shall we do?
Man, she's still charging me. Despite the fact that I've got her confidant rank up to rank 10, she's still charging me for these readings. Do I want to see the video? No, I do not want to see a video message that you got for a friend of yours for running a half marathon after getting his PhD from a dude named Naked Martin. No, I do not want to see that.
What do you think? What shall we do?
Oh, I really actually can do that. Huh, weird. Apparently I need to get a celestial reading? 20,000!
Here we go.
Nem wants to? Yeah, but Nem's weird. He's the best of us, but he's weird. Did I snag a closed beta key for Lost Ark? I did not. I signed up for it yesterday, and I have a stream open in the background. Hoping that one drops, but nothing yet. I'm not the one who just ordered 2 packs of barbecue dip. Alright, you need to stop with that barbecue dip stuff, alright? Visual Man will sound once in the Velvet Room with high chances of more alarms. Okay, I don't know why that's good, but sure, we'll go with that. Alright, now we go to the hideout and save. Call it a day.
He must be vigilant.
I should write something.
I was, and I chose the best option. I'd say Japan focuses deeper on ordered structure in their games. Resident Evil versus Half-Life's open flow. Okay, yeah, that's definitely fair. I can see... that there's definitely less of like an open world feel. Japanese games sometimes. You could have chosen mustard, curry, mayo, ketchup, but no, you chose to get 2 barbecue dips. That's true. Get in the palace so we can hear the music. Nah, not right now. Not right now. My order is being delivered by Robble, who is on a bicycle. It's going to be here in 9 minutes. You had the option of 2 and you chose 2 heapings of ass. You know what? You know what? I've had just about enough of this, alright? How dare you? You know what? You know what? It's time for me to put on my angry eyes. Alright? How dare you badmouth my choice of dips? Alright? How very dare you? Even then, Western games haven't reached the peak of awesomeness that Devil May Cry even did. True. Devil May Cry, pretty good. Bayonetta, pretty good. Apparently Platinum are making a new game that's coming out soon. But it's like a bullet hell side-scroller thing. Kind of weird. Just like barbecue sauce, the end of the stream can be described as disappointing. Don't lie, Nem. The entire stream can be described as disappointing, alright? You're giving me too much credit there. Games like Uncharted, Tomb Raider are up there, but they don't get you to feel cool. True, they have like good set pieces, but like the gameplay of the games definitely have a more visceral feel. You didn't get Makoto's date? Bad stream. We went on a date with Makoto. We went to a jazz bar. Could care less about what happened. Ugh. God damn it. You know what? I'm upgrading. I'm upgrading to the... Oh, God. I'm upgrading to the even angrier face. Alright. I need to leave before Nem makes me do something he's gonna regret. But yeah, I've got food on the way. I'm gonna go mentally prepare myself and calm down before I end up doing something. I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. UK time. Alright. I'll see you guys then. Non-binary Rogue, Meg Faye, and Star Pulse, thank you guys for the follows. And Tofu, thank you for the single digit bit. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of your Thursday. Alright. Try to enjoy it more than I'm going to, having all that stuff said to me by Nem. He's the best of us, but he's a bastard. But yeah, Silver, we'll continue this conversation tomorrow. Sorry to cut this short. We can pick this up again tomorrow. But yeah, I will see you guys later because it's an interesting conversation, and I don't want to keep going with it, but I can't really do that right now. But yeah, I'm gonna be heading off. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Have a good one. Stay safe. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.